The Iron Throne of Ice and Fire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Tyrion Prime Minister 2. Cersei Lannister shook the wine glass in her hand and did not answer Tyrion Lannister's question. She lowered her eyes slightly as if thinking about the answer. Tyrion asked again, Cersei, do you think they are reliable? Or do you trust them? After stopping the movement in her hand, Queen Cersei took a sip of summer red from the wine glass elegantly, and said leisurely, Why do you ask? As she spoke, her green eyes moved, and she continued, Does father have any other arrangements? Tyrion pointed to the letter on the table that was crumpled by her sister and said, You probably didn't pay attention to it. Our kind father doesn't like obscure expressions. Tyrion thought that his sister might have attracted her attention to the content of her appointment as Prime Minister and didn't pay attention to other contents at all. Queen Cersei first glanced at her dwarf brother with a sincere face, then put down the wine glass and picked up the letter. Queen Cersei opened the wrinkled letter and read it with a frown. Tyrion gently swirled his wine glass. Grim was not as innocent as his sister, and it was difficult to shake his heart with just his tongue. If the tradition of the Crab family was not favorable to him, he dared to assure the Seven Gods that Grim would immediately give him a very nice new explanation. Tyrion took a sip of wine, and his eyes moved. The Stark family might be a breakthrough point. If Grim still held on to his knight's heart, he should be very uncomfortable now. Let's choose to talk to Grim in the Sataya women's branch, and comfort the little guy by the way. Tyrion's face unconsciously showed a lewd smile, but he quickly reacted and immediately covered it up with wine. These are all the old lion's own guesses. Queen Cersei's voice interrupted Tyrion's thoughts. Why does he think that everyone around me has bad intentions? Does he think I'm a fool? Tyrion's eyes flashed, and he whispered, Sister, do you want to listen to my analysis? Queen Cersei leaned back in her chair, glanced at the humble dwarf, and nodded her chin slightly. He knows that although your son has been king for only a short time, he has already caused countless troubles. The old lion speculates that someone has corrupted our Joffrey, his nephew, the king, sat high on the Iron Throne, judging cases in what he thought was justice. If he felt bored, he would hand the case over to the king's council, but if he was interested, no one could stop his ridiculous judgment, including his sister Cersei, who was known for her willfulness. For example, a thief was dragged up, and Joffrey ordered the executioner to chop off his hand on the spot in the throne room. Two knights had a dispute over a piece of land, and petitioned the king to make a decision, but Joffrey ordered them to solve it by duel, and ordered them to die. A woman knelt down and begged for the head of a man who was beheaded for a crime, hoping that he could be buried with his body intact, but Joffrey said that people who love criminals are also criminals, and the poor woman was dragged into the dungeon by the Golden Cloak. A fattened singer was accused of composing a song to mock the late King Robert I, and Joffrey found the song interesting after listening to it. So he made an exception and announced that the fat singer could choose to keep his fingers or tongue, etc. Tyrion blinked, and the majestic throne room became Joffrey's playground. After a moment's silence, Queen Cersei said, Tyrion, Joffrey has no shortage of advice and suggestions from his important ministers, but you should also be very clear about his character. He is a little stubborn. Now that Joffrey is king, he feels that he should do whatever he wants. He thinks the king should not be at the mercy of others. The Iron Throne is really a good chair. Tyrion sighed first, then said, Anyone who wears the crown will not be clear-headed, not to mention that Joffrey is not yet an adult. Tyrion pointed to the crumpled letter, and said, Our amiable father is looking forward to your performance. My dear sister, you are Joffrey's regent. Queen Cersei stared at her dwarf brother suspiciously for a while, and said, Pycelle and Varys are both stupid and cowardly, but they are still obedient. Tyrion nodded slightly. He almost figured out the status of Pycelle and Varys in Queen Cersei's heart. He felt that he could win over one of them to work for him. It was fair and friendly to have one sister and one brother each. Tyrion pondered and said, What's the matter with Eddard Stark? I think you should know very well. Letting him wear black clothes can reduce a lot of enemies, but Joffrey wants to kill him. If there is no such change, there will be no riots. Queen Cersei's eyes moved slightly, and she frowned and said, I have carefully told Joffrey that according to the plan, we should let Stark wear black clothes and send him to the wall. In this way, Not only will there be no future troubles, but it is also possible to negotiate peace with Winterfell. As a result, Joffrey thinks it is his responsibility to let the audience watch a good show. What can I do? Sir Island was even more anxious and was happy to do it without asking me at all. God bless, the right of the untouchables at least did not let Stark die on our guillotine. Tyrion smiled and nodded. Yes. It's all someone else's fault, my dear sister. Haven't you found Eddard Stark's whereabouts yet? Queen Cersei shook her head. Tyrion sighed. Winterfell will still blame us for all this. Queen Cersei interrupted angrily. Why? It wasn't us who did it. The murderers were those damned lowly people. Tyrion shrugged and changed the subject helplessly. Then I ask. Tyrion was interrupted by Queen Cersei again. Sansa is missing too. Tyrion was stunned for a moment, as if to confirm whether he had heard it wrongly. Miss Stark. Queen Cersei frowned and nodded slightly. Ha! Tyrion took the wine glass and drank it all, grinning and said, only one of the lion and the wolf can survive. My dear sister, we are our father's good children. We pray to the 7 gods every day for our good father to be healthy. My requirements are not high, as long as he can hold on until the trouble is solved. After a pause, he added, what I said is true. The old father is still relatively reliable. He can protect the children who have caused trouble. I really want to kiss his shoes devoutly now. If he doesn't mind. Cersei glanced at Tyrion with contempt and said, I can also protect the Lannisters from wind and rain. The lioness will destroy all her enemies. Tyrion actually wanted to ask Cersei, this charming sister, what is your basis? Is it because of willfulness and arrogance? Tyrion nodded in agreement, revealing admiration. He really couldn't pretend. He smiled lightly and chose to change the subject. I suppose it was Joffrey's own idea to dismiss Sir Barristan Selmy from the King's Guard. Cersei's green eyes trembled slightly, and after a pause, she sighed. Joffrey wanted to find someone to be responsible for Robert's death, and Varys suggested taking action against Sir Barristan. There's nothing wrong with this. On the one hand, Jaime can take over the position of captain of the King's Guard and get a seat on the King's Council. On the other hand, Joffrey likes Sandor Clegane very much, and he also has a bone to feed the dog. We originally planned to reward Selmy with a castle, but the good-for-nothing old man was dissatisfied and expelled him directly. Tyrion didn't show it on his face, but he felt some sympathy for Tywin in his heart, just a little bit of sympathy. Tyrion said seriously, Sir Barristan Selmy was captain of Robert I's King's Guard. Of King Aerys II 7 guards, only he and Jaime are alive. People talk about him as if Sir Barristan of the Mirror Shield and Prince Aemon the Dragon Reader were reborn. What do you think they would think if they saw the fearless Barristan fighting side by side with Stannis Baratheon or Renly Baratheon? Queen Cersei's face froze. She turned her head and looked to the other side. She seemed to like the beautiful vase placed there very much. After a pause, she said casually, I didn't think of that. Tyrion's tone was very serious. Lord Tywin thought of it, so he ordered me to take over his position as Prime Minister, put an end to these ridiculous farces, and make your son obedient. Queen Cersei turned her face and looked at her dwarf brother with a calm expression, and her tone was sarcastic. Joffrey doesn't even like to listen to me, let alone you. Tyrion shrugged. That may not be the case, my sister. Seeing that Tyrion didn't seem to be joking, Queen Cersei said again, why should Joffrey listen to you? He doesn't like you. Tyrion smiled. To be precise, he hates me very much. Since he was a child, I have not let Joffrey do whatever he wants like others. He continued, why dare he disobey you? Because he knows his mother will never hurt him, Cersei warned. Tyrion, if you think I will let you bully my son, then you are hopelessly ill. Tyrion couldn't help but sigh. Cersei always couldn't grasp the point. I am Joffrey's uncle. Joffrey will be as safe with me as with you. Tyrion climbed down the chair clumsily and held one of Cersei's hands. I mean that if he feels threatened, he will be more obedient. I don't really want to harm him. After all, we are siblings. The current situation is a mess. Whether you admit it or not, you do need me. Your son needs me to keep that ugly iron chair. Queen Cersei lowered her eyes and glanced at her hand, saying, I said I would give you a chance. I believe in Jaime's judgment. He said you are always smart. Tyrion smiled and said, it's just a little cleverness. The most important thing is that we Lannisters are a loving family and are more reliable. Queen Cersei thought for a while and said, so, it's worth a try. My premise is that you are not allowed to hurt my son. Tyrion smiled and said, of course, although the way I love him is a little different from yours, my love for Joffrey is no less, and, Queen Mother Cersei stared at the dwarf Prime Minister and said in a cold voice, "Tyrion, you must remember that although I have accepted you, you are only the Prime Minister in name, but actually my Prime Minister. Before you take any action, you must discuss your plans and intentions with me in advance. You may not act without my consent. Is that clear?" Tyrion nodded slightly. "Your Majesty Cersei, it is crystal clear." Seeing that the dwarf Prime Minister agreed without hesitation, Queen Mother Cersei doubted his sincerity. She asked, "My brother, do you agree?" Tyrion touched his chest and saluted. "Dear sister, Prime Minister Tyrion is at your disposal," he silently added in his heart, "but only when I need it." Tyrion's smile was very sincere. In order to maintain the relationship between siblings, sometimes a little white lie is needed. Queen Mother Cersei withdrew the hand that was held by the dwarf Prime Minister, and she finally showed a trace of satisfaction. "Well, now that we have the same goal, we should not have any more secrets from each other. The Prime Minister of the Queen Regent cannot be blind." Queen Mother Cersei was a little impatient. "What do you want to know?" Tyrion's eyes flashed. "You said that Joffrey wanted to chop off Lord Eddard's head, and Varys' slander drove Barristan away, so was Prime Minister Jon Arryn really poisoned by his wife Lysa Tully and Littlefinger?" Queen Mother Cersei frowned and said, "That's the result of Stark's investigation. I have investigated some things recently, such as one of the rumors of riots in King's Landing." Queen Mother Cersei's eyes turned cold. "You are actually interested in the nonsense of those low-class people? I am a little disappointed in you, my Prime Minister." Tyrion approached Queen Mother Cersei, and their eyes collided. "Of course I am interested. Dear sister, not being able to hear does not mean that it does not exist. For example, the love between you and Jaime." Slap. Before Tyrion finished speaking, Queen Mother Cersei slapped him directly. Tyrion rubbed his cheeks and grinned. "Sister Cersei, it's none of my business who you sleep with, but you only open your legs to one brother and don't let the other brother receive the same treatment. This doesn't seem fair." Slap. Tyrion was slapped by Cersei again. "Hush. Be gentle, Cersei, I was just joking. To be honest, I would rather find a beautiful woman to play with. I really don't understand what Jaime likes about you besides being able to admire his own reflection." Slap. Queen Mother Cersei slapped Tyrion again. Tyrion's cheeks were red and burning, but he still kept smiling. "Cersei, if you keep hitting me, I'll be angry. What can you do?" Tyrion laughed and said, "Of course I'll complain to my old father." Tyrion's threat worked. Queen Mother Cersei didn't slap him again, which made him secretly relieved. At the same time, he also thought of many things, and he felt a little sympathetic to his brother Jaime. "My dear sister, I am your Prime Minister, I am your person, and I don't want to say anything more even for Jaime. Besides, my elderly father is busy enough, and as a good son I must think more about him." Tyrion sincerely comforted Queen Cersei's restless heart. He was worried that if he pushed the lioness into a corner, she would kill him on the spot to silence him. Chapter 177 The Choice of the Illegitimate Child. Cersei Lannister just snorted. Tyrion Lannister grinned. "One last question." His tone was calm. "How did you kill Robert I?" Queen Cersei sneered. Her voice sounded like she was showing off. "He asked for it. We just sent him on his way early. When Lancel saw Robert chasing the wild boar, he gave him strong liquor. I arranged that wine. It was 3 times stronger than usual, and it soon became the drunkard's favorite. In fact, as long as he wanted to, he could stop drinking at any time, but he just finished a bag and asked Lancel to get another bag. The wild boar did the rest for us." Her voice became cheerful. "Tyrion, you really should have been there at that dinner. I have never eaten such delicious wild boar meat in my life. It tasted like victory in my mouth." Tyrion, it was pretty much as he guessed. Tyrion actually liked the gruff Robert Baratheon, partly because he could always make his arrogant sister lose face. He shrugged. "My dear sister, you are born to be a widow." Without waiting for Cersei's response, he said with a smile, "I'll take my leave first." Queen Mother Cersei frowned and said, "You are not allowed to leave. I want to know your next plan." Tyrion spread his hands and said, "Sister Queen Mother, I have just taken office. Strategies are like fruits. They need time to mature before they can mature." Tyrion turned around and walked away. As he walked, he raised his right hand and shook it backwards. King's Landing, Iron Gate, Captain's Hall. Green Crab put down the letter in his hand and rubbed his black hair. Davos Seaworth's reply. In the letter, he tactfully rejected the invitation to let one of his sons serve as the commander of Crab's fleet. The time when the invitation letter was sent. At that time, Eddard Stark was still serving as the Prime Minister. The interval was more than a month. Green picked up the letter again and looked at it. 1/5 of the letter was a humble refusal, and the rest was praising the wisdom of Lord Stannis. Green tapped the table with his slender fingers. The time he received the reply and the content of the letter were very clever. Stannis will soon claim to be the king of the Seven Kingdoms. This letter is a test of Stannis's forces. They value the troops of the Crab Claw Peninsula, and he may be one of their key targets. It must be said that Stannis's diplomatic means are very rough, or very arrogant. Green put the letter back on the table. Read which. Green's right thumb moved against his index finger. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door was pushed open, and Joffrey walked in. My lord, the information just received is that Tyrion Lannister will temporarily replace Duke Tywin Lannister as the Prime Minister. Is Tyrion still appointed as the temporary Prime Minister? In the next period of time, it is inevitable to deal with him. Green recalled the personality in front of Tyrion. Well, it's not very important. In the future, it will mainly be a naked exchange of interests. It seems that after the knighting ceremony of Emperor is over, we can start to set out north. Green's eyes suddenly moved, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. A short figure quietly climbed in from the window. Joffrey looked over vigilantly, but soon retracted his gaze and looked at Green. He shrugged helplessly. Green coughed lightly and said, "You should leave first." Arya Stark approached quietly like a kitten, her big eyes full of excitement. Getting closer and closer, Arya tried to pull down the corners of her mouth, trying to make herself look calm. "I'm going to." Arya was about to cheer, but before she could open her mouth, Green's big hand suddenly appeared above her head. Green smiled and rubbed Arya's fluffy hair, saying, "Good day, Miss Arya." Arya's eyes opened wide, and she was very dissatisfied. "Earl Green, how did you find me again?" Her little face puffed up, fast as a deer, quiet as a shadow, swift as a snake, still as water, strong as a bear, fierce as a wolf. "I have done everything Syrio taught me." Green smiled. "The sound of your breathing." Arya's little face wrinkled into a ball, and said in annoyance, "It must be because I was too happy, so my breathing became disordered all of a sudden. Have you been learning sneak attacks recently?" Arya shook her head. "No, Syrio has been teaching me how to stab quickly recently." Green raised his eyebrows. "Sir Syrio is a good teacher, but he is also a good opponent. You can try to sneak attack him." Arya shook her head again. "Earl Green, although you are my good friend, you are my opponent." Green asked in confusion. Opposite, a sad look appeared on Arya's little face, but the next moment it turned into an excited look. "Syrio told me that as long as I defeat you, I can protect anyone who wants to protect me. I want to protect my father." Green reached out and patted Arya's head. The weak and unconscious Lord Ned frightened the little girl. Her wolf blood made her braver. Green stood up, looked down at the short Arya, and said solemnly, "Warrior Arya, I will wait for you." Arya raised her head, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Green, and nodded heavily. Arya hugged Green's thigh and said, "We will be separated tonight. I am so sad." Green smiled. "I will visit you soon. Lord Ned and I have made an appointment to go hunting in the wolf forest together." The happiness of a little girl is always simple. "Really? Great. I will take you to play then." Green smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'm going to find Syrio." After that, Arya jumped away, but soon turned back. "Hey, I forgot something important. My father said he has something to talk to you about." In the room, Lord Eddard and Jon Snow sat face to face, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. Green pushed the door open, and a smile appeared on Lord Eddard's tired face. Green first saluted Lord Eddard, and then stretched out his hand to stop Jon, who was about to get up. He patted Jon and said, "Your leg has finally recovered." On the day when Joffrey tried Lord Eddard, Jon, who learned the news, wanted to sneak out and rescue his father alone. Jon's leg injury had not yet healed, and he was about to sneak out with a limp, but was discovered by the Crab Blue Robes. Jon was very stubborn, so Perpili had to imprison him until Lord Eddard successfully rescued him. Jon said a little embarrassedly, "My lord, He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say for a moment. Green waved his hand and said, "You are eager to save people, we all know it." Green's brown eyes looked at Lord Eddard. "Lord Ned, Arya told me that you were looking for me." Lord Eddard nodded his chin lightly, was silent for a while, and looked at Green and Jon. He sighed and slowly said, "I am about to leave. I want to tell Jon about his life experience before I leave." As he said that, The gray eyes looked at Green and continued. Jon will become your squire. I think this matter cannot be concealed from you. Jon's face could not hide the excitement. He stared at Lord Eddard without blinking. Green nodded with a heavy face. After this ordeal, Lord Eddard was greatly awakened. A trace of bitterness appeared on Lord Eddard's face. Self-righteous concealment often hurts innocent people. Jon, I am not your father, you are my sister. Lyanna Stark's child? Jon was shocked. He heard the answer he could never dream of. He murmured, how could it be possible? Lord Eddard didn't know what was gradual. He continued, your father is Rhaegar Targaryen. Lord Eddard's voice fell, as if the air had frozen. After a long time, Green's voice broke the silence. Wrong spring. Lord Eddard nodded his chin slightly with a sad face. Green sighed softly and said, no wonder you have been hiding it. Lord Green has been in the play. Lord Eddard sacrificed his honor, which he regarded as his life, in order to protect his sister's child. I have always been curious about how you could have a bastard child with your character. It turns out that you did it to protect Jon. Lord Eddard patted Jon, whose eyes were red, with his big hands and said, Lyanna loves you very much? His sister lying on the bloody bed whispered to him, Ned, promise me. Lord Eddard lowered his eyes and looked at his palm. Hearing that he agreed to the request, the fear in Lyanna's eyes was swept away. She smiled, and her fingers tightly clasped his hand until her life fell. Duke Eddard hid his inner sadness, and he added, she loves flowers, and her favorite is winter snow rose. Jon turned his head away and wiped the tears that could not be stopped with the back of his hand. Jon's eyes were red and swollen, and his voice was firm. Lord Stark, I don't want to go to Crab Claw Peninsula. I want to leave Westeros. Jon, I want to go out for a walk. You are still young? Jon interrupted Duke Eddard's advice again. No, I have grown up, and I am not impulsive. Green looked at the stubbornness of the Stark family in silence. He could see that Jon had made up his mind. Seeing that the two stopped talking, Green looked at Jon. Jon, you don't have to worry about implicating others. Crab Claw Peninsula is enough to shelter. Duke Eddard stretched out his hand to stop Green's words. Green spread his hands and didn't speak again. Lord Eddard nodded slightly to Green, then looked at Jon with a determined face. His eyes were faintly reluctant. Jon, I believe you have grown up. I will respect your choice. Jon lowered his head. His breathing was a little uneven. He seemed to be trying to control his emotions. Thank you. Lord Eddard patted Jon on the shoulder. He showed a relieved smile. My child, Winterfell will always be your home. At night, on a hidden coast of King's Landing, Green was saying goodbye to the Stark family. Arya, who was standing on the left-hand side of Lord Eddard, spoke first. Lord Green, I will miss you. Green said gently. Arya, I will miss you too. Don't forget our agreement. Well, I won't forget. Sansa, who was standing on the right-hand side of Lord Eddard, lifted her skirt with both hands and performed a very beautiful lady's salute. Lord Green, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your kindness. Green shook his head slightly. Miss Sansa, you are very strong. I am happy for you. Sansa smiled sweetly. Night Green. I will always remember your kindness. Joffrey's deception seemed to make the naive little girl grow up suddenly, but the Sansa who spoke softly and smiled sweetly, the Sansa who liked beautiful clothes, moving ballads, heroic deeds and handsome knights, she did not disappear completely. Green smiled and nodded. Duke Eddard patted Green and said, thank you, child. Green smiled and said, Duke Ned, Crab will never forget. A smile appeared on Duke Eddard's serious face, and he handed the lost and recovered ice giant sword to Green. Take it, child. The friendship between Stark and Crab will last forever. Green stretched out his hands and solemnly took the ice giant sword from Duke Eddard's hands. Duke Ned, the friendship between Crab and Stark will last forever. Winter is coming. United we stand. Tonight was calm, and after leaving the coast in a small boat, Duke Ed and his party approached the waiting ship Black Pearl. The Black Pearl will take them directly to White Harbor in the north. On the deck of the Black Pearl, Steward Roselle saluted and said, Good night, Lord Stark. I am Steward Roselle of Crab's Trading Company. This time I will escort you in the name of purchasing leather. Roselle is at your service. Thank you. Arya's voice was a little excited. Father, this ship is so big, can I go fishing? Duke Ed smiled helplessly and said, Of course, but be careful. Syrio Farrell straightened his clothes, and he grinned and said, Girl, fishing is also a sword skill course. Arya made a face and ran away. Syrio followed helplessly. Lord Stark, Lord Eddard turned and looked in the direction where the voice came from. He was surprised and said, "Gendry." Lord Eddard strode over. After confirming that it was Robert's child, his surprise suddenly turned into surprise. "Child, why are you here?" The sturdy Gendry Weir scratched his head shyly in the face of Lord Eddard's concern. "The guards in King's Landing suddenly wanted to arrest me, and Lord Green helped me escape the pursuit. He said that Lannister wanted to kill me and asked me to follow you to leave King's Landing." Lord Eddard patted Gendry's strong shoulder with his big hand. "Child, I will take care of you." Gendry hesitated and said, "My lord, please forgive me for being so presumptuous. Can you tell me why you are so nice to me?" Chapter 178 Green's Sword Skills. The sun shines through the thin clouds onto the earth. The flowers and plants in the gardens of Meager Tower look vibrant in the warm sun. Glyn Crab leans against a tree, and not far away is Tommen, a fat boy, who is practicing sword swinging seriously. Glyn's eyes move, and he sees Lancel Lannister striding over, his handsome face flushed, as if he is still angry. Glyn greets casually, "Sir Lancel, who made you angry?" "Who else could it be?" Lancel's eyes swept over Tommen, who was playing with a wooden sword, and contempt flashed in his eyes. "Half-man, damn half-man, he is a traitor to Lannister." Glyn looked over in confusion, and Lancel's mouth corners curved down, revealing obvious disgust. "That half-man wants to send Gregor Clegane's head to Sunspear. Has he forgotten that the mountain is a vassal of the Lannisters?" Green raised his eyebrows. "Can you still recognize the head of the mountain?" Lancel curled his lips and said, "Tyrion said that no one's head is as big as the mountain's." When Lancel spoke, his expression twisted. Green's eyes drooped slightly. Not only anger, but more jealousy. Lancel was full of anger because of jealousy towards Tyrion. "Did Queen Cersei agree?" Lancel said bitterly. "The tongue of the half-man is best at sweet talk. Even the Queen Mother was deceived by him." Green understood Tyrion's plan. Now Lannister can be said to be surrounded by enemies everywhere, and Sunspear is indeed one of the few targets to win over. The head of the mountain is a sign of sincerity for the alliance. If it goes well, the marriage and the seat of the royal council should be in the future. Prime Minister Tyrion is doing his best to save the current crisis of Lannister. "Lord Green, we are the most reliable people for Her Majesty the Queen Mother. We cannot watch her being deceived by the cunning half-humans." "Sir Lancel, what do you want to do?" Green's question stunned Lancel for a moment. He felt a little guilty. Lord Green knew the answer from Lancel's evasive eyes. Lancel wanted him to persuade Queen Mother Cersei. "Sir Lancel, don't forget your mission." Green's voice was very calm, but it made Lancel's body tremble. "Queen Mother Cersei doesn't need others to teach her what to do. Do you understand?" After Green's voice fell, although Lancel seemed to understand, he immediately nodded obediently. Green sighed secretly, and his eyes looked at Tommen, who was taking off his protective gear with the help of the waiter. "Sir Lancel, let me ask you a question. Who hates Tyrion the most in the Red Castle?" After a pause, Lancel's eyes suddenly lit up. "Her Majesty the Queen Mother." Green waved at Tommen and said, "And His Majesty Joffrey?" Lancel's eyes became bright, and he couldn't help but said excitedly, "Yes. Tyrion also slapped King Joffrey. How could I forget such an important thing?" "Green, you still have a good memory. I still remember that time Tyrion beat Joffrey for you." Green was not interested in analyzing Lancel's brain circuit. One of Lancel's important tasks is to fill the gap left by Jaime's departure and serve as Green's shield. Lancel's battlefield is on the bed, not in jealousy. Green reached out and patted Lancel, whose morale had risen. "Go. Queen Cersei needs you. Stay with her." Lancel smiled and walked briskly. Lancel, who was leaving, met Tommen, who was jogging over. The fat boy took the initiative to greet him obediently. "Uncle Lancel." Lancel did not stop. He glanced at Tommen and then retracted his gaze, just nodding his chin imperceptibly. Tommen came to Green, his fat face full of grievances. Tommen was very sensitive, and his eyes began to turn red. "Lord Green, Lancel doesn't seem to like me." Green lowered his body, stretched out a finger and touched the fat boy's cheek. He said with a smile on his face, "Lancel doesn't like you. Will you not eat your favorite cream cake because you are sad?" Tommen shook his head firmly. Green rubbed Tommen's head and said, "So, it's just one less person who likes you. Why should you affect your good mood?" Tommen's mouth corners turned up, revealing an innocent smile. "Your Highness Tommen, today's practice is over. I'll take you back." While walking, Tommen suddenly said, "Lord Green, will Lancel always dislike me?" Tommen looked up at Green, his eyes full of expectation. The fat boy is very kind, but his heart is sensitive and fragile. There will be no change in a short time. After hearing Green's answer, although Tommen was thinking about his favorite cream cake, he still couldn't help feeling sad. He asked again, "Why doesn't he like me?" Green asked back, "Tommen, do you need him to like you?" "It seems, no." Green nodded slightly. "There are many people who like you, and there will be many people who don't like you. Everyone is the same. This is not a bad thing." "Then what is a bad thing?" "Because other people don't like yourself is the worst thing." Tommen blinked his eyes, frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Earl Green, you mean I should like myself, right? What I want to tell you is not to doubt yourself easily because of others, but to learn to believe in yourself." The fat man was very honest. "I don't quite understand, but I will remember your words." Meagter, outside the door of the Queen Mother's bedroom. "I fell in love with a girl as beautiful as summer, the sun shining on her hair." The soft sound of the harp came through the door. Although the singer's voice was not clear through the thick door, Green still recognized that it was Lancel singing. The versatile Lancel. Green said to Sir Meryn Trant, the King's Guard standing by the door, "Sir Meryn, Queen Mother Cersei wants to see me. Please inform her for me. The Queen Regent has said that you can go in directly." After that, Sir Meryn opened the door and the singing inside stopped abruptly. In the room, Queen Mother Cersei was barefoot, leaning on a pile of cushions, with her golden hair disheveled and beautiful. Lancel, the harpist, the flute player, and the waiter stood aside. They were all young and handsome. Green had to admit that Boss Cersei really knew how to enjoy himself. Green greeted, "Queen Mother Cersei." Queen Mother Cersei gently shook the cup in her hand. She seemed to be in a good mood. "Earl Green, have you met our new Prime Minister?" Queen Mother Cersei looked at Green with her beautiful eyes, and her eyes contained scrutiny. Green's eyes trembled slightly. This feeling was both familiar and strange. She seemed to be doubting something. Tyrion. He guessed that there had been a little episode between Tyrion and Cersei about him. Green shook his head slightly. "I've heard of it, but I haven't met him yet." "You leave first." Everyone else quickly left the room, but Lancel did not move. Queen Cersei frowned slightly. She stretched out her finger and hooked it, and Lancel hurriedly approached. Cersei kissed her cousin's cheek politely and said, "Go, Lancel." Before leaving, Lancel secretly glanced at Green, his eyes full of jealousy, but he happened to meet Green's sudden gaze. Lancel's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly lowered his head and quickened his pace. Green suddenly felt that as the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks, he had to take the captain of the Red Castle Guard to meet King Joffrey to show his loyalty. Green happened to hear that Joffrey had recently become fascinated with shooting live targets with a crossbow, and Lancel would definitely be happy to serve. Queen Cersei took a sip of the summer red in the glass and said leisurely, "Lord Green, what do you think of the new Prime Minister? I heard that Lord Tywin of Casterly Rock appointed him. I think there may be some reasons that I don't know." An unhappy look appeared on Queen Cersei's face. "He is just a lucky clown." She moved her toes and said, "I don't like trouble." Green said respectfully, "He is a trouble you can deal with at any time. The Golden Cloaks are always at your disposal." Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly and said, "Let's see what tricks the dwarf is playing first." After that, she curled the corners of her lips. After a pause, she suddenly said, "Did you know that Tyrion was going to send the Mountain's Head to Dorne? Sir Lancel came to me about this, and I heard it from him." Queen Cersei snorted coldly and said, "He is good at finding help." Green retracted his gaze. In addition to Tyrion, he also suspected that maybe Lancel said something that made Cersei suspicious of him. It wasn't Lancel. Although Green knew very well that Lancel didn't have that ability, he still tried it because he would not underestimate anyone. Cersei looked up at Green. "What do you think? Why do you think my dwarf prime minister suddenly wanted to show goodwill to the Prince of Dorne?" Green pondered for a moment, and said, "Tyrion wants to promote an alliance between the Lannisters and the Martells." Queen Cersei's eyes moved slightly, and she said suspiciously, "Martell has extreme hatred for the Lannisters. How can they join forces?" Green said slowly, "Queen Cersei, Prince Dorne's hatred for the Lannisters can only be traced back to the previous generation, but the war between the Dornish and Storm's End and Highgarden has lasted for thousands of years. So, as long as the sincerity is enough, this is not impossible." Sincerity? The head of a dead man. Green shook his head to deny, "Of course not." Green moved a little closer to Queen Cersei and whispered, "Marriage?" Queen Cersei sneered, "He wants Joffrey to marry a Martell." Before she finished speaking, Queen Cersei's face froze and her pupils shrank. Queen Cersei suddenly stood up and tightly grasped Green's arm. For the first time, he saw panic and fear on Cersei's face. Queen Cersei also thought, if they wanted to marry the Prince of Dorne, Lannister would actively seek an alliance, and they would be the passive party. The Prince of Dorne would never send the Princess of Dorne to Lannister to make her a hostage to restrain himself. Therefore, only by sending Cersei's daughter to Sunspear City would Prince Doran Nimrys Martell believe in Lannister's sincerity. Myrcella. I will never agree to give my Myrcella to the Dornish, just like I was given to Robert Baratheon. Never. Green tried to comfort Queen Cersei. Don't worry, maybe I guessed wrong. Queen Cersei's eyes were full of tears, and she said angrily, you all deserve to die. They all deserve to die? Green continued to comfort Queen Cersei. Princess Myrcella is still in the virgin home. Without your consent, no one can take your daughter away from you, I promise. Queen Cersei hugged Green's waist and buried her head in his arms. She missed Jaime very much at this moment. She also wanted to tell Jaime that his favorite dwarf brother wanted to sell their only daughter to the Dornish as a commodity. Green could have remained silent, but he had guessed that Tyrion was already targeting him, or that he was targeting the 6,000 gold robes. In this case, he must withstand the counterattack from Lord Green, because this is the table of the game of power. Rational Cersei is far from being a match for Tyrion, but angry Cersei is not necessarily. Green wants Tyrion to understand that they are now sitting at the same table of the game of power. If there's anything, just come to him and show your sincerity and bargaining chips. The two separated, and Queen Cersei wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She said coldly, does he think that everything will be fine with his father's letter? It's just a piece of thin paper. Eddard Stark also had a piece of paper left by Robert. Green whispered, yes, you have the initiative. With just one order from you, he will be directly imprisoned in the depths of the dungeon. Queen Cersei turned around and picked up the wineglass, took a sip of summer red, stood quietly for a while, and murmured, could the dwarf be carrying out the orders of the old lion? Green walked over silently, picked up the wine pot, and poured wine for her. Queen Cersei looked at Green with her green eyes, as if she wanted to confirm again, Lord Green, could it be that Lord Tywin gave the order to Tyrion? Green shook his head slightly. Queen Cersei, I can't guess for the time being. Some things need to be investigated to know the exact answer. Perhaps, at the right time, you can ask Tyrion directly. Queen Cersei's eyes moved, and she handed the wineglass in her hand to Green. Green, I don't have the patience to wait. I want to get the answer as soon as possible. Green took the wineglass from Queen Cersei's hand, paused, and said, Queen Cersei, I will get what you want without harming his life. Queen Cersei smiled. She reached out and gently patted Green's breastplate, and her eyes flashed with cold light. Be nice to him, Lord Green. Vale, Bloody Gate. I just think this lady in front of me looks familiar. The Knight of the Bloody Gate took off his mask, with a faint smile on his face, his voice hoarse. Little Kate, you are really far away from home. Chapter 179 Bloodgate and Eagle's Nest. Hearing the familiar voice, Catelyn Tully seemed to go back 20 years and return to her childhood. She smiled from the bottom of her heart. Uncle, aren't you also far away from home? Brynden Tully pointed to the Bloody Gate fortress and said, Kate, my home is here. As long as Catelyn could remember, Uncle Brynden and her father had been at odds. When she was 8 years old, the two brothers had a big quarrel. Her father accused Uncle Brynden of being the black sheep of the Tully family, but Uncle Brynden smiled and said that the symbol of their Tully family was a trout jumping out of the water, so he should be a black fish, not a black sheep. From that day on, he used the black trout as his emblem. The dispute between the two of them did not end until the day she and her sister got married. It was at the wedding banquet that Uncle Brynden announced to his father that he would leave Riverrun with his little niece Lyssa to serve her new husband, Lord Jon Arryn of the Eyrie. Your home is in my heart. Catelyn clasped her hands tightly. Her eyes were always on her uncle. My uncle, take off your helmet. I want to take a good look at you again. In Catelyn's teenage years, whenever her father was too busy and her mother was too ill, the children of Lord Hoster shared their joys and sorrows with Uncle Brynden. Whether it was Catelyn and Lyssa, or Edgemere Tully and his father's adopted son Petyr Baelish, Uncle Brynden listened patiently, laughed at their successes, and sympathized with the troubles caused by their childishness. I'm afraid that after all these years, it's still not that good. Although Sir Brynden said this, when he took off his helmet, Catelyn thought he was lying. Although her uncle's face was weathered, and time had stolen his reddish-brown hair, leaving only gray hair, his smile remained the same, his thick eyebrows as fat as caterpillars remained the same, and the smile in his deep blue eyes remained the same. "Child, you shouldn't be here at this time, Uncle." "I'm not a child anymore, little Kate, you just look grown up." Sir Brynden turned to the direction of the bloody gate and continued, "You need a fireplace and hot tea now." Catelyn jumped on her horse and followed Sir Brynden. The long battlements were built in the cliffs on both sides. The mountain road was narrowed to barely allow 4 people to ride side by side. 2 watchtowers climbed on the rock wall and were connected to each other by a weathered gray stone closed arched bridge. Catelyn could feel the silent faces looking at them from the arrow slits in the tower, the battlements and the stone bridge. In front of the thick city gate, Sir Brynden stopped his horse. He looked at Catelyn and her party and said loudly, "In the name of Robert Arryn, the Lord of Eyrie, the protector of the Vale of Arryn, and the true guardian of the East, I let you pass through the bloody gate and ask you to maintain peace in his name." Catelyn said loudly, "I, Catelyn Tully, the wife of Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell and the Warden of the North, pass through the bloody gate in the name of the Lady of Winterfell and promise peace." After Catelyn finished speaking, Sir Brynden smiled. "Let's go." Catelyn rode beside Brynden, and her Winterfell guards followed behind. The valley was bathed in the morning light. Passing through the shadow of the bloody gate, Catelyn came to the other side of the stone fortifications. The mountains in her field of vision suddenly opened up, and the green fields, blue sky and snow-capped mountain peaks suddenly appeared, which was so beautiful that she couldn't breathe. The canyon stretched in front of them, all the way to the misty east. The valley is a peaceful and tranquil country, protected by mountains on all sides. It has fertile black soil, wide and slow rivers, and hundreds of lakes that are as bright as mirrors in the sun. Barley, wheat and corn are ripe in the fields. Catelyn and others continued to ride. In a stone house at the west end of the valley, Catelyn stood at the window and looked up. The mountains in the north were close at hand, as if they could be reached. The firelight jumped in the fireplace, adding warmth to the room. Sir Brynden, who was sitting in front of the fireplace, turned his head and looked at Catelyn. His eyebrows were smiling. "Little Kate, you just look grown up." Hearing her uncle's joke, Catelyn's cheeks blushed slightly. She left the window and sat in front of the fireplace. "Uncle, the valley is beautiful." Brynden's voice was low and hoarse. "Beauty is only on the surface. I have recently seen a lot of ugliness hidden under the beautiful scenery." Catelyn held a cup of hot tea in her hand, and her blue eyes showed doubts. "Kate, you should have brought a message first. The valley is not peaceful." Catelyn looked sad. "Uncle, I have indeed learned a painful lesson. The wildlings at the foot of the mountain harassed us day and night. We lost 6 people in total. I almost thought we were finished. They are the mountain clan tribes in the Mountains of the Moon. After the death of Lord Jon, these wildlings have become more and more daring. Didn't Lysa send troops?" Sir Brynden stared at Catelyn for a while, and said, "Kate, it seems you didn't receive your husband's letter." Catelyn's eyes were mixed with resentment and uneasiness. "Uncle, I came here for my husband and children. The Queen of Lannister is simply a lunatic. Not only did she frame Ned for treason, she also forced Sansa to write down the crime." Her eyes became a little moist. "Robb has summoned the vassals of the Stark family to rescue Ned, and the army of the North is heading south. I came to see Lysa for the cavalry in the valley." Catelyn looked at Sir Brynden with a firm gaze, and continued, "Uncle, I must save my husband and daughter from Cersei." After Catelyn finished speaking, Sir Brynden nodded slightly. "Kate, don't worry, the armies of the Tullys and the Starks can guarantee the safety of your husband and children." "Uncle, I want to see Lysa as soon as possible," Sir Brynden said slowly. "Kate, not long ago, all the important nobles in the Vale received a handwritten letter from your husband. He has investigated the murderer of Lord Jon." Catelyn's eyes moved. "Is the murderer a Lannister?" Sir Brynden shook his head. "Kate, your husband said that it was Lysa Tully who poisoned and murdered Lord Jon." Catelyn was shocked. She looked at her uncle in disbelief. Sir Brynden continued, "When I wrote a letter, Robert had not yet passed away, and Ned was still living in the Prime Minister's tower." Catelyn turned pale and murmured, "How could it be? How could it be?" Sir Brynden said in a deep voice, "It is indeed unbelievable, but everyone believes in Ned's character. Kate, you know your husband better than anyone else. Gods, why is this happening?" Catelyn's pupils dilated, and her lips trembled slightly. The terrible news made her feel like the world was spinning. "Little Kate, are you okay? Is my sister crazy? How could she do such a cruel thing?" Gods, what should she do? Sir Brynden stretched out his big hand. He tried to comfort his heartbroken niece like when he was a child, but was held tightly by Catelyn. She buried her face in his palm, and he felt the heat of her tears. Family, responsibility, honor. Sir Brynden looked at Catelyn and sighed. Catelyn appeared strong on the surface, but she was always worried about her husband and children. She was awakened by various horrible nightmares every night, and the shocking news she heard today finally made her collapse. After a long time, Catelyn let go of her uncle's hand and vented her tears like a child beside her uncle, which made her heavy heart feel a lot lighter. Kate, our Lyssa is still safe now. Catelyn took a sip of the teacup. She was a little embarrassed. Uncle, I may be exhausted. Child, people are not made of iron. Men need wine and women need tears. Uncle, I am not a child anymore. Little Kate, Ned is a good husband. Catelyn wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at her uncle with red and swollen eyes in confusion. A good husband will let his wife retain the nature of a girl. Catelyn couldn't help laughing, and she said helplessly, My good uncle, I am already the mother of 5 children. Sir Brynden smiled gently and said, Kate, I plan to leave with you, and together we will save your family from the Lannisters. Uncle, this is really exciting news. Robb needs your help. As she spoke, Catelyn's excited voice turned into worry. My sister. Is the valley very bad now? Almost everyone is indignant. Lord Jon is deeply loved by the people of the valley. Lyssa has committed an unforgivable crime. Catelyn already knew that her sister had committed an unforgivable mistake, so she was even more worried. Then Lyssa will be fine for the time being. She said that Ned's letter was a deliberate slander, and that this was a conspiracy by the North to seize the Vale. Many people in the Vale believed her explanation and chose to support her. He added, Lyssa expelled all suspicious people in the area and blocked all entrances. She firmly believed that the area was unbreakable and no enemy could break it. Uncle, how are you now? Sir Brynden looked worried. I'm busy loading various supplies into the hanging basket of the area every day. This is the only thing my uncle can do now. Not long ago, the area was crowded with Lyssa's suitors, as numerous as crows on a battlefield. Now, almost all of those suitors have joined the League of the Righteous. The League of the Righteous, Sir Brynden nodded. The nobles of the Vale have formed an alliance. They say they will use all necessary means to ensure that Lyssa gets the trial she deserves. Catelyn exclaimed, That means, are they going to start an army? Sir Brynden sighed, It's only a matter of time. The civil war in the Vale is inevitable. After a pause, he continued, The alliance of the just will not believe me, and Lyssa only trusts her trusted knights, confidant knights. Sir Brynden's tone was somewhat helpless. Most of them are sworn knights who were born as small lords in the Vale. They swear allegiance to Lyssa alone. God bless her. Catelyn leaned back in her chair. She looked up at the ceiling and thought for a long time. Then said, Uncle, my heart is uneasy. I want to meet Lyssa as soon as possible. Sir Brynden advised, Kate, she will most likely not welcome you because of Ned. Kate's voice was full of determination. Uncle, I believe Ned will not slander Lyssa, but I still want to confirm with Lyssa in person. Even if there is no hope, I hope this is a misunderstanding. By the standards of the nobles in the kingdom, the area is not large. It is just 7 white spires crowded together like arrows in a tube, sitting on the top of the mountain. Although the area has no stables, blacksmith shops or kennels, its granary is as big as that of Winterfell, and the castle's tower can accommodate 500 soldiers. Petyr Baelish, dressed in a somewhat disheveled way, left the hanging basket with the help of a young waiter. Looking around, the castle seemed unusually desolate compared to his past memories. Tap tap tap, Petyr's footsteps echoed in the white stone hall. Petyr, an excited voice rang out, and Lyssa's bloated figure appeared, trotting towards Petyr with her skirt lifted. Petyr showed an elegant and tired smile, and he slowly opened his arms towards Lyssa. Lyssa threw herself into Petyr's arms. She hugged him tightly and cried, Petyr, my little finger, is it really you? Am I dreaming? Petyr patted Lyssa's back and said softly, It's me, my Lyssa, I finally see you. Lyssa choked up, Your men sent me a raven message saying that you were locked up in the dark cell. I was so scared. I have nightmares every day. I am so scared of losing you. Woo woo woo. Petyr comforted her softly, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, I'm here, I'm here. Petyr's hoarse voice quickly comforted Lyssa. He pinched Lyssa's chubby cheeks, raised the corners of his lips slightly, and said, My Lyssa, you are still so fond of crying. You are really a girl who never grows up. Lyssa easily became shy in front of Petyr. I won't cry anymore. Lyssa looked at Petter. Her blue eyes were dim and moist, and her lips were very light. Petter, how did you escape? Petter's eyes trembled slightly, and he said, my dear Lyssa, I thought I was enough to take the blame for killing Jon Arryn, so I surrendered, but I didn't expect that Eddard Stark still didn't want to let my beloved girl go. As he said that, he stroked Lyssa's hair lovingly and continued, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. When I learned that your rebels appeared in the valley, I came back. I will always protect you, my dear Lyssa. Petter. Lyssa was so moved that she burst into tears again. Her voice was full of regret. My dear Petter, you loved me so much, but I doubted you. I was mainly too scared. I felt that everyone would harm me. I live in fear every day. Please forgive me, you must forgive me. Chapter 180. In the name of the Regent Queen Mother. Escorted by 10 Lannister red robes wearing lion-patterned half-helmets and crimson cloaks, Tyrion Lannister rode out of the Red Castle. Tyrion turned his head to look at his new squire, a quiet and shy boy. Tyrion liked to tease him when he had nothing to do. Pod, raise your head and be more majestic. You are the squire of the Lannister Lion. Tyrion's new squire came from a Lannister vassal family. His name was Podrick Payne, a distant cousin of the late Sir Ilan Payne. Podrick was 12 years old this year. The boy was thin, with brown hair and blue eyes. Podrick quickly raised his head and straightened his not-so-strong chest. The boy's actions made Tyrion laugh. Because of the laughter, Podrick was a little overwhelmed and could only maintain a majestic posture. Tyrion suppressed his smile and pretended to be serious. Okay, cheer up, my squire. Podrick stuttered a little when he spoke. As you command, my lord. Tyrion turned his head and glanced at the red-robed soldier following behind him, and said, Pod, come closer. As you command, my lord. Podrick kicked the horse's belly lightly and rode side by side with Tyrion. Tyrion lowered his voice slightly. Pod, have you found a good swordsman? Podrick also lowered his voice. My lord, I found a few, one of whom is very skilled, but I am a little worried about that person. Tyrion lowered his voice again. What do you mean? Podrick whispered. I think he only cares about gold dragons. He has no sense of honor. Tyrion was deliberately teasing the boy. He chuckled. Don't be so quiet, my squire. Tyrion wanted to reach out and pat the stunned boy to show encouragement, but found that it was a little out of reach, so he snapped his fingers. Pod, you did a great job. I like realistic people. Golden dragons are good things. I love my father and praise Lannister. Tyrion brought the 10 guards that Jaime left for him today. The new Prime Minister's purpose today was to inspect King's Landing. After the last riot in King's Landing, pairs of golden cloaked soldiers could be seen everywhere. They wore black chainmail and patrolled the streets and alleys, never leaving their iron rods. The streets of King's Landing have always been bustling with people and horses, but at this moment they seemed very depressed. The market was full of people in tattered clothes selling their property. They would sell it if someone was willing to bid, but there were almost no farmers selling meat and vegetables. The few stalls that put out food were asking for 3 times the price of last year. Tyrion led his servants and red-cloaked guards to inspect everywhere. His face became more and more serious. The new Prime Minister realized that the food crisis in King's Landing was already quite serious. If it could not be resolved as soon as possible, the next riot would not be too far away, and the scale of the riot would only be larger. Fresh rats. Fresh rats. A peddler was selling roasted rats on a skewer along the street. Guards were standing guard at every store door on Flower Street. In King's Landing now, the price of hiring mercenaries is cheaper than bread. Tyrion frowned and moved a little uneasily on the saddle. The food crisis must be solved in a short time, otherwise the Lannisters will soon be torn apart by the hungry people. In front of a tavern, Varys stood with his hands clasped together, a soft smile on his lips. Tyrion stopped his horse and then jumped down with the help of his servants. Lord Varys, Tyrion looked up at the inconspicuously decorated tavern and continued, I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you waiting for me? Varys nodded slightly. Dear Prime Minister, it's a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for disturbing you. Tyrion grinned. Would you like to have a drink with me? Varys nodded again. It would be my honor. In the tavern, after Tyrion climbed onto the chair and sat down, Varys bowed slightly before slowly sitting down. Did Lord Varys bring good news? Tyrion said, shaking the wine in the glass. Tyrion smiled, but he was wary of the octopus spider that had mastered his movements. Lord Tyrion, my little bird has only heard bad news during this period. Alice, after a pause, he continued, it really makes me sad. It's hard for me to please the Queen Regent now, which makes me feel uneasy." Tyrion grinned. "Maybe your method is not right." Varys was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled. "You and the Queen Mother are siblings, so naturally you know each other better. I am just a timid servant, and it is a crime to boldly guess the preferences of the big man." "Crime?" Tyrion took a sip of wine while looking at the smiling Varys. "I secretly hoped that my kind father would die, and I had the same idea about my sister, I mean our beautiful and gentle Queen Regent." "Lord Varys, is this a crime?" After Tyrion's voice fell, Varys was frightened and hurriedly looked around. Seeing that there was no one else, he breathed a sigh of relief. Tyrion laughed happily. "Lord Varys, you are too cautious. I was just joking. The Lannisters are a loving family. Everyone knows that." Tyrion kept joking, but he was secretly paying attention to Varys' expression. Varys' face was still very pale. "My Lord Prime Minister, please don't joke with me." Varys was still in shock. He patted his violently beating chest and said, "I have served the Mad King and Robert I. After a long time, I finally realized that small people should never reason with the big people. So, caution is the safest way to save your life." Tyrion laughed. "Well, my little chicken told me that this is a kind suggestion." Varys sighed helplessly. "Be careful when you go out, my Lord Prime Minister. The situation is chaotic right now. King's Landing is not very safe recently. Outlaws are rampant everywhere. The swords in their hands are cold, and their hearts are even more cruel." Tyrion understood what Varys meant. The one who came to him today was Varys, who was not dangerous. Of course, others could come to him with swords in hand. Tyrion blinked one eye and said, "My sister loves me very much, because I am now her Prime Minister." "Well, the Prime Minister who runs errands for the Queen Regent," Varys said seriously. "Lord Tyrion, my little bird told me that after you left yesterday, Queen Cersei summoned Lord Crab." Tyrion's eyes moved, and he scratched his head in distress. "My sister is really simple and straightforward." Tyrion was reflecting. Many times, his mouth was faster than his brain, and this problem really needed to be changed. A smile appeared on Varys' fat face. "Queen Cersei trusts Lord Crab very much? She feels more at ease with a golden cloak in his hands." Tyrion picked up the wine jug, and in order to pour wine for Varys, his whole body almost lay on the table. As he poured the wine, he said, "Lord Varys, do you have a plan?" Varys shook his head slightly, and the smile on his face deepened. "Lord Tyrion, do you think the Queen Mother controls King's Landing with the 6,000 swords of the gold cloaks?" Tyrion supported himself with one hand and held the wine jug with the other hand, and sat back in his chair awkwardly. He poured wine into his glass with his eyes downcast. Tyrion put down the wine flask and stopped thinking. He smiled and said, "Lord Varys, do you have a different opinion?" Varys took a sip of the wine glass and said, "In addition to the 6,000 gold robes, there are 2,000 blue robes of Crab in King's Landing." After a pause, he said with emotion, "The lioness has extraordinary courage, which is really admirable." Tyrion was actually flustered when he heard it, but he seemed confident on the surface. He grinned. "It seems that I have got the wrong direction to solve the problem." Varys' voice contained some concern. "Earl Crab has the compassion of a knight, but his admirable quality is loyalty. At this point, you are already the envied Prime Minister, so I would like to advise you to act cautiously. After all, you are the younger brother of Queen Cersei, and I believe she will not make it too difficult for you." Tyrion shrugged. He also thought about dealing with the position of Prime Minister casually, but he was really itching. Prove his ability to his father? Become a dwarf hero who saves the kingdom? Make all those who laugh at him shut up? There are many more reasons. Tyrion laughed at himself in his heart. Maybe he just wanted to taste the power. Tyrion shook the wine glass in his hand, and his tone became serious. "Lord Varys, thank you for your reminder. Lannister must pay his debts." Varys shook his head slightly. "In fact, I didn't do anything, and I didn't dare to do anything more. I just hope that the rare good people can have an easier time." After speaking, he sighed softly. Varys stood up from his chair. "Prime Minister, I will take my leave first." After leaving the chair, Varys rubbed his powdered hands and said, "Lord Tyrion, before I go, can I ask you a riddle?" Without waiting for Tyrion to answer, he said, "3 prominent people are sitting in a room. One is the king, one is a septon, and the last is a rich man. There is a sellsword standing between them. This man is of humble origin and mediocre talent. Each prominent person orders him to kill the other 2. The king says, 'I am your legal king, and I command you to kill them.' The septon says, I ask you in the name of the gods in heaven to kill them. The rich man says, kill them, and I will give you all my gold, silver and jewels. Guess, who will die and who will live? After speaking, Varys nodded slightly, stepped on soft-soled slippers, and hurriedly left the tavern. Tyrion leaned back in his chair and took a sip of wine. The riddle is easy to guess. The man with the sword can kill anyone he wants. The prominent people may die, but the man with the sword will not die. Tyrion stared at the wine in the glass. Varys' kindness to him came suddenly, but it was gentle and silent. What is Varys planning? Varys wants to tell him that they can become his own people? Tyrion feels that Varys is not as timid as he appears to be. He has served the Mad King and Robert, and is still serving as an important minister in front of the new king. Eunuchs are not simple. None of this is important. He is now alone and weak. And he urgently needs to win over some people who can stand on his side. Tyrion took a sip of wine. He is not at the stage where he can be picky. Now he only sees whether it is worth winning over, or whether he can win over. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden sound not only interrupted Tyrion's meditation, but also startled Tyrion. Is it the sound of the window closing? Tyrion grabbed the back of the chair with one hand and stood on the seat. The candlelight flickered, and the tavern became a little dim. Tyrion realized that he was the only one here. Tyrion did not hesitate at all. His guards were outside, and he had to meet them as soon as possible. Tap 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 as the footsteps came, a tall figure gradually became clear in Tyrion's sight. Tyrion's eyes widened slightly. Green. Tyrion sat back in the chair. The person sitting opposite him was Varys just now, but now it became Green. Green spread his hands and said, Prime Minister Tyrion, does it look like Varys deliberately led you here? Tyrion's face was serious. Where are my little servants and guards? Green slowly raised one hand and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Tyrion's eyes became sharp. He stared at Green. The man opposite him did not change his expression. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was very heavy. After a moment of silence, Tyrion narrowed his eyes slightly and said word by word, Green, has Cersei slept with you? The dull atmosphere was immediately broken, and Green smiled with his face raised. Tyrion grinned. If you don't mind, tell me every detail one by one. Green rubbed his jet black hair and said helplessly, no wonder Queen Cersei always wants to hang your head on the city wall. Tyrion laughed first, then said seriously, Green, I'm sorry, my mouth sometimes likes to run ahead of my brain. Well, especially in front of my dear sister. Green tapped the table lightly with his slender fingers. Tyrion, in the name of the Regent Queen Mother, I ask you something. Tyrion smiled and said, hey, I didn't do anything to let my sister down. Her brother is good and obedient. She is definitely a lucky sister. Green prompted, the head of the mountain. Tyrion's smile froze. He thought for a while and suddenly said, did you guess it? Green tapped his chin lightly. Tyrion scratched his hair and complained, Green, I hate your cleverness. He paused and said, what did you guess? Green smiled and said, marriage. Tyrion's voice was filled with expectation. Cersei shouldn't know, right? Green shrugged, in the name of the Queen Regent, I am questioning you in a friendly manner. Tyrion leaned weakly against the back of the chair, holding his forehead, and said, I can explain, my beloved sister. I did this for. Tyrion straightened up suddenly, grabbing the table with both hands, and said, what else did you say to my beautiful, charming, gentle and kind sister Cersei? Chapter 181 Barter. Glenn Crab smiled and said, Princess Myrcella Baratheon. Tyrion Lannister covered his face with his hands. The seven gods. After a pause, he leaned back in his chair and said weakly, Glenn, how did you guess it? Tyrion, this is not difficult to guess. Tyrion's eyes moved, and he said, everyone knows that the Prince of Dorne is a sentimental man, and the Dornish have not forgotten their hatred for the Lannisters. Glenn shook his head slightly. The Prince of Dorne is the leader of Dorne. Personal feelings will not override the interests of Dorne. Everyone knows that the current situation in the Seven Kingdoms is very favorable to them. Tyrion straightened up. Glenn, the Prince of Dorne is proud and arrogant. How could he easily give up his deep hatred? He seemed to be asking and answering himself, and then said, first, use the head of the mountain to appease the self-esteem of the Dornish people. Glenn shrugged. Isn't it easy to guess? Tyrion didn't speak. He picked up the wine jug, filled the empty glass with wine, and pushed it to Glenn. He stared at Green and said seriously, Green, will you help me? Green raised his eyebrows and said, Tyrion, your words sound like you want me to betray Queen Mother Cersei. Tyrion picked up the wine glass and shook it gently. My good sister Cersei, she is as gentle as the cruel Meager, as selfless as the mediocre King Aegon, and she has the wisdom of Mad King Aerys. She will never give up, whether others have really made a mistake or it is something she imagined. Her judgment comes from her self-proclaimed intelligence. She can't tell the difference between caution and cowardice, and she won't listen to the truth. The most terrible thing is, she is greedy for power and glory. He stared at Green and said, she will appoint you as the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks because of her trust in you, but it is also easy to shake her trust in you because you are the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks. After listening to Tyrion's words, Green was unmoved. I like the simplicity and directness of Queen Mother Cersei, and it is too tiring to rebuild loyalty with someone else. Tyrion took the wine glass and took a sip of wine. His eyes never left Green. Well, my sister Cersei is really easy to deal with sometimes. After a pause, he put down the wine glass and said, Green, for 300 years, the Crab Claw Peninsula has followed a tradition of direct loyalty to the Queen. Joffrey will have a new queen soon. You won't lose your family's craftsmanship, will you? Green's tone was very calm. Tyrion, have you found the King's Queen candidate? Tyrion was slightly stunned, then sighed. Lady Sansa is actually a very good candidate. If Joffrey marries her, we can get the support of the North, the Riverlands, and the Valley at the same time. It's a pity that my good nephew won the heart of the beauty in a way that is too different from ordinary people. The smile on Green's face gradually dissipated, and he said, Prime Minister Tyrion, King Joffrey is only 13 years old. You can wait until he has a new queen, and then talk to me about the tradition of the Crab Claw Peninsula. Hearing Green's answer, Tyrion wanted to hold his forehead. He wanted it now. Green said, what did you say to Queen Cersei? My good sister was showing off to her good brother that she had the whole of King's Landing firmly in her hands. My mouth was faster than my brain. Tyrion grinned. I asked her, if she controlled the city with a weapon between her legs. Green's eyes trembled slightly. Hearing such words, Cersei's way of thinking would definitely doubt his loyalty. After all, she was not very confident in a minister who had never slept with her. Was Tyrion telling the truth? Was it really because his mouth was faster than his brain as he said? Green retracted his thoughts, stroking the glass with his fingers, and said slowly, Tyrion, I am not interested in joining others. Tyrion's eyes moved slightly, and he smiled and said, Green, I am very curious, what are you interested in now? The Vale. Tyrion was shocked. You have set your sights on Lady Lysa. After a pause, he added as if to convince himself, the days after marriage. It is not impossible to get by if you close your eyes and do things quickly. Green. Tyrion laughed. Green, relax, you have a stern face, which makes me a little nervous. Tyrion laughed on his face, but he was calculating in his heart. He had learned about the grievances between the Vale and the Crab Claw Peninsula. To be precise, the people of the Crab Claw Peninsula were unilaterally full of hatred for the people of the Vale. Green wanted to use the position of the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks in exchange for the Red Castle's support for the revenge action of the Crab Claw Peninsula. Cersei's Red Castle could not protect itself, and they could not send reinforcements. Could it be that the Crab Claw Peninsula wanted to take advantage of the civil strife in the Vale to start a war? If that's the case, how can it be a war of revenge? The two divided gangs have a common enemy. This is simply helping the Vale end the civil strife. Tyrion glanced at Green. How could the man in front of him not have thought of this? Tyrion smiled and probed. Green, before the two uncles of the new king are dealt with, the support of the Red Castle will be limited. You should be aware of this, right? Green nodded slightly. Tyrion continued to test. You are willing to exchange 6,000 gold cloaks for the drums of the Red Castle? In fact, my sister likes to do this kind of thing. Green stopped what he was doing, and looked directly at Tyrion with his brown eyes. That's the second way. He smiled and continued, Tyrion, I believe your wisdom can save the current crisis. After a pause, he added, the premise is that you can bypass Queen Mother Cersei and control King's Landing yourself. Tyrion stared at Green for a while before speaking. Lord Green, can you let me control the 6,000 swords of the Gold Cloaks? Green pointed to Tyrion's hand and said, not the Gold Cloaks. I can send King's Landing to your hands. Tyrion used laughter to cover up his inner excitement and his distrust of Green. Tyrion raised his glass and gestured to Green. He liked Green's praise very much, and Green's proposal was also very attractive, but he doubted Green's true purpose. Tyrion took a sip, and the delicious red wine slowly slid down his throat. Will Green hurt him? Could Green's actions today be instigated by his sister who loves him deeply? If Green can really help him control King's Landing. Thinking of this, Tyrion had to admit that it was too tempting. Tyrion stretched out a finger and scratched his cheek. He seemed to want to see his sister's frustrated look, which must be more charming. Green stood up. Prime Minister Tyrion. Please think about it slowly. Green paused beside Tyrion's chair. He reached out and patted Tyrion's small shoulder. If you don't want to be imprisoned in the Black Prison, I suggest you contact the Duke of Casterly Rock as soon as possible. You must at least let Queen Cersei temporarily believe that Prime Minister Tyrion is just a good son who runs errands for his father. Tyrion called Green. Hey, my friend, you can stay and we can talk again. Green was almost at the door. He tilted his head and said, I refuse invitations without sincerity. After that, he threw his blue cloak embroidered with swamp marigolds and left the tavern directly. After finishing the work, my body was very tired and I felt like I had been boiled. I'm not in a good mood. I wrote and deleted and wrote again. I tortured myself to the point of being unrecognizable. I'm going to bed early today and try to catch up as soon as possible. Chapter 182 Barter 2. Outside the tavern, Green Crab jumped on his horse and looked towards the corner not far away where the gold cloaks were surrounding them. They were still checking the objects of the check, a boy, 10 red cloaks, and 12 horses. Let's go. Green retracted his gaze and lightly kicked the horse's belly. Podrick Payne saw the gold cloaks who had just asked fierce questions suddenly leave. He blinked in confusion, but then realized something. His pupils shrank and he immediately ran towards the tavern. Podrick ran into Tyrion who had just walked out of the tavern. He hurriedly said, My lord, are you okay? Podrick stuttered more severely in his anxiety. Tyrion grinned and imitated the boy's words, No, nothing. Although Tyrion knew that Green was not a bloodthirsty person, he was still in a better mood when he saw his servants jumping around. Podrick did not understand Tyrion's humor. The boy was still fidgeting, with a look of annoyance and shame on his face. Half-man Tyrion was very sensitive. He looked at the timid servant and began to wonder if his Uncle Kevin had deliberately chosen a useless little boy as his servant to humiliate his dwarf nephew. Tyrion quickly suppressed his sensitive emotions. He patted the new servant with some sympathy. Strictly speaking, the little boy was also a victim. Cheer up, stand up straight, and don't forget that you are the servant of the lion. Sorry, my lord. Podrick apologized first, and then immediately did as he was told. Tyrion pursed his lips. He suppressed his smile, and said seriously, what happened? Podrick reported everything in detail. In short, they were suddenly surrounded by dozens of gold cloaks. Tyrion pouted, Only a few dozen people caught you? I was surrounded by 100 people just now, Tyrion added in his heart. Well, 1 grim is worth 100 people. Podrick was even more ashamed. As a squire, he was useless for not being able to protect the lord in danger. Fortunately, he escaped unharmed. May the gods bless him. My lord, I will avenge you. Podrick tightly grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist. Tyrion looked at his little squire with a scrutinizing look. Did the little boy seem to be acting cowardly and brave at the same time? Tyrion felt that the little boy might not just be a toy for fun, but he could be trusted a little. Podrick Payne, there are only 100 men. Don't forget the Lannister family craft. A roar of a lion will scare all the enemies away and As he said that, Tyrion patted the little servant's arm and sighed. How do you think dozens of gold robes can slip away by themselves? I saved you. The red robes behind him. Podrick admired him very much. Sir, you are really amazing. Thank you for your rescue. I am ashamed. Tyrion was very satisfied with Podrick's reaction. He pulled Podrick affectionately and decided to reward this lovely servant. I'll take you to taste the taste of tonight. What's that look in your eyes? Are you going to refuse my kindness? Aren't you afraid of the roar of a lion? In the evening, on the way to the Red Castle, Green stopped his horse. He signaled the guards to stay where they were and led a tall and strong tribesman carrying a huge ice sword to another place. Green came to a relatively secluded house, with few people around and a wide view. Seeing Green push the door open, Varys smiled. And Green exchanged greetings with him. After sitting down, Varys personally poured a glass of wine and placed it on Green's table. Earl Green, smuckaberry brown wine familiar. After saying that, Varys first took a sip from his own glass, and squinted his eyes slightly. He seemed to enjoy the taste of the wine. Green raised the glass and took a sip, smooth and not astringent. Varys smiled and said, "How is it?" Green's lips curled slightly, and he praised, "It's moderately sweet and has a moderate aftertaste." "Lord Varys, your new hobby is enviable." Varys chuckled, and he seemed to use laughter to cover up his pride that he could not hide. "Having a new hobby also feels like trying a new life. I never dreamed that my little birds that people hate finally have a new use." Varys sighed. "Fine wine, delicious food, all kinds of fine wine, all kinds of delicious food. I didn't expect that these things that I didn't usually notice could make me sleep peacefully." Green's eyes trembled slightly. He raised his glass to signal, and said, "Lord Varys, congratulations." Varys smiled and shook his head. He changed the subject. The two met privately not to share a little hobby. "Earl Green, my little bird just happened to hear an interesting news." Green raised his eyebrows, put down the glass, and looked at Varys. "Bastard." After saying that, Varys looked at Green motionlessly, and the smile on his fat face gradually deepened. Green murmured, "Bastard." After a pause, he whispered, "Joffrey." When Green finished speaking, Varys was stunned for a moment. The next moment, the smile on his face disappeared. He looked left and right, leaned forward, and said in a low voice, "You know." Green shrugged slightly. "Lord Varys, there is no smoke without fire." Varys breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Earl Green, rumors are just rumors after all. Don't take them seriously. It's too dangerous." "I understand. We are family, so I have not hidden my suspicions from you, Lord Varys." Varys nodded slightly, showing a kind expression. After a pause, he suddenly said, "I'm talking about a bastard from the north." Green frowned and said, "Duke Ned's bastard, Jon Snow." Varys' eyes sparkled. "Green, with your wisdom, haven't you ever suspected that bastard?" Green asked in confusion. "Just a bastard, what's the matter?" After a pause, his eyes moved slightly, and his voice became more serious. "Did you hear anything?" The two looked at each other for a while, and Varys smiled slightly. "The child left King's Landing early this morning. His destination is Essos across the narrow sea." Green nodded. "I know about this too. It was arranged by Duke Ned. He thought it would be safer there." He sighed and continued, "Jon's swordsmanship is excellent. I wanted to take him as my squire." "What a pity." Varys held the wide cuffs with one hand and picked up the golden wine jug with the other. As he poured the wine, he said, "They are trying to protect you." Green took the wine jug handed to him by Varys and said, "Lord Varys, why do you say that?" Varys made a gesture of invitation and said slowly, "The child did something very strange before he left." He took a sip of wine and continued, "The child kept asking about old stories in various taverns. He is very smart, but his experience is a little insufficient. My little bird soon discovered his abnormality." Essos. Green stopped talking and denied this possibility. He looked at Varys. "If that's the case, you wouldn't call it abnormal." Varys smiled. "Lord Green, you are very smart. My little bird certainly won't be attracted by such things." After a pause, his voice seemed to be mixed with emotion, and then he said, "He specifically looks for older people who are drunk, and he generously pays for the wine. The child seems to be looking for his parents who have been separated since childhood. It's really heartbreaking." Green's eyes moved. "Is Jon looking for his biological mother?" He thought for a while, and then said, "Could it be? Whose mother is a lady from which family?" Varys' eyes observed Green's every expression and movement. "That child is very smart. The person he really wants to inquire about is hidden among many names, but two of the names are too conspicuous." "Whose name?" "One is Lyanna Stark. The other is..." Varys met Green's gaze and said word by word, "Rhaegar Targaryen." After Varys finished speaking, Green seemed to suddenly associate something with something, and whispered to himself, "How is it possible?" Varys withdrew his gaze from Green. He stared at the wine in the glass and sighed. "Yeah, it's really unexpected." Green looked at the round window in the house, where the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled with a faint golden layer. Green said, "Lyanna, Rhaegar, a bastard." Varys added, "Wrong Spring, Dorne's Tower of Joy, a bastard." Green turned his eyes to Varys. "Without your hint, even if these clues were placed in front of me, I would probably not be able to associate anything else. Your wisdom is really admirable." Green stroked his chest, and, "Thank you very much for your honesty, Lord Varys. It's just a little trick in intelligence gathering." Varys nodded slightly and smiled kindly. "We are allies, so we should naturally help each other." Outside the door, Green looked at the sky. The clouds on the horizon were dyed with rich warm colors, golden, orange, deep purple, like a delicate canvas. Green nodded his chin towards the sword-bearing soldier standing beside him and took a step. Since the last riot in King's Landing, Varys naturally has a hobby, that is, tasting fine wines from all over the world. When Varys met with him privately, he was happy to share the new wine he collected, each time different. Not counting today, Green has tasted 3 kinds of wine from SYNOPSIS from Varys. The first time was the yellow wine of Giscari, the second time was the apricot wine of Meereen, and the third time was the sweet wine of Volantis. Varys was deliberately creating a moment of relaxation without leaving any trace, and letting him get used to the relaxation of that moment without leaving any trace. Will the wine in the cup be replaced with poison wine one day? Green looked around, and the breeze in the evening brushed across his cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. One day this will be a good place to bury someone. When Green returned to the team and rode on his horse, the color of the sky gradually deepened, and the dark blue night sky was dotted with stars. Let's go. Green sat on the horse and looked at the outline of the red castle looming in the distance. Since Varys Littlebird has already set its sights on Jon, it will be difficult for him to escape the palm of the octopus spider. Are the 4 Targaryen descendants going to gather together? Thinking of this, Green's brown eyes trembled. Green pulled the reins and adjusted the direction of the horse. The food crisis in King's Landing is getting worse and worse. In the near future, it is very likely that only suppression can be used to stabilize public order. King's Landing. Essos. Targaryen. Vale. Lord Green missed Robert I very much, and his loyalty remained unchanged. He dared not forget the important task left to him by the former king. Vale, Eyrie. When Catelyn Tully arrived at the Eyrie, the sun had risen high. Maester Common, who was thin, uneasy, with too little hair and too long neck, helped Catelyn out of the hanging basket. Maester Common wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and said, "Lady Catelyn, your arrival is a pleasant surprise. Your sister was very happy to hear about your visit." Catelyn looked back at the basket and said, "I never thought that one day I would go up the mountain with Radish." She looked at Maester Common and continued, "Maester Common, you said you were looking forward to meeting my sister Lyssa." Maester Common's face became nervous. He said respectfully, "Lady Catelyn, I have sent a message to your sister. She asked you to wake her up as soon as you arrive." Catelyn tightened her brown cloak and said, "She must have slept soundly last night." Catelyn and Maester Common left the wench room where the basket was operated and stopped when they approached the spiral staircase. Catelyn blinked in disbelief when she saw the figure she saw. She wanted to confirm whether it was an illusion. She saw Petyr Baelish, who was dressed upright, standing in front with his hands behind his back and a gentle face. "Littlefinger," Petyr waved at Maester Common. His voice was hoarse and elegant. "Maester Common, leave this to me." Hearing this, Maester Common looked at Catelyn, and seeing that she had no objection, he bowed slightly and left. Petyr took a step and approached Catelyn, who was standing there. "Kate, we haven't seen each other for a long time." "How many years have you seen each other?" Catelyn looked at Petyr in front of her. In her memory, Petyr used to be a thin boy, but now he has become a thin man, and he's even shorter than her. He has a little beard on his chin, and there are few silver threads in his black hair, but his appearance is as sharp as she remembered, and he has a pair of gray-green eyes full of smiles. Catelyn ignored the intimacy in Petyr's words. "Why are you here?" "I am Lady Lyssa's reinforcement," Petyr first answered Catelyn casually, and then said with concern, "You look very bad, you need to rest." Petyr stared at Catelyn. His eyes were like the blue sea. She became beautiful and elegant, even more charming. Petyr's hand slowly stretched out to Catelyn's cheek. She frowned and took a step back. His hand stopped in midair, and trembled slightly without being noticed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Barter 3. Catelyn Tully's voice contained a warning. Petyr withdrew his hand with a flex of his fingers and said, "Lady Catelyn, I absolutely did not mean to offend you. I thought." Before he finished speaking, he shook his head slightly with a bitter look on his face. Petyr's expression evoked Catelyn's vivid memories. He had been cunning and clever since he was a child. Every time he got into trouble, he would always look regretful. This was his natural ability. Seeing that Catelyn was distracted, Petyr said gently, "Kate, you shouldn't be here." Catelyn blinked, and Petir's intimate address made her frown. There was a little anger in her voice. Petir, you should call me Lady Stark, or Lady Catelyn. Petir shrugged slightly. Yes, Lady Catelyn, you can call me Littlefinger, just like when we were little. Catelyn felt the loss hidden in Petir's joking words, and she softened her heart. Littlefinger was her father's adopted son, and they had beautiful childhood memories. She loved him, but that was the love of a sister for her brother. Thinking of this, Catelyn was no longer soft-hearted. Whether for him or for herself, there should be no intimate behavior between the two of them. She changed the subject directly and said coldly, Petir, aren't you the Chancellor? Why are you in the Eyrie? Petir sighed lightly. Lady Catelyn, didn't you hear about the Alliance of the Righteous on your way here? After a pause, he continued, what a nice name. I think the name of the Rebel Alliance is more appropriate. After that, Petir turned sideways, stretched out a hand, and made a gesture of invitation. Catelyn nodded her chin lightly and took a step. While walking, Catelyn glanced at Petir beside her. I heard some incredible news from Uncle Brynden. Petir's eyes flickered. It's really incredible. He turned his head to look at Catelyn, and the smile on his face was a little bitter. So, you should know now why I am here, right? She. Lyssa. Littlefinger. If that sudden duel hadn't happened, maybe he and I wouldn't have to get along like two strangers. After a moment's silence, Catelyn said, Petir, what do you think? Why would my sister, Lyssa, do such a thing? Catelyn looked straight ahead, and her voice was no longer so cold. Petir's lips curled up slightly. Lady Catelyn, you are a good wife. You choose to believe your husband, but my choice is to believe Lady Lyssa. He scratched his forehead lightly with one index finger, and said, what is the motto of your Tully family? Catelyn's throat was dry, and she said stiffly, family, responsibility, honor. After that, she looked at Petir and said coldly, Ned is my husband, Lyssa is my sister. I very much hope that all this is a misunderstanding, otherwise I would not have walked into the hanging basket. Madam, you misunderstood me. Petir sighed and continued to explain, family, responsibility, honor, each of these requires you to stay in Winterfell in accordance with Duke Eddard's instructions. He paused and said seriously, please leave this to me and let me take you away. Catelyn also stopped and frowned. Petir, you seem to be saying that my sister will be bad for me as her sister. Petir spread his hands. Kate, I'm in a difficult situation. I don't want you to mistakenly think that I am trying to sow discord between you sisters. We are old friends. I hope you can choose to believe me once. Catelyn's eyes trembled slightly. She stared at Littlefinger with a sincere face and said, Petir, I only believe your truth. Petir hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, the truth is that Lyssa feels that your family has betrayed her. He added, the truth is that I pleaded for Lyssa, and your Prime Minister husband not only removed the position I had worked so hard to climb, but also put me in a cell. Catelyn murmured, how is it possible? She opened her eyes wide and said firmly, Petir, I believe Ned. He has a fair heart. Petir shrugged. Lady Catelyn, Lady Lyssa can't accept it either. He showed a helpless look, and then said, you are right to believe in your husband. Lyssa is right to be angry. What about me? We both have the same goal, which is to resolve this misunderstanding. Old friends should help each other. Of course, I reserve my own opinion on Duke Eddard's treatment, but this will not affect the friendship between you, Lyssa, and me. He smiled and joked, at least I don't like your husband for the time being, and I hope you can understand that your husband locked me in a room with no light at all. He is really ruthless. Knock, knock. Petir put his left hand behind his waist and raised his right hand to knock on the door. His movements were very elegant. Without waiting for a response from the inside, Petir opened the door. He turned his head and looked at Catelyn, with a smile on his lips. Lady Catelyn, please come in. His eyes moved slightly, and he said, Lyssa specifically told you not to wait outside the door. Catelyn nodded slightly and took a step. Lyssa was in front of the dressing table, wearing a nightgown. Her long reddish-brown hair was untied, falling over her bare shoulders and down her back. A maid stood behind Lyssa, combing her hair that had become tangled from sleep. Oh, Catelyn, how good it is to see you. As soon as Catelyn appeared, Lyssa immediately stood up with a smile, ran across the room, and hugged her sister tightly. My dear sister, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Lyssa hugged Catelyn and murmured, oh, it's really been a long time. The two hadn't seen each other for 5 years. Catelyn felt it for Lyssa. Those 5 years were cruel. Time has left its mark on her. Her sister was 2 years younger than her, but now she looked older than herself. Lissa was originally shorter than Catelyn, and now she was fat, and her face looked pale and bloated. Catelyn hugged Lissa and remembered the slender girl who stood beside her at the wedding in the September in Riverrun. Now the only beauty of her sister was the fluffy, soft, reddish-brown long hair that flowed to her waist. Catelyn's eyes turned red, and she whispered, "Lissa, it's good to see you." Lady Lissa looked at Petyr, who was watching the sisters reunite with a gentle expression, and said, "Lord Petyr, thank you for sending my sister here." Petyr stared into Lissa's eyes and nodded slightly. "It's just a small favor. I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye." After saying that, he nodded to Catelyn, who was looking over, and whispered to the maid in the room, and left together. As soon as the door closed, Lissa's face changed, and she immediately threw Catelyn's hand away. Lissa's face turned like a dark cloud covering the sun. She scolded, "Kate, what conspiracy do you and your husband have? Why did you frame me?" Catelyn couldn't believe her ears. She was shocked and said, "Plot? Frame?" She wanted to grab her sister's hand, but was dodged. "Lissa, how could I hurt you? I came to help you." The fire in the fireplace was blazing, but Lissa's voice was not warm at all. "I wrote to you specifically to warn you to stay away from Lannister, but your husband framed me as a murderer." "Gods, Catelyn, are you here to trick me into admitting the crime your husband fabricated?" After saying that, Lissa stretched out her hands and grabbed Catelyn's wrists tightly. Lissa was very strong. When she pulled, Catelyn staggered and almost fell. "Kate, you are dreaming. You can't succeed. The valley belongs to my son. You can't take it away from me." Catelyn was furious. What sisterly love is, she didn't know it now. She shook off Lissa's fat hand with force and said angrily, "Lissa, do you know what you are saying? What you said is a false accusation. The North has the most land. Who would care about your valley?" Lissa mocked. "Oh, don't you always complain to me in your letters that there is only snow in the North?" Catelyn counterattacked. "The North stretches from the Great Wall in the north to the Neck in the south, which is equivalent to the total area of the other 6 kingdoms. Oh, no wonder you complain about snow everywhere. You, admit it, you just have your eyes on the fertile land in the valley." "Absolutely not, I can swear to you." "Oh, my husband also swore that he would protect us mother and son forever, but did he do it?" "Gods, please do not forgive those who make promises easily but cannot keep them. You. Catelyn was speaking loudly, but Lissa was almost shouting. Both of them might be tired, and now they just glared at each other. The room fell into an eerie silence. "Mom," a small voice suddenly came, attracting Catelyn and Lissa's attention. Robert Arryn, the Duke of the Eyrie, was standing by the door of the inner room. He was holding a tattered doll and looking at them with wide eyes. Little Robert was pitifully thin, smaller than other children of the same age, with a sickly face and trembling from time to time. "Are you playing a game, little baby?" Lissa exclaimed, turned around, and her heavy robes spun around. She ran over and hugged her son. She looked at little Robert with tenderness on her face, then pointed at Catelyn. When she looked at her sister, her eyes were still sharp. "This is your Aunt Catelyn. She is my sister, the Lady of Winterfell. Do you remember her?" Little Robert looked at Catelyn blankly for a while, and he blinked and said, "I think I remember." Catelyn had not yet recovered from her previous anger. She tried her best to force a gentle smile. The last time she saw little Robert, he was not even a year old. How could he remember her? Catelyn couldn't help but glance at her sister again. She felt that her sister was a little strange. They had quarreled many times, but today's quarrel was like they had practiced it countless times. Her sister's speech was unusually fluent. Chapter 184 The True Dragon's New Plan. Lissa Tully first pulled little Robert to sit down by the fire, then looked at her sister. "Do you think he is handsome? In fact, he is also very strong. Don't listen to the rumors outside. John knows it very well. He told me personally that the species is strong and tough." This was his last words. He kept repeating little Robert's name and grabbed my hand hard until there was blood. He wanted me to tell them that the species is strong and tough. This is his species. He wants everyone to know that my little baby will grow up to be a strong man. Catelyn Tully glanced at little Robert, who stretched out his little hand to tear off Lissa's pajamas, and advised, "Lissa, I am your sister. I want to help you. I want to know the truth." After a pause, she said firmly, "No matter what the truth is, I will definitely help you." Lissa scolded. "Shut up," Lissa suddenly scolded, and little Robert was so scared that he dropped the doll in his hand on the carpet and hugged his mother tightly. "You scared my son, my dear sister." After scolding him, Lissa coaxed the trembling little Robert softly, My dear little baby, don't be afraid, Mom is here, everything will be fine. Is this still her sister? Where is her upbringing? She is just like... Lady Catelyn had a hard time holding back her anger. Lyssa skillfully lifted up the nightgown, and little Robert began to suck eagerly. Catelyn was really speechless. This is actually Jon Arryn's son? She thought of her own little son. Rickon was only 3 years old, only half the age of little Robert, but several times more energetic than him. She sincerely hoped that little Robert would grow up healthily, but now she was quite pessimistic about his future. Lyssa stroked her son's hair gently and said proudly, Kate, little Robert is the Duke of the Eyrie and the Guardian of the Vale. Catelyn still wanted to persuade her. Lyssa, war is very likely to break out under the current situation. Lyssa's tenderness suddenly disappeared. Glancing at her son in her arms, she lowered her voice filled with anger. Isn't it your husband's conspiracy? My son and I could have lived a good life, but he destroyed the peace of the Vale, she added. Put away your false concern. Your conspiracy will eventually fail. My son and I will be fine because no one can attack here. Catelyn had the urge to slap her sister in the face and said, Lyssa, there is no unbreakable castle in the world. Let me help you, no one can break into my son's eyrie. Lyssa retorted first, then said, of course you have to help me. No, she looked at her sister with resentment and continued, now I want to deal with you and give you a chance to atone for your sins. Catelyn said in disbelief, are you crazy, Lyssa? Lyssa ignored Catelyn, looked down at her son, and whispered, little darling, do you like your aunt very much? Let her stay here, okay? Little Robert stammered, stay, here. Lyssa touched little Robert's head. She looked at Catelyn, and a strange smile gradually appeared on her face. This smile made people shudder. Little Robert's good aunt, you can live here from now on. We mother and son will take good care of you. Without waiting for Catelyn's response, the smile on her face disappeared instantly, and she said coldly, you won't refuse the kindness of the Duke of the Eyrie, right? Little Robert stuck his head out, excitedly and eagerly said, let her fly. Let her fly. Lyssa rubbed little Robert's hair and murmured, this is a good idea. This is indeed a good idea. Catelyn's pupils shrank sharply, and she opened her mouth, but she couldn't make a sound. Essos, Viserys, formerly Cantus, city-state. Goose. Daenerys Targaryen, who was reading the letter, suddenly laughed. Her laughter was as clear as a silver bell, lingering in the room. Daenerys laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward, covering her lower abdomen with one hand and her mouth with the other, trying to control her laughter, but to no avail. Barona and Asanna were stunned at first, and then they were also infected by Daenerys' laughter and smiled happily. Daenerys laughed very hard, and she asked for help. Help me, I can't laugh anymore. Whose letter is it? The letter written by King Green to Daenerys after Duke Ed arrived in King's Landing. It sailed across the ocean and arrived today. Green is careful. He learned from his contact in Pentos that the poor little princess likes small stories that make people feel happy, so he wrote a lot of interesting things he experienced in the Red Castle in the letter. True stories, plus a little exaggeration. It is indeed interesting and can satisfy girls' curiosity. Green used pseudonyms, such as Duke of Joy, Duke of Ironface, Eggman, Mustache, etc. The story that made Daenerys laugh painfully was, when Green had just arrived at King's Landing, the incident that happened in the September of Beeler, and the Eggman in it was the bursting point of laughter. Chapters 117-118. Daenerys rubbed her cheeks, and her violet eyes reluctantly left the letters on the table, and said, Asanna, have the people who delivered the letters been settled? Asanna nodded and said, Princess Daenerys, everything has been arranged, please rest assured. Barona coughed lightly and said, yes, you need to have a good rest. They also have the important responsibility of escorting Her Royal Highness the Princess to reply to the letter. Daenerys glanced at Barona, who was trying hard to hold back her laughter, and smiled and said, you are very thoughtful. Let's have a drink together. I am so happy today. I, Daenerys, am a real dragon, and real dragons do not hide their love. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. After waiting for the response, Dick came in with a wine jug. Dick bowed slightly. Your Highness, please forgive me for being so presumptuous. When I passed by, I accidentally heard laughter. I boldly guessed that you needed good wine at this moment. Dick's figure was still very thin. He deliberately added the accent of the trade gang when he spoke, and his manners were deliberately elegant. Daenerys' silver hair set off her porcelain white skin. Her smile was gentle. Dick, you are always thoughtful. Thank you. Dick's eyes turned habitually. Hearing the princess's praise, he couldn't help but feel excited. Your Highness, thank you for your praise. It is my honor to serve you. I will serve you more wholeheartedly and have the confidence to do everything you ask me to do, because I am, Asana said expressionlessly. Smart Dick. Verona laughed. Daenerys' eyes narrowed into two crescents. In order to maintain her dignity, she tried her best to hold back her laughter. Dick was angry, but he held back after glancing at Asana's exposed strong arms. Asana's short black hair was neatly trimmed, and her dark eyes were bright and sharp. Compared to the average woman, she was tall, with clear muscle lines on her body, full of strength. Asana felt a gaze sweeping over her, and her eyes moved, looking at Dick. She had been holding back a lot of anger recently because she lost to Jorah Mormont in the swordsmanship contest, and she remembered that Dick was particularly happy at the time. Seeing Dick's evasive gaze, Asana just raised an eyebrow and retracted her gaze. Daenerys pursed her lips, paused for a moment, and said, Smart Dick, I look forward to your performance. After that, she turned her eyes to Asana and said, Asana, it's just a failure. I asked Ser Jorah for advice. He told me that you are mainly not used to fighting in armor. This can be compensated through training. He is actually looking forward to the next competition with you. Although Asana looked no different from usual on the surface, Daenerys had long noticed that she was suppressing her anger because of losing to Ser Jorah. Daenerys' lips curved slightly. She liked Verona's cheerfulness and Asana's purity. The two of them around her made her feel at ease. Although busy, Daenerys was very satisfied with the current situation. She looked at the map of Westeros hanging on the wall, her eyes fixed on the location of the valley, and she was looking forward to the days after helping her brother win the Iron Throne. Asana blushed for a rare moment and said, Princess Daenerys, I will definitely defeat Ser Jorah next time. Daenerys smiled and nodded her chin. Verona took the silver wine jug from Dick's hand and poured a glass of wine for everyone present. Daenerys took a sip of summer red. This was her favorite taste, which was full of wonderful memories. There was only her and him there. Daenerys' eyes moved slightly, and she suddenly said, Dick, where's Viserys? Dick was Viserys' close minister, and he usually stayed by his brother's side. Seeing Dick still staying here and chatting with Verona, she asked the doubts in her heart. Dick restrained his smile and replied, Your Highness, His Majesty Viserys is sleeping. He is drunk. After Dick finished speaking, Daenerys looked out the window. The sunlight outside was bright and dazzling. Daenerys frowned and said, Has he drunk too much before noon? After a pause, she asked, What's the reason? Dick hesitated and said, Your Highness, it's because of the name of the Legion. His Majesty Viserys is angry. The name of the Legion is the Legion of the True Dragon, but everyone likes to call it the Princess's Legion or Daenerys' Legion in private, he added. He heard a lot, and he also said, Daenerys raised her eyebrows. What else did he say? Dick raised his eyes to look at Daenerys, who had a calm expression, and said cautiously, The drunken Majesty asked me to call him the Puppet King, and he said he was his sister's puppet toy. Daenerys took a breath and said calmly, Dick, can you please find a way to prevent your brother from getting drunk every day? I know my brother will not listen to advice he doesn't like, but at least don't let him get drunk during the day. Dick opened his mouth. He wanted to agree, but he really didn't have the confidence to do this well, because His Majesty Viserys really didn't like other people's obstacles, and the same was true for everything. I hurt my brother last time. Now he won't listen to a word I say. My brother trusts you very much? I'm not giving orders. This is just a request, Dick, is that okay? Daenerys' voice was very calm, but his body trembled when he heard the last sentence. Dick glanced at Princess Daenerys, who was looking at him gently, and said with difficulty, Your Highness, I will try my best. He gritted his teeth and continued, I can do it, please rest assured. Daenerys nodded slightly. She glanced at the people present and said, I'm a little tired. I want to rest for a while. The room was very quiet. Daenerys walked slowly to the window with a glass of wine. The sun was high in the sky, radiating endless light to the whole earth. It was a good day today. After standing for a while, Daenerys wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. Why didn't her brother trust her at all? Why couldn't he be more patient with her? Daenerys even secretly envied Dick, because her brother treated him better than his own sister, much better. She dared not forget the promise with her brother for a moment, and she never forgot the promise no matter how tired she was. After going south, as her knowledge increased, Daenerys actually had a better way to help her brother. Almost everyone told Daenerys that her brother would not be a good king, and his usual words and deeds also told everyone that he would not be a qualified king. As time went by, many unpleasant things happened between her and her brother, and Daenerys couldn't help but doubt whether her brother could be a good king, but she never wavered in her confidence in him. Daenerys believed that her brother was full of hatred for the usurper because he witnessed the destruction of the Targaryen dynasty with his own eyes. Daenerys believed that it was the strong hatred that made her brother what he is now. She believed that when her brother killed his enemies and sat on the Iron Throne, he would definitely become a good king loved by everyone. Daenerys' vision became blurred as she could not stop crying. Cruelty. With power, Viserys would become cruel, a cruelty that was fair both internally and externally. Daenerys was sure of this result, so she did not dare to give up power. Moreover, the most important thing was that she needed time to fulfill her promise to her brother, rather than getting caught up in a strange power grab. If she gave in now for her brother's happiness, what else could she use to help her brother get the troops to take back the Iron Throne? Neither she nor her brother could afford to lose, and she did not understand why her brother was so. Daenerys wiped away her tears. Viserys was her only relative in this world, and she was very afraid of losing her brother. The sun was very dazzling, and Daenerys narrowed her eyes slightly. Ser Jorah's advice did indeed alert Daenerys. She was worried that even with 10,000 troops, Viserys would die on the expedition, and the murderer might be one of his own. What kind of troops would be loyal and swear to protect their brother's safety no matter what Viserys was like before his revenge? The Unsullied, those loyal warriors she had met in Magister Illyrio's palace when she was in Pentos. Yes, this was exactly the best solution Daenerys had thought of. She believed that 10,000 Unsullied would swear to protect her brother's safety during the conquest of Westeros until Viserys completed his revenge and took back the Iron Throne. Daenerys closed her eyes and prayed to the gods, hoping that Viserys would be a little more patient. Chapter 185, Count of Crab Claw Peninsula. Green Crab's ears moved slightly. He looked up and looked into the distance, and said, "If you think of Queen Cersei as a man, you will understand it easily." Hearing this, Tyrion Lannister grinned at Green. "You really know how to." Green turned his head to look at him, and his brown eyes told him, "This is not a joke," and Tyrion's smile gradually faded. On the white marble steps under the gate of Meagher's tower, there were two figures, one big and one small, sitting. They were Green and Tyrion. Green was very busy these days. The commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks had a lot of affairs to do, but he still took time out. He first cordially took Lancel Lannister to meet King Joffrey, then cordially asked about the recent situation of Grand Maester Pycelle, and then about his transactions and plans with Tyrion. On the stairs behind them was Cersei Lannister, who had just walked out of the gate. When she first discovered the two, she was dazed for a moment and mistakenly thought that Jaime had returned. Queen Cersei had seen similar scenes many times in her memory. The lioness usually disdains to eavesdrop on other people's conversations, but today she may have suddenly been in the mood and wanted to listen. Queen Cersei signaled the people around her to stay and walk down the stairs alone. The wind direction today was just right, and she didn't need to get too close to hear clearly. Tyrion pondered for a moment and said, "So, the men in the Red Castle are all delicate beauties in my sister's eyes." Green smiled lightly. "Lord Tyrion, you underestimate Queen Cersei. In her eyes, the men here are at most female prostitutes." The more I think about it, the more right it is." Tyrion's laughter sounded like a sigh, and he said again, "My good sister is worthy of being the lioness of the Lannister family. It's really surprising. I didn't expect that the person who knows Cersei best would be you. I think you understand her better than the old man of the seven gods." Green smiled and shook his head. Tyrion sighed, paused, and said, "No one would think like you. Most people prefer to believe their own eyes. Facts or rumors will eventually be detrimental to her rule." Green asked, "Do you think Queen Cersei is afraid of other people's tongues?" Tyrion was stunned for a moment, and said playfully, "My good sister would rather pull out other people's tongues." Green reached out and patted Tyrion's little shoulder, saying, "So, the Prime Minister's task is to pull out whoever's tongue Queen Cersei wants to pull out." Tyrion couldn't help but tremble, and said in shock, "They will hate me to death, and I will die?" Green said directly, "You are a Lannister, you can't hide." Tyrion scratched his hair. "I should have known that the old lion would never give me a good job. He hates me more than Cersei," he said again. "Lord Green, do I still have time to lick the shoes of the Regent Queen Mother?" Green shrugged slightly. "May the gods bless you." Tyrion reached out and grabbed Green's arm, and continued to ask, "Is it too late?" Green was silent for a while, and said, "You are Lannisters after all. I think Queen Cersei may give you a chance, provided that she can see your loyalty." "I was just joking with you just now." Tyrion coughed lightly, and then said, "Green, you shouldn't trust your eyes too much. In fact, the relationship between us siblings is very deep. We just joke in a different way from other families. We love each other." His eyes turned and whispered, "Hey, I'll tell you a secret of my sister." "Listen." "What secret?" Queen Cersei's cold voice suddenly sounded, and Tyrion jumped up directly, and then turned around and stood up strangely. Tyrion blinked and forced a smile on his face. "Beautiful and charming Regent Queen, please allow me to pay tribute to you." After that, he knelt on one knee in front of Queen Cersei and bowed his head. Queen Cersei stared at the humble dwarf prime minister with her green eyes for a while, snorted coldly, and said, "Watch your tongue, Tyrion." Tyrion stroked his chest and said, "I will definitely remember, honorable Regent Queen." Queen Cersei's eyes moved, glanced at Green standing beside her, and slowly walked down the stairs. Tyrion first saw wine-red boots, and then was covered by the wine-red skirt. Tyrion, with his head down, sighed softly. Fortunately, he really couldn't do it. Queen Cersei's voice came from above Tyrion, "I have something urgent to do. Today, the inspection of the defense of Rivergate, King's Landing people like to call it Mudgate, is left to you, Prime Minister Tyrion." After saying that, she glanced at Green again. Tyrion said respectfully, "Merciful Regent Queen, this is my honor. I will definitely check every corner carefully. Lord Green, follow me." Queen Cersei turned around and stepped onto the stairs. "As you command, Queen Cersei." Before stepping onto the stairs, Green looked back at Tyrion expressionlessly. Tyrion happened to raise his head, and their eyes met, and they both nodded their chins imperceptibly at the same time. Green followed Queen Cersei silently, passed through the gate and hall of Meagher's tower, and passed through 3 wooden doors. For the first time, he came to the private garden behind Meagher's tower. Green looked around. The garden was full of exotic flowers and plants. They showed colorful colors under the sunlight, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air, fresh and pleasant. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he saw a swing with traces of thyme. Queen Cersei stopped after entering a small pavilion. After a moment of silence with her back turned, Queen Cersei whispered, "I moved this garden from Casterly Rock." Green smelled the scent of a golden dragon from the fragrance of the flowers. Queen Cersei turned around and walked in front of Green. She stared at him for a moment, then suddenly slapped him in the face, but Green dodged it by leaning up slightly. She said angrily, "How dare you dodge?" Green apologized, "Queen Cersei, I am a half-wild warrior. My body moves faster than my brain. Please forgive my body." The lioness eyes flashed with anger, and she interrupted angrily, "Jaime is also a warrior. Why didn't he dodge?" "Green, Jaime was slapped by Cersei." Green immediately pulled back his thoughts that were about to go astray. Green thought about it and gave up making excuses. He first drank a few big mouthfuls of chicken soup from his past life, then gritted his teeth and said, "I will control my body this time." Queen Cersei stared at Green closely, her face ashen, as if it was the sky before a storm. Green's tone was like a test. "Did you hear everything?" Queen Cersei asked coldly. "You too, Lady Green." As she spoke, Queen Cersei reached out her fair hand and gently touched Green's cheek. Not only was her action gentle, but Queen Cersei's expression at this moment also became gentle, and the dark cloud she had seen before seemed to be an illusion. "I didn't mean to hit you, Glyn." "Glyn." Queen Cersei smiled gently. She took Glyn's arm and said, "Glyn, walk with me." While strolling, she told him, "This is where I grew up. This is the only time I can keep my girlhood." She pointed to the swing. "Jane Farman and Melara husband, they are both my childhood friends. We often play there together." She pointed to the crimson flower. "It comes from a distant continent. I also accidentally learned about its existence in books. I begged my father many times to get it for me." She pointed to the bushes. "They tore a hole in my favorite skirt." Queen Cersei paused. There was a layer of light mist in her eyes. She murmured, "It feels like a long time has passed." She slowly let go of Glyn's arm and whispered, "Glyn, kiss me." Queen Cersei buried her head in Glyn's breastplate and whispered, "Glyn, I had a nightmare. It was too real and too scary, Glyn." He patted Queen Cersei on the back and said, "Please don't worry, my sword will protect you, but it's too real, as if it's about to happen." After a pause, Queen Cersei continued, Stannis is a demon. He broke through King's Landing and killed everyone. Queen Cersei left Green's breastplate. She looked up at Green and reached out to touch his cheek. You are still so young, and Stannis didn't even let you go. He is really a devil. This may be a warning from the gods. We must not sit and wait for death. We should cut off the nightmare in advance. Green, for me, for us, I want your sword to be unsheathed. Can you do it? Green did not hesitate at all. He took a step back and knelt on one knee. Queen Cersei, there is no greater honor than to serve your majesty. The Whispering Castle is at your service. Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly and looked down at Green. There was scrutiny in her eyes. After a pause, she raised her voice and said, I, Cersei of the Lannister family, in the name of Queen Regent and Protector of the Realm, appoint Green Crab as Earl of Crab Claw Peninsula and Protector of Crab Claw Peninsula, and Governor of Crab Claw Peninsula, and grant Green Crab tax authority over all fiefdoms on Crab Claw Peninsula. All lords of Crab Claw Peninsula must regard the Crab Claw family as their feudal lords, and their descendants will inherit this honor from generation to generation for eternity. Green's voice contained suppressed excitement. Queen Regent, thank you for your kindness. Crab Claw Peninsula is at your disposal. Queen Cersei curled the corners of her lips slightly, and said softly, Get up, my Earl of Crab Claw Peninsula. Green's eyes trembled slightly. Although he didn't know what Duke Stannis had done specifically, he must have done something that made Queen Cersei hate him very much. Green stood up and said in a deep voice, Queen Cersei, in your name, tens of thousands of soldiers from the Crab Claw Peninsula will flatten Stannis Dragonstone. Queen Cersei stretched out her hands and grabbed one of Green's hands. She placed Green's palm on her chest. She gently hinted, Lord Green, I will wait for your triumph. On the day of your triumph, I will personally reward you here, in my maiden garden. While thinking about the support he could get from the Red Castle, Green walked out of Meagher's tower. He looked up at the sky. It was covered with dark clouds, blocking the sunlight, making it dark and hazy. The previous scene suddenly emerged in Green's mind. He felt that after Jaime left, Cersei's beauty trap seemed to have become more powerful. Well, no wonder so many heroes were defeated by the beauty trap. It is indeed difficult to resist. Lord Green was very resistant to beauty traps, and he was familiar with Daenerys's inhuman beauty in Pentos, so his physical resistance was greatly improved when facing Queen Mother Cersei. Thinking of Daenerys, Green thought of dragons. Without Daenerys's unfortunate experience, would the Targaryen dragon still appear? The breeze was blowing, with a moist breath, as if to build momentum for the coming rain. Green took a step. After a while, Green would leave King's Landing in the name of capturing the remnants of the Targaryen, but after he returned to the Crab Claw Peninsula, he immediately summoned the army to conquer Dragonstone Island according to Queen Mother Cersei's order and delivered the head of Duke Stannis to her. What did Stannis do? Green had almost guessed the answer. As he walked, Green smiled, and he saw Varys from a distance. The octopus spider was indeed everywhere. Good day, Lord Varys. Good day, Lord Green. The two greeted each other as if they had met by chance, and then walked towards the government hall together. Green spoke first. Lord Varys, what did Lord Stannis do? Varys smiled and said, Lord Green, have you been affected by the anger of the Queen Regent? Green shrugged, almost. Queen Cersei is very angry today. Varys took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Green. Many crows flew to the Red Castle early this morning, and each crow carried a handwritten letter from Lord Stannis. Handwritten letter. Green unfolded the letter. Green glanced at the content, then put the letter away and returned it to Varys. He was silent for a while, and suddenly said, Duke Stannis is indeed a diligent man. Varys chuckled, my little bird told me that if nothing unexpected happens, all the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms will receive a handwritten letter from Duke Stannis. He added, although Duke Stannis is ruthless, his fairness is known to all the Seven Kingdoms. I think many people will choose to believe what he writes. Green turned his head to look at Varys with a smile on his face, and said, Lord Varys, do you believe what is written here? Varys' smile did not change. He asked back, Earl Green, do you believe it? Green shook his head slightly. My heart is very confused. I both hope it is the truth and I don't want it to be the truth. The smile on Varys' face gradually faded. He sighed. The war more than 10 years ago is not over yet, and this time there will be greater turmoil. After a pause, he asked kindly, Earl Green, Duke Stannis has worked so hard. What do you think his purpose is? Is it really for the so-called justice? Chapter 186 Green's Proposal. King's Landing, Rivergate, Mudgate. Jacqueline Bywater, captain of the Rivergate Guard of the Gold Cloaks, greeted Tyrion Lannister, who came to inspect the defense. Prime Minister. Tyrion looked Sir Jacqueline up and down and said with a smile, "I like your simple and clear greeting." Sir Jacqueline came from the last branch of the Bywater family in the royal territory. He participated in the siege of Pike City in the suppression of Balon Greyjoy's rebellion. He lost his right hand in the battle. After the war, he was knighted by Robert I for his merits and then became an officer of the Gold Cloaks. Sir Jacqueline seemed not to hear Tyrion's friendly joke. He just turned sideways and made a gesture to the front. Sir Jacqueline was very tall. Tyrion reached out and patted his thigh. "I like you even more, sir." On the city wall, Tyrion put his hands behind his back, looked at Blackwater Bay for a while, turned his head and looked at Jacqueline, and said, "Sir Jacqueline, if the enemy comes from the sea, they will attack from here, right?" Sir Jacqueline had slightly gray-brown hair, deep eye sockets, high brow bones, and a wide jaw like a pumpkin. After a pause, he answered seriously, "Prime Minister, every place in King's Landing may become the target of the enemy's attack. The direction of the Mudgate is just more likely than other places." Tyrion's eyes moved, and he looked at the little servant standing beside him with his chest puffed out. "Pod, I want to speak to Sir Jacqueline alone." "As you command, my lord." Tyrion leaned against the parapet. He glanced at Jacqueline's iron fake right hand, and said leisurely, "As far as I know, you have been the captain of the Mudgate Guard for 3 years." "Yes, Prime Minister," Tyrion said seriously. "Sir Jacqueline, are you qualified to be the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks?" Jacqueline stared at Tyrion for a while and shook his head slightly. "Prime Minister, no one can replace Lord Green. He is deeply loved by the Gold Cloak soldiers." Tyrion grinned. "The one standing in front of you is the Prime Minister of Lannister. No one doesn't like the Golden Dragon." Jacqueline shook his head again. "Lord Green is fair. And the soldiers trust him." Tyrion nodded slightly. The person in front of him meant that true love cannot be gained by golden dragons alone. Does a warrior understand a warrior? Tyrion sighed first, then said, "Sir Jacqueline, Green and I are good friends. He recommended you to me." "Well, this is a secret, but I believe in your honor." Jacqueline's eyes showed doubt. Tyrion shrugged his shoulders and said, "The new Prime Minister needs a trusted commander of the Gold Cloaks. Unfortunately, your Lord Green is carrying the will of Robert I, and I have no reason to keep him." Jacqueline seemed a little incredible. "Prime Minister, why would Lord Green leave King's Landing?" Tyrion smiled and said, "Hey, don't get me wrong, this is not expulsion, this is the highest honor. The next time we meet, Lord Green will most likely sit on a chair in the Royal Council." Jacqueline lowered his eyes and looked at his iron fake right hand. "This is indeed a good thing, Prime Minister." Tyrion restrained a smile on his face and said solemnly, "Then, the new commander of the Gold Cloaks, are you willing to give your highest loyalty to the new Prime Minister?" The next day, in the throne room, Cersei Lannister, Tyrion Lannister, Pycelle, Varys, Green Crab, and Lancel Lannister sat around the long table of the Royal Council. Mr. Pycelle's report on government affairs was dull and boring. Grim was motionless, admiring the wood grain on the table. Lancel quietly observed him and followed suit. Queen Mother Cersei raised her hand and interrupted impatiently, "Enough. Today is not a day to discuss trivial matters." After a pause, she said angrily, "Did you also receive Stannis' letter? I will punish him for his despicable villain behavior." After Cersei's voice fell, Pycelle and Varys took out letters from their pockets and placed them on the table. Tyrion's upper body was almost lying on the table. He reached out and pulled the letter and read it with interest. As he read, he said, The content is the same as what I read yesterday, except for the name. I didn't expect him to be so smart." Pycelle's sleepy eyes opened slightly. "Your Majesty, every minister in the Red Keep has a copy?" Tyrion touched his chin and said, "Could it be that every noble family in the kingdom has a copy?" Varys glanced at Queen Mother Cersei and said respectfully, "Queen Mother Cersei, my little bird told me that Prime Minister Tyrion's guess is very likely to be true." Queen Mother Cersei's body trembled slightly with anger. "I will burn all these letters, leaving none, and never let any news reach the ears of my son and my father." Tyrion sighed. "Sister Queen Mother, I think Stannis has already sent the bird to Casterly Rock. As for burning the letters, what's the point? The water that has been poured out cannot be taken back. I think those letters that have been sent out can no longer be taken back." He spread his hands and said, "Besides, to be honest, What is written in the letter is not that bad. The lioness turned around, opened her green eyes and glared at Tyrion, and scolded, Tyrion, do you have a brain? Have you read what Stannis wrote? He called my son a boy, and dared to accuse me of promiscuity and adultery. Tyrion almost blurted out, he is telling the truth. At the critical moment, for the sake of his own life, Tyrion kept his mouth shut. His mouth must be behind his brain. Cersei knew that Stannis' accusation was completely true, but she still acted like this, which opened Tyrion's eyes. He saw the glittering light of wisdom from his sister's beautiful golden hair. Well, at least she is not completely stupid. Tyrion looked at Green. Was she so powerful before? Green looked back. The lioness roared. Boss Cersei has a talent for acting, and Green has a lot of personal experience, so he is not surprised at all. Lancel felt that it was time for him to show his ability. He said loudly, Your Majesty, how do you want to deal with it? Under the cold gaze of Queen Mother Cersei, Lancel's excited voice gradually weakened, and his straight upper body shrank back. Tyrion pursed his lips, paused, and coughed lightly. He said seriously, Queen Mother Cersei, Stannis needs an excuse to accuse Joffrey of the Iron Throne being illegal. We already know what he is going to do. Do we still expect him to write something that makes us feel comfortable after reading it? Queen Mother Cersei said bitterly, I will never allow anyone to call me a widower, my dear sister. Stannis didn't say that Jaime would pay you. Tyrion pursed his lips tightly, and he had a hard time holding back. Tyrion wanted to slap himself. Be honest, I haven't finished the gold cloak yet. Tyrion lowered his head and pretended to read the letter. His eyes suddenly trembled and he muttered, Flatter the Lord of Light and shine brightly. He looked up and glanced at everyone, and said, What a strange and unfamiliar wording. Varys smiled slightly and explained, Prime Minister Tyrion, this sentence often appears in letters and documents of the free trade cities. Its meaning is similar to the witness of the gods that we often use. The Lord of Light here refers to the god worshipped by the Red Monks, who is also called the Heart of Holy Flame, the god of shadow and fire. After a pause, he smiled and said, As far as I know, several years ago, Duke Stannis' wife, Lady Selise Florent, seemed to have been bewitched by the Red Monks. Tyrion laughed. He flicked the letter paper and said, Lord Varys, I'm beginning to like your little bird. Well, it seems her husband has followed suit. We can use this to deal with him. Please ask the High Septon to publicly expose the horror of Stannis' betrayal of the seven gods. Queen Cersei interrupted impatiently, Enough. We must first stop this filthy thing from spreading. Lancel's morale immediately rose. Queen Regent, please issue an order. Whoever dares to spread rumors will have his tongue pulled out. Mr. Pycelle stroked his white beard and said, If we move quickly, we can kill the rumors soon. Green's brown eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Mr. Pycelle. Are you forcing me to cut things again? According to the number of letters Stannis sent, the whole city will soon be full of rumors. How many tongues will he have to pull out before he leaves King's Landing? Just as Green was about to speak, Tyrion spoke first. Sister Queen, pulling out their tongues will at most stop them from talking, but it won't change their minds, and it will make everyone think how afraid you are of those ridiculous rumors. Queen Cersei said contemptuously, Then I'd like to hear your good idea. Tyrion smiled and said, Anyone with a little common sense will regard this as a poor excuse made by Stannis to seize power and usurp the throne. He added, Don't do anything, let them talk, and it will naturally disappear soon. Queen Cersei said coldly, Coward, you're just sitting there waiting to die? Tyrion showed his sister a self-proclaimed sweet smile. Sister Queen, does Stannis have any evidence? It's obviously groundless. Where can he find evidence? Queen Cersei frowned. Green turned to Queen Cersei, who seemed to be thinking, and said, Queen Cersei, it is wise for you to have concerns. Most people will not choose to distinguish the authenticity of rumors, no matter how absurd they are. After hearing Green's words, Queen Cersei's expression improved a lot. My Lord Green, go on. Green nodded slightly and said slowly, Duke Stannis just made up the story, but what if we release a more interesting real story? He swept his eyes over the people present and continued, The truth about the death of Prime Minister Jon Arryn? Why did his gentle wife poison her husband? The heir to the Eyrie was actually an illegitimate child born of adultery, and the Prime Minister husband who discovered the truth died because of his wife's silencing. After a pause, he continued, This matter was the result of a personal investigation by former Prime Minister Eddard Stark, and another important witness is former Chancellor of the Exchequer Petyr Baelish, who escaped from the dungeon. Green spread his hands and smiled. I think this is the fun that the people really like, not to mention it's a true story." Lancel excitedly grabbed one of Green's arms and said, "Green, I remember that when we solved the rumors in the Queen's Quarter last year, we used this method. You are so smart." Green's face was gentle. "It's different from the last time. The news release this time is a real interesting story." Varys smiled and said, "Queen Cersei, I have to say that the story told by Earl Green is so attractive. At least I am really curious now." Pycelle nodded, and his maester's necklace rang slightly as he shook. "Everyone loves Prime Minister Jon. Alice, the truth is always cruel and pitiful." Tyrion laughed. "Sister Cersei, how about making up another story about Stannis and put a green hat on him?" Queen Cersei rarely smiled at Tyrion, and he was a little flattered. Green raised an objection. "Prime Minister Tyrion, the story of the Arryn family is enough to suppress this rumor. Stannis' story can wait for a while." The smile on Tyrion's face gradually faded. "Lord Green, you mean?" Green nodded and said, "When Duke Stannis becomes king." Chapter 187 Green's Proposal 2. After Green Crab finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the hall. After a while, Lancel Lannister, who had just reacted, broke the silence. "Green, you mean Stannis will be king?" The seven gods, the people present, ignored Lancel, who was making a fuss, but Green was very patient. He pointed to the letter on Tyrion Lannister's desk. "It is the evidence of Stannis' hidden ambitions, otherwise why would he go to so much trouble to slander our majesty?" After saying this, Green felt several glances sweeping over him. He smiled slightly and looked back with a calm look. Varys' eyes flickered, Pycelle's eyes dodged, and Tyrion grinned. Cersei Lannister was very satisfied with Green's words. She smiled happily. "Stannis is a hypocritical, despicable, and shameless guy. No wonder my husband hated him so much when he was alive." Varys smiled and said, "I heard that everyone doesn't like him." After saying this, Varys chuckled. Green chuckled in a supportive manner, and soon, the laughter of the villain floated in the hall. Queen Mother Cersei raised her hand slightly, and the laughter of the crowd gradually disappeared, occasionally mixed with a light cough. She looked at the dwarf Prime Minister. "Tyrion, this matter is left to you, and prepare interesting things about Stannis in advance. This kind of thing should be your specialty, right?" Tyrion pretended not to understand the sarcasm in Cersei's words, and he said humbly, "Regent Queen Mother, forgive my stupidity. About Stannis, please give me some advice." Tyrion looked humble. He was his sister's well-behaved brother. Queen Mother Cersei showed a smug look on her face, and she was a little satisfied with the dwarf Prime Minister. Set Selise Florent, Stannis' wife, lover as her uncle, Stannis' acting lord, Sir Axel Florent. After saying this, Queen Mother Cersei felt a sense of relief. She continued, "It is said that they are inseparable on Dragonstone. I also heard that Stannis' daughter gave birth to a pair of heirs from the Florent family. This is a wonderful coincidence." Varys clasped his hands together and nodded slightly, his tone full of admiration. "Shireen Baratheon's grayscale may be the punishment of the gods for Lady Selice's marital infidelity. The best lies often hide a little fact, enough to make the listener suspicious. Queen Cersei, your wisdom is really admirable." Maester Pycelle opened his sleepy eyes wide, and he said in horror, "Your Majesty, is this true?" Tyrion's expression was as if he had just reacted. "I see. Even though Stannis is estranged from his wife, he is suspicious by nature. If we can plant the seeds of suspicion between him and the Florent family, it will be beneficial to us when he wants to be king." Queen Cersei snorted arrogantly at first, then picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine in a good mood. Green smiled. He looked at Queen Mother Cersei and stroked his chest, saying, "A fortress is often breached from the inside first. Queen Mother Cersei will win." Lancel was confused before, but now he understood. He immediately said, "The Queen Mother will win." The others looked at each other, and finally said in unison, "The Queen Mother will win." The atmosphere became a little awkward. Cersei looked at Lancel coldly and said, "Next topic, have you found a suitable candidate for the Chancellor of the Exchequer?" Maester Pycelle said tremblingly, "Your Majesty, we recommend the Earl of Rossby. Giles Rossby. Reason, my Queen Mother, Rossby has something that King's Landing urgently needs." Next topic, the remnants of the Targaryen have begun to become active across the narrow sea. Earl Green. At night, Chateau's shop. Green, who was leaning on the thick cushion, suddenly opened his eyes. "Sir, are you awake?" The girl's voice was clear. She had long, straight silver hair, green eyes, and porcelain-like skin. Green closed his eyes again for a while, and when he opened them again, the sharpness in his eyes had disappeared. He rubbed his hair. How long have I slept? The silver-haired girl beside him quietly slid onto Green's lap and gently bit his ear. Just a short while. Green dozed off while waiting for someone, but he had a dream. In the dream, after Green was canonized as the Earl of Crab Claw Peninsula, he left the card table of the Game of Thrones and went back to be a noble lord. He had a wife and children around him, but he couldn't see his wife and children's faces clearly in the dream. He was so angry that he wanted to draw his sword, and then woke up. The silver-haired girl whispered in his ear, "Sir, my name is Mary, and I'm very good at treating fatigue." Mary had always been very calm, but suddenly became very cute. Green smiled and patted Mary's back. "Go find Shatea for me." Mary reluctantly got up and left. Her expression gave Green a familiar feeling. Looking in the mirror. It must be an illusion. Not long after, Shatea, wearing a light green silk dress and holding a silver wine pot, walked in lightly. Shatea was tall and peach-shaped, with skin as black as ebony and eyes the color of sandalwood. She slowly sat down next to Green. "Lord Green, please forgive me. No matter what price I offer recently, I can't buy good wine." Green's eyes trembled slightly. He took the wine handed to him by Shatea, took a sip, and said, "Is it because of the royal fleet?" Shatea sighed lightly. "Now everyone calls it Stannis' fleet. It is said that because of their blockade, countless ships are docked at the Blackwater River dock." Green's eyes moved slightly. "Do you need help?" Shatea's smile was charming. She shook her head and said, "Everyone's situation is the same." "That's good. Your protection is a great favor, and Shatea will remember it in her heart." Green's fingers gently stroked the body of the wine glass. He paused, and said, "I will leave King's Landing for a while." Shatea showed an uneasy expression. "Just right." It felt like looking in the mirror again. Green retracted his thoughts that were about to go astray and continued, "During my absence, the new Prime Minister Tyrion Lannister will fulfill my promise on my behalf." Shatea bowed deeply. "Thank you again, Lord Green." Green sighed. "Lord Pettier is my good friend, and I hope he will return to King's Landing as soon as possible." Shatea bowed elegantly again. After a gentle knock on the door, Mary brought in a plate of fruit like a maid. Before she left, she turned her head and looked at Green, her eyes moist. "Sir, Mary will wait for you." "Green," Shatea chuckled. "Sir Green, my daughter is not usually so bold." "Green, a very rare hair color." Shatea smiled. "Sir Green, although Mary has the blood of the Summer Kingdom in her body, she was born in King's Landing." Seeing Green looking at her, she continued, "Mary was raised by me, so she was influenced by me. I come from the Summer Islands. We don't think it's shameful to sell smiles in the women's branch, and those who are skilled in bed are respected. Many noble men and women will enter the women's branch to serve for several years after they have a spring fever, in order to glorify the gods." Green raised his eyebrows slightly. "Gods?" Shatea tapped her chin and said, "Our bodies and souls are gifted by the gods. They gave us voices so that we can express our worship through singing. They gave us hands so that we can build temples through labor. They also gave us desires so that we can honor the gods through sex." After a moment's silence, Green said, "Shatea, the new Prime Minister is a different kind of pious man." Shatea bowed slightly, poured wine, and said, "Yes, Lord Green." Just as Shatea was about to say goodbye, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Tyrion limped in. "You finally like. Oh, isn't this Shatea?" Shatea saluted. "Welcome, Lord Lannister." After Shatea left, Tyrion pinched his chin and said thoughtfully, "Green, have you observed Shatea's behavior? Few female branch women can be so elegant and noble. She must regard herself as some kind of priestess." Green couldn't help laughing. "Tyrion, I have to admit that you have a keen eye." Tyrion laughed and said, "It's a pity that they will never appreciate my greatest advantage. My greatest charm is generosity. Well, everyone loves golden dragons." He pointed to his nose and grinned. "In the past, when they worked hard to take the golden dragons from me, they could leave me with a charming smile, but since I became a dwarf without a nose, they took it while crying." Green smiled and said, "Tyrion, I suggest you wear a false nose made of gold, then everyone will love you." Tyrion laughed for a while, picked up the flagon and poured a glass of wine, saying, "Green, your suggestion is really tempting. I will find the best craftsman to arrange it tomorrow." Tyrion took a big sip of wine and frowned, saying, "This taste is really terrible." Chapter 188 Green's Proposal 3. Green Crab smiled and said, Once you have tasted the sour red wine from the Crab Claw Peninsula, you will immediately like it. After that, he picked up the wine glass and took a sip of the wine. Tyrion Lannister's eyes moved slightly. He chuckled and said, Stannis took away the royal fleet. Blackwater Bay became his backyard. He can attack King's Landing at any time. Ha, does King's Landing look like a woman lying in bed waiting to be fucked by him? Green joked. Then you have to be a good girl and use all your skills to please him. Puff. Tyrion couldn't help but spit out the wine in his mouth. He coughed and laughed. I'll let him taste the power of the Lannister giants. Tyrion laughed for a while, rubbed his belly, and suddenly said seriously, Green, did Cersei send you out for Stannis? Green paused shaking the wine glass, and looked at Tyrion who was staring at him with his brown eyes. How did you know? Tyrion shook his hand. Don't get me wrong, no one told the secret. He pointed to his head, and then said, my sister is used to getting things first, and then rewarding others according to her mood. Green, Cersei's canonization of you is quite sudden. I tried to guess, and it seems that I guessed right. Green tapped his chin lightly and said, Tyrion, this is a secret. Tyrion nodded seriously, pinched his chin, and pondered, can the horses of Crab Claw Peninsula run on the sea? Green put down the wine glass and said seriously, our transaction can begin. Tyrion, starting from Cersei's stupid military order, for me, it's like this, I need a good excuse to go to the valley. Green, I found that my sister is not a complete fool. I'm telling the truth. It's difficult, and I don't want to break my promise to you. Tyrion, you should know who the only person Queen Cersei can't stop is, my kind father? No, he is not in King's Landing. My good nephew. Green nodded slightly. He picked up the flagon and poured wine into Tyrion's glass. When Robert I appointed Jaime as the Warden of the East, King Joffrey was very dissatisfied with the arrogance of the Vale. He wanted to reward the little Duke of the Eyrie with the opportunity to compete fairly with him in swordsmanship. Tyrion's glass was full. He put down the flagon and continued, with the secrets of the Arryn family that we are going to release, he will have more reason to be angry. Ha. Tyrion's voice was full of sarcasm. My good nephew really knows how to pick his opponents. Green shrugged. Tyrion, Joffrey has always wanted to show his bravery in front of everyone since he sat on the Iron Throne. This is also a good opportunity to ease the relationship between you and your uncle. While raising his glass to drink, Tyrion secretly glanced at Green, and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. After a pause, he said casually, with your wisdom, it would be easier to ask Cersei for help in this matter. Green glanced at Tyrion who was testing him, and said calmly, Tyrion, you should know the character of Queen Cersei very well. She doesn't like anyone to be out of her control. Tyrion grinned. Green, you can actually make my sister's selfishness sound so nice. Taking a sip of wine, he added, yes, your revenge plan has to come after Cersei's consolidation of her son's rule, unless, Green's eyes trembled, and he said, I haven't thought about that. Any lie will be exposed one day. Tyrion, you are really a reassuring guy. Tyrion sighed first, then he raised his glass and gestured to Green, saying, deal done, Earl Green. Green also raised his glass to gesture, happy cooperation, Prime Minister Tyrion. Tyrion grinned happily, I will have a good communication with my nephew the king at the right time. The nephew doesn't like his uncle, but the uncle still loves him. After a pause, he suddenly said, I feel that the older he gets, the more he looks like Cersei. I think Joffrey is more suitable to be called Cersei II. The old man of the seven gods is very humorous. Green smiled. After all, they are mother and son. This makes sense. Tyrion leaned his upper body towards Green, and he lowered his voice. Can revenge be accomplished by the soldiers and horses of the Crab Claw Peninsula alone? You should know the language of the Arryn family, right? Under the influence of his family, the nobles of the Vale have been vying to become knights representing honor. Think about how long the Arryn family has ruled the Vale. That's thousands of years. I heard that as long as a family in the Vale has the conditions, whether it is noble or not, they will be equipped with horses and knight armor. Even if they cannot be canonized as knights, they must at least look like a knight. As high as glory. Finally, Tyrion murmured as if he was sighing, tens of thousands of armored cavalry. It's terrifying to think about it. Green listened quietly, smiled and said, Tyrion, thank you for your concern, but, as he spoke, his tone changed, and he said calmly and seriously, you can't take revenge if you are too rational, and it will be difficult for me to have such a good opportunity again. Tyrion nodded in agreement. If it were before, there would really be no chance for a one-on-one competition. Now everyone is very busy, And with Lady Lyssa giving everyone a surprise, it is indeed a very rare opportunity. Tyrion reached out and patted Green, and said, "Be more flexible when the time comes, and don't learn from my brother Jaime. Your knight's honor sometimes gives me a headache." They talked about some more details and then talked about the topic of the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks. Green said, "Tyrion, what is your impression of Sir Jacqueline Bywater?" Tyrion spread his hands and said, "Green, I have to say that you have a sharp eye. He is a reassuring guy. I like Sir Jacqueline." After that, he scratched his hair and said, "I haven't thought of a good way to make my sister like Sir Jacqueline as much as I do." Green pointed his slender fingers at the wine glass and said, "Tyrion, you can ask Sir Lancel for help." Tyrion shook his head and said, "Since Lancel was knighted, he has been imitating Sister Cersei's arrogance all day long. My well-behaved cousin has disappeared long ago." Green pointed to his head and said, "Tyrion, move a little and think about it again." Seeing that Green was not joking, Tyrion restrained a smile on his face and thought. After a moment of silence, his eyes suddenly moved and looked at Green in disbelief. Green met Tyrion's gaze and nodded slightly. Tyrion was stunned for a moment. He leaned back in his chair, looked up at the ceiling, and said sadly, "It's really unfair. When Sister Cersei loved her brother, she only forgot about me, a well-behaved brother." Green ignored Tyrion's acting and said directly, "Is there any way now?" Tyrion grinned, "Lancel Lannister will soon become the good cousin I am familiar with." "Well, he can still help me." As he said, Tyrion looked at Green and asked, "Why don't you keep it for yourself?" Green's eyes were full of disgust. "Prime Minister, if I were you, I would be moved to tears and thank you at this moment." Tyrion laughed and said, "Generous Earl, if you don't mind, please accept a kiss from me." Green was even more disgusted. "I refuse. I don't want to have a nightmare." Tyrion covered his stomach and laughed. After a while, he finally stopped laughing, but he was still out of breath. Green handed the wine glass to Tyrion with a smile. He took a deep breath and took a big gulp. Green patted Tyrion's arm and said, "Tyrion, my friend, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You are not alone." Crab Claw Peninsula, Whispering City. Fluttering, the raven from King's Landing landed lightly on the wide windowsill, and a pair of fat hands untied the letter from it. The door of Mr. Owl's study was pushed open, and Samuel Tarloy's fat figure appeared. He said breathlessly, "Mr. Owl, a letter from the Red Castle." After handing over the letter, Samuel, who was rumored to have lost 2 pounds during the westward training, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mr. Owl glanced at the seal on the beeswax and solemnly unfolded the letter. Seeing that Mr. Owl had been staring at the letter, motionless, Samuel said carefully, "Mr. Owl, are you okay?" Mr. Owl first tapped the corner of his eye with his thumb, then raised his head and said tremblingly, "My child, the Kleber family is the ruling family of Crab Claw Peninsula in law. God bless you." Samuel took the letter from Mr. Owl with a look of surprise. As he read it, Samuel couldn't help but read it out loud, his voice getting louder and louder. "Earl of Crab Claw Peninsula, Guardian of Crab Claw Peninsula, Governor of Crab Claw Peninsula, generations will inherit this glory, forever." Samuel was very excited. "Mr. Owl, our Lord Green is so. Mr. Owl calmly ordered, "Sam, go find Butler Herschel, go now." Okay. Samuel temporarily lost the ability to think, but just habitually did what he was told. After Samuel left, Mr. Owl hummed the traditional song of Crab Claw Peninsula, tremblingly moved to the bookshelf, and pulled out the book recording the history of the Crab tribe. Sitting back at the table, Mr. Owl opened a new chapter in the book, and he picked up the quill pen and dipped it in ink. After thinking for a while, Mr. Owl smiled, and waved the quill pen in his hand. Year 298 of Westeros calendar. A small port in Essos. Jon Snow twisted like an eel, and kicked a back heel hard at the crotch of the man who grabbed him. There was a scream behind him, and after breaking free, he drew his sword and strode towards the other man who was rummaging through his bag. "Outlander, I advise you to stop immediately." Jon's eyes flashed with anger. "I gave you two a chance. You, what are you going to do?" With a puff, Jon's sword quickly swept across, and blood spurted. Then he turned sideways to dodge the attack from behind, and thrust his longsword fiercely into the attacker's body. Jon frowned and glanced at the two villains who were entangled with each other after getting off the boat, then looked up at the sky. As evening approached, the sun began to sink, and the clouds were dyed with a circle of pink and orange, like a blooming flower. Jon heard other people talking about the real dragon in the tavern at the port. It was rumored that there was a city-state called Cantus to the south, which was now ruled by the real Targaryen dragon. Viserys Targaryen. Daenerys Targaryen. Are they the two who survived the war more than a decade ago? His father's brother and sister. Is he going to meet his people? No. He is still a bastard, and no one will regard a despicable bastard as their own family. Maybe he is destined to be alone. Jon closed his eyelids and took a breath slowly. If he is really destined to be alone, he must turn loneliness into strength. When Jon opened his eyes again, he had driven away the sadness in his heart. He picked up the bag that fell on the ground and put it on his shoulders. His eyes looked westward. On a strange continent, he would abandon his past self and start a new life. Jon took a step forward, thinking as he walked, does he need a new name? What should he call it? You are quite skilled, stranger, a young man's voice suddenly came, and Jon stopped. He held the hilt of his sword and looked over the voice with vigilance. Two figures appeared in Jon's sight, one was thin and tall, and the other was tall and strong. Jon stared at the two people who were walking slowly towards him, and calmly took a fighting posture. The young man chuckled, opened his hands, and said, "We have no ill intentions." The young man who spoke seemed to be about the same age as himself. He had blue hair and a gentle smile on his handsome face. Next to the blue-haired young man, the slightly older man had orange-red hair and a thick beard. The blue-haired young man patiently explained, "This is our first time here. We just happened to find you being followed by two sneaky people, so we came to see." He glanced at the distance and smiled. "It seems that you have solved the trouble you encountered." Jon's hand left the hilt of the sword and said, "They are robbers," the big orange-haired man said in a rough voice. "Well done, they deserve it." The blue-haired young man nodded. "I agree, I have the same opinion." After a pause, he said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Little Griffin. I have been living in a place without a fixed place with my strict father since I was a child. Recently, I have been training everywhere according to my father's requirements to increase my knowledge." The big orange-haired man then said, "My name is Rolly, I am the son of a blacksmith, and now I am a guard hired by Little Griffin. My name is Jon, I am from Westeros, and I came here to train." Jon's tone became uncertain at the end. Little Griffin couldn't help laughing. After a while, "Maybe you will know what you should do, Jon." Rolly laughed heartily on the side. "Perhaps you're right." Jon looked at the two of them and smiled. Chapter 189 Green's Proposal 4. Jon Snow caught the wine bag thrown by Little Griffin, uncorked and drank. He was indeed thirsty. "Aren't you worried about poison?" "Ahem." Jon choked while pouring the wine. Little Griffin laughed at first, then said with a smile, "Jon, you will be fine after drinking it, but I have to remind you to be careful of poison in this continent." Jon glanced at the wine bag in his hand with an embarrassed face, took another sip, and put the cork back. "I will pay attention." Jon handed the wine bag over. He found that Little Griffin's eyelashes were as long as Sansa's sister, and his appearance had a handsomeness similar to Lord Green, but less manly. Jon suddenly remembered the time when he was beaten by Green and doubted his life. The level of strength cannot be judged by appearance. Jon was embarrassed again. Little Griffin took the wine bag and hung it on his belt again, saying, "Jon, be happy, you'll like it here soon." Jon smiled, shook his head and said, "I just remembered some things in the past, Little Griffin." Rolly laughed and said, "It will be like this when you just leave home. I'll take you to a good place in the evening. I'm sure you'll be happy all night and never miss home again." After hearing Rolly's words, Jon suddenly thought of the women's branch. He had never forgotten what his Uncle Ned taught him, so he was ready to politely refuse Rolly's kindness. Little Griffin seemed to have known something from Jon's face. He sneered and explained, "Jon, don't get me wrong. It's not the place you think. He's talking about the bonfire party in the port town. They hold it every 7 days. They sing and dance together and it's lively all night long." He added, "Everyone can participate, and no one will ask you where you are from. We are very lucky. Tonight is the day full of laughter and joy." Rolly grinned and said, "What are you waiting for?" At night, men and women danced happily around the bonfire. The joyful laughter and cheerful steps made the place seem very lively. Little Griffin and Rolly had already joined the lively dance floor. Jon, who had rejected invitations to join one after another, was sitting in a slightly distant corner, drinking alone. Jon looked at the lively crowd with a smile on his face. In fact, he really wanted to join, but he didn't know why he couldn't muster up the courage. "Hey, do you need to drink to give yourself courage?" "Ahem." Jon was hit by the voice of a girl who suddenly appeared. He couldn't help coughing, and also to cover up his embarrassment. Jon looked up. She had beautiful red curly hair, and her wheat-colored skin exuded a vibrant glow, giving him a very lively feeling. The northern man did not know how to use clever words, so he readily admitted, "You are right, I want to join, but I lack the courage." The red-haired girl's voice was very lively. "If you continue to drink like this, you can only sleep here. Come on, I am the courage, shy boy," Jon murmured in a voice that only he could hear. "I am not shy." The red-haired girl grabbed his hand, and Jon stood up in a daze, and was pulled away by her obediently. Walking into the dance floor, the red-haired girl let go of Jon's hand. She turned around nimbly, her long skirt fluttering with her movements, like a blooming flower. The people around her smiled friendly, and they made room for her and him. The red-haired girl glanced at Jon, who was staring at her, her eyes as bright as stars. And she danced gracefully. Her dancing was lively and agile, like a flying bird, jumping in the air. The people around cheered for her. Her enthusiasm and vitality infected everyone present, including Jon. The red-haired girl grabbed Jon's hand again and said, "My boy, have you found the courage?" Her smile was innocent and bright, and Jon felt the warmth of the summer sun. Jon held the red-haired girl's hand tightly, and he smiled and nodded. "I found it." The summer-like girl accompanied him, and Jon danced awkwardly with everyone. Jon saw little Griffin, who couldn't get away because of the heavy siege of many girls, and the girls who were trying to avoid the approach of the big Garroli. He laughed out loud with gloating. Jon laughed heartily. He was so happy for the first time. In the tent, Jon lay alone on the bed with his hands behind his head, and a smile hung on the corners of his slightly curved mouth. The bonfire party was over, and it was late at night, but Jon still couldn't fall asleep. The red-haired girl made his heart restless. The door curtain was suddenly opened, and a petite figure entered the tent. Jon's hand left the hilt of the sword and murmured, "Is it you?" The red-haired girl sat on Jon all of a sudden, leaning over with her little face facing Jon's. Jon stiffened his body and said, "Your father." The red-haired girl laughed like a silver bell. "He went out to sea to fish tonight, and he deliberately didn't tell me," she continued. "Boy, my name is Rhaenal, the daughter of a fisherman." Jon felt Rhaenal's warm breath, moved his lips, and said, "My name is Jon, a bastard from Westeros. Aren't you a noble?" "Sorry, no, I'm so happy." "Sorry, I thought, I want to find a good-looking husband." "Since you are not a noble, will you marry me?" The girl's little face disappeared from Jon's sight. Tell me, huh? I like you, really?" "Jon, well, I'm sure, I'm in love with you." That night, the tent was filled with lovemaking. 1 week later, early in the morning, the mermaid Nat Green was on slowly docked at the pier of Dragonstone, under the escort of the royal fleet. In the stern cabin, Green looked at Brother Zari, who looked a little uneasy. Chapter 115. "Brother Zari, don't leave the cabin." Looking at Green, who was checking his equipment, Brother Zari whispered, "Earl Green, Dragonstone is full of turbid red. It is full of dangers. I am willing to refuse their invitation on your behalf." Green turned his head to look at Brother Zari. He smiled and said, "Brother Zari, please rest assured. Please wait patiently. May the gods bless you." After that, Green walked towards the cabin door. Outside the stern cabin, Green glanced at the new plate armor that Montan had put on and said, "Montan, can you use the new armor now?" The blue armor that Montan had put on shone in the morning light. He smiled and said, "Lord Green, I am already familiar with it. I can fight just as well in the new armor as before. Look forward to your performance." Green reached out and patted Montan, then took his first step. With a creaking sound, Green, along with the tribesman carrying the ice giant sword and Montan Wishu, stepped down from the mermaid on the pedals. They were greeted by Sir Davos Seaworth and others. Davos smiled and took the initiative to greet. "Good day, Earl Green." Green stared at the smiling Davos for a while before returning the greeting. "Good day, Sir Davos." Davos extended his hand in the direction of Dragonstone. "Please, Lord Stannis is pleased to have you." Green did not move. "Sir Davos, I am impressed by the friendly invitation of the royal fleet." Davos was silent for a moment and said, "Earl Green, they are more shy, so they may look a little different. I assure you that Lord Stannis is looking forward to meeting you." Green moved his feet and said as he walked, "I need bread and salt." Green was referring to the traditional guest rites in Westeros. That is, when a guest comes to the host sees as a guest and accepts the bread and salt provided by the host, the guest rites will take effect. During the subsequent guest period, Neither party shall harm the other. Violators will violate the sacred law and be intolerable by the new and old gods. The guest rights are the teachings of the old gods and the seven gods. Does this still bind Stannis, who has converted to the red god? It doesn't matter. Green just wanted to express his distrust of them. Green wanted to remind Duke Stannis that he was not his vassal, nor was he a small person who could come just because he was asked. He would not regard the forced invitation as a gift. Davos's face froze for a moment. He also hated those people, but they belonged to the same camp. He didn't want to express his inner dissatisfaction in front of Green. He maintained a smile on his face. Earl Green, Duke Stannis is the only fair person in the Seven Kingdoms. This is a well-known fact. After a pause, he continued, he values you, so he will not treat you as an outsider. Green shook his head slightly. I only brought 2 guards. This is my respect for Duke Stannis, but my request is not excessive. I can't think of a reason for you to refuse on behalf of Duke Stannis, Sir Davos. Without waiting for Davos to answer, he said again, please let me see the bread and salt before entering the castle. Davos shrugged helplessly, turned his head and whispered to his son. Everyone walked silently, and the atmosphere seemed dull. While walking, Green looked at the Onion Knight with a heavy face and said, Sir Davos, do you want to hear a joke? Davos looked at Green, whose face had become gentle, and nodded slightly. 2 days ago, when I boarded the ship at the Blackwater River dock, I heard. After a pause, Green continued, Lord Adrian Celtiger of Crab Island claimed the right to rule over the Crab Claw Peninsula. After that, he laughed to himself. The Celtiger family of Crab Island is a noble family loyal to Dragonstone Island. They originated from the Valyrian freehold in the East Continent. They are an ancient, noble and wealthy family. Green's eyes trembled slightly. It is rumored that the castle of the Celtiger family is filled with precious mirror carpets, Volantis glass, gold and silver utensils, jeweled wine glasses, a majestic falcon, a Valyrian steel axe, a horn that can awaken underwater monsters, countless boxes of rubies and endless wine. Green's laughter was not loud, but it made Sir Davos feel his cheeks hot, and the people following him were also silent. Hey, Montan glanced at the people around him with a dazed look, and then, he suddenly laughed out loud. The Lord finished telling a joke, but no one laughed, so he naturally had to make up for it. Green, Davos and others, Montan blinked, then pulled down the visor of his helmet. Davos pondered for a while, and said to Green, Earl Adrian soaks in wine every day. Drunk talk. Green sneered and said, Sir Davos, you should know the purpose of Duke Stannis' meeting with me, but your behavior makes me feel contempt and arrogance. After a pause, he asked, everyone understands what you are preparing. Have you already gathered 100,000 troops? To put it in a metaphor, do you want me to beg to join you? Davos deeply felt Green's anger. He cursed those people for their stupidity. He had a great chance of winning the ally, but now it seems that he may lose it. He gritted his teeth and explained, Lord Green, you can distrust others, but you can definitely trust Duke Stannis, and he is the true heir to the Iron Throne. Green said coldly, Sir Davos, have you forgotten the war more than 10 years ago? Davos was not a man with a nimble tongue. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was speechless for a moment. He understood what Green meant. They all knew how the Baratheon family got the Iron Throne. Bloodline and inheritance rights would indeed have an advantage, but according to the current situation, the final winner of the war could sit on the Iron Chair. Davos still said, Lord Green, everyone with justice in his heart cannot tolerate the ugliness of the Lannisters. Green's eyes moved slightly. You are right. It can be said that almost everyone in the Seven Kingdoms has sufficient reason to attack the Lannisters. The love of the people. Green sighed softly, stretched out his hand and patted Davos on the arm, and said, Sir Davos, do you think that Duke Stannis is loved by the people because he sat on the Iron Throne, or does he sit on the Iron Throne because he is loved by the people? Davos stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at Green. His heart seemed to be in turmoil. Green patted Davos again, reminding him to keep walking. Davos came back to his senses. His tone was rarely a little anxious. Earl Green, the law. Green raised his hand and interrupted the Onion Knight's words. Sir Davos, I admire your character very much. This is the truth. My main purpose today is to come to see you, to see that you are well. I am very relieved. Green's smile was gentle and his tone was sincere. Davos stroked his chest and nodded towards Green before he said, Lord Green, the Iron Throne needs a man with true justice in his heart. Green nodded in agreement. I have to admit that this is rare, but, he added, I'm honest with you, the people of Crab Claw Peninsula will never forget the sacred mission of guarding the Iron Throne, but the people of Crab Claw Peninsula will never be servants of someone. Let's go, Sir Davos. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Green's Proposal 5. Dragonstone Castle, Table Hall. Glen Crab Claw Peninsula Earl, Green Crab, greets you. Several people stood under the raised platform in the hall. Duke Stannis sat on the high seat. Green felt all kinds of scrutiny. Duke Stannis' eyes were covered by the shadow of his thick eyebrows. His calm and indifferent voice echoed in the empty hall. Earl Green, do you remember what I said here last time? Chapter 98. Green straightened up and looked at the lofty Duke Stannis. I remember, you said you would solve my doubts. Duke Stannis' lips were tightly closed, and his chin moved silently. After a pause, he said, have you solved the doubts now? Green shook his head slightly. Duke Stannis, please forgive my stupidity. As Green's voice fell, a strange woman immediately snorted. The woman was thin, with a pointed face, protruding ears, and a sharp nose. Her eyes were light, her mouth was stern, and her voice was as sharp as a whip. What a cunning lord of Whispering Castle! Who doesn't know that the boy sitting on the Iron Throne is Cersei's illegitimate son? How dare you lie under the gaze of the Lord of Light? I have to say that you are worthy of being the favorite of that slut Cersei. Green was indifferent to the harsh rebuke. He turned his head and looked at the Onion Knight standing beside him. He whispered, Sir Davos, who is this lady? Davos raised his eyebrows, showing a helpless expression. Looking at Lord Stannis on the high seat, he whispered to Green, Lord Green, you make me very embarrassed. Green raised his eyebrows and looked at Davos without saying anything. Davos sighed lightly. He first bowed in the direction of Lord Stannis, and then said, This is Lord Stannis' wife, Lady Selise. Davos's brief introduction was exchanged for a snort of dissatisfaction. A middle-aged man stood up and said in a loud voice, Lord of Whispering Castle, standing before you is the wife of Lord Stannis Baratheon, the Lady of Dragonstone, the descendant of Garth Greenhund, Lady Selise of House Florent. Garth, also known as Garth Greenhund or Garth Green, was a legendary king of the First Men and is considered the ancestor of many families in the Reach. His eldest son Garth Gardner founded House Gardner and became the first king of the Reach. House Florent is one of the powerful and ancient nobles in the Reach, tracing its lineage to one of the three sons of Flores, daughter of Garth. They claim that their lineage is closer to House Gardner than the Lord Tyrell. House Florent firmly believes that they have priority and more right to inherit Highgarden than other families, so House Florent often questions House Tyrell's right to rule the Reach. Davos shrugged his shoulders, and Green turned to the direction of the platform. His eyes swept across a red figure, and he stroked his chest and said, Meet Lady Selise. Green Crab greets you. Lady Selise sneered and said, Answer my question, Earl of Whispering Castle. Green glanced at Lady Selise calmly, his voice calm and steady. According to the laws of the kingdom, before a formal trial, I reserve my opinion on all the accused. Lady Selise's tone was sharp. A small half-wild family has also learned to. Selise, be quiet. The voice of Duke Stannis interrupted Lady Selise's words. Lady Selise said sharply, Your Majesty, you shouldn't interrupt me. According to the law, the nobles of Crab Claw Peninsula are my vassals, Your Majesty. When Duke Stannis repeated it, his tone was full of resentment. He continued, What an ironic title. What kind of king am I? Dragonstone and a few stones in the narrow sea, is this my kingdom? Lady Selise said quickly, Your Majesty, according to the will of the Lord of Light, you are the only king on the Iron Throne. Stannis was not as fanatical about the Lord of Light as his wife. He frowned and said, Get it clear to me, I want an army, not a blessing. Lady Selise was about to speak, but was interrupted by Green's voice. He said slowly, Lady Selise, please forgive me for being presumptuous. I have to correct you. Loyalty to the Queen is a tradition of the Crab Claw Peninsula, not a legal principle. After speaking, Green felt that everyone's eyes were focused on him again. You? Green shrugged calmly, and then said, As far as I know, Duke Stannis has not yet declared himself king. Lady Selise, you? He paused, and put one hand on his chest on the high seat and said, I think the sound of the wind and waves outside made me hallucinate, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Lord Green would pretend not to hear the people's talk about the king. The Lord of Light cherishes chastity and punishes corruption, a red figure said as he walked towards Green with light steps. She stood in front of Green and said, Earl Crab, I am Melisandre, a priestess of the Lord of Light Arheller. Melisandre's figure was elegant and slender, plump and slender. She wore a long silk dress that was as bright as a flame. The sleeves were very long and the top was cut, revealing the darker blood red shirt underneath. Good day, Melisandre. Lady. Green glanced at the red gold collar with a large ruby on Melisandre's neck, and his fingers flexed. Don't mind the name. For me, it's just a tool for me to walk in the mortal world. Melisandre's voice was low, with a unique pleasant accent of the Jade Sea region. She had dark copper-colored hair, a heart-shaped face, a pair of red eyes, and skin as white, smooth and flawless as fresh cream. Melisandre suddenly stared at Green, and Green seemed to see a flash of fire in her eyes. After a pause, her hand gently brushed Green's breastplate and murmured, such pure power. Green, he didn't like this word. Melisandre withdrew her hand, and she and Green almost took a half step back at the same time. The moment the priestess's fingers touched him, Green felt as if he was stripped naked. He was really worried that he would not be able to help but draw his sword, so he stepped back. What about Melisandre? Secret. Both of them treated the previous actions as illusions. After a pause, Melisandre spoke softly. Lord Green, the guidance of the Lord of Light has brought you here. She spread her hands and chanted, we all have to make choices, men and women, old and young, noble or mediocre, our choices are the same. We choose light and darkness, justice and evil. We choose true gods or false gods. After that, her eyes stayed on Green for a while, then turned back to the platform. Melisandre bowed slightly to Stannis on the high seat and said, we mortals, live and die alone, at a loss, hesitating in the valley. Fortunately, we have compatriots who gather together and fortunately, there is a true God, who praises me. Lord Stannis nodded slightly. He got up from the chair, walked down the steps, and stood in front of the map table. The map table depicts the 7 kingdoms of Aegon the Conqueror's time, with all the rivers, mountains, fortresses, cities, lakes, forests, etc., in great detail, with a lacquer luster accumulated over nearly 300 years. Lord Stannis stood in front of the table in deep thought for a while, then beckoned Davos and Green to come over. Green and Davos looked at each other, took steps, and stood on either side of Lord Stannis. Lord Stannis frowned. All my brother has left me are Celtigar, Valerian, and Bael Eamon, and they are not very capable men either. Besides, Salad Herson the Pirate of North will bring me bills for my recent debts, and Morosh the Mere will talk about the tides and the direction of the autumn winds, trying to urge me to be cautious. Lord Sanglith of Fairhaven will sing prayers in the names of the 7, Lord Celtigar of Crab Isle will demand information about which lords of Storm's End have decided to join me, and Lord Valerian of Driftmark will threaten me with immediate action. What shall I tell them? He swept his hand across the Blackwater Fjord on the table. I have 1,300 men at Dragonstone and another 300 garrisoned at Storm's End. Besides, I have no money to hire, no prospect of plunder or glory to tempt free riders. What shall I do? I want your advice. Davos sighed. Although Dragonstone has a long history and is impregnable, it only has a few small nobles under its jurisdiction. The outer islands under their jurisdiction are mostly rocky and rugged, sparsely populated, and are simply not enough to provide the military force required by Duke Stannis. Green looked up at the roof. What he heard must be the military secrets of Stannis's forces. He had never agreed to serve Duke Stannis, and Lord Green was speechless. Davos glanced at Green, who was distracted, and said thoughtfully, Lord Stannis, your real enemy is the Lannisters. They are the common enemy of you and Lord Renly. If you agree, I will volunteer to go to Storm's End and form an alliance for you. Storm's End. Renly. Logically, the vassal of the Stormlands should be my vassal. Lord Stannis snorted sarcastically, and then said, Davos, I never asked for Dragonstone. I don't want this damn place at all. I took this place because the remnants of the Targaryen were entrenched here, and Robert ordered me to wipe out Dragonstone. I built a new fleet for him and defeated the enemy. I fully fulfilled my duty as a younger brother. As my younger brother, Renly should have treated me like this, but look at how Robert thanked me later. He appointed me as the Duke of Dragonstone, but gave the territory and taxes of Storm's End to my youngest brother. For 300 years, Storm's End has been the hereditary territory of the Baratheon family. Logically, when Robert ascended the Iron Throne, it should be my turn to rule. After a pause, Lord Stannis said coldly, I will never compromise with Renly unless he promises to give up the title of king. Davos, we all know the ambition of that boy. Although he is my brother, if he dares to claim the throne, I will never show mercy. Renly, when Lord Stannis angrily spat out the name of Renly, it was like poison on his tongue. Green, who pretended to be distracted, silently lit a candle for Lord Renly in his heart. Davos did not persuade him. Lord Stannis had a hard personality. Once he made up his mind, there was no room for maneuver. Davos frowned and thought for a while. Then said, Lord Stannis, I heard that Robb Stark, the heir to Winterfell, has led an army south for revenge, and a war is about to break out between Stark and Lannister. If we lend a helping hand, you can get the support of both Winterfell and Reverin. Are you supporting this young man's revenge for his father? For Eddard Stark, who died at the hands of the mob, Lord Stannis' angry voice echoed in the empty hall. Why should I help Eddard Stark avenge? Robert loves him very much. He often says that they are like brothers. I don't know how many times I've heard this, but he is nothing to me. I am Robert's brother, not Eddard Stark. But you would never tell from his attitude towards me that I am his biological brother. In the great battle more than a decade ago, I defended Storm's End for him and watched my loyal men starve to death one after another while Mace Tyrell and Paxter Edwine were eating and drinking outside the city. Did he thank me? No. Robert thanks Stark for leading his troops to rescue us when we had only rats and wild vegetables to fill our stomachs. I built a fleet for him on Robert's orders and captured Dragonstone in his name. Did he hold my hand and say, my dear brother, well done? If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would have done. No. Instead, he blamed me for letting William Darry take Viserys and the baby away, as if I had a way to stop them. In my position as Lord High Admiral, I did my best to assist Jon Arryn in governing the kingdom so that Robert could indulge in drinking, whoring and gambling every day. But after Jon died, did my brother appoint me as Prime Minister? No. He completely ignored my self-recommendation and the recommendations of the nobles, and instead found Eddard Stark, who was far away in Winterfell, and offered this honor to me. In the end, these two people were toyed with by a Lannister slut. Shameful. Davos looked at Duke Stannis with concern, who had a tense face. His voice was respectful. Duke Stannis, I have to sincerely advise you that even though you have suffered all kinds of injustice in the past, the dead are gone. If Stark can work together with you, as great as you are, you will definitely be the ultimate winner, and the chaotic kingdom will be reborn in your hands. Davos stroked his chest and nodded, and finally said, for your kingdom, Duke Stannis. Duke Stannis stared at Davos with a sharp gaze for a while, and said, I will consider it. Stannis frowned and thought for a while, then his sharp eyes looked at Green, who was silent. Melisandre walked over slowly and put her hand on Green's arm. The Lord of Light will guide Lord Stannis to the pinnacle of glory. Lord Green, it is the will of the Lord of Light to assist the king. Please listen to our Huller's advice. Chapter 191 Green's Proposal 6. Green Crab lowered his eyes. Melisandre's hands were slender and long, with distinct joints. Her fingertips were like beautiful strings, emitting a moving luster. Green raised his eyes, and his brown eyes met the priestess's red eyes. Lady Melisandre, I don't think the ship of Lord Stannis invited me here to discuss unfamiliar beliefs. After saying that, he glanced at the ruby on his throat, passed Melisandre and walked to the table. Melisandre's deep voice sounded, Lord Green, the Lord of Light is watching every mortal on earth. Green stared at the table and said, whether it is a true god or a false god, I am just a small lord. What I care about is whether my people can have enough food. After a pause, he looked at Melisandre. The new bishop of Crab Claw Peninsula is on my ship now. He may be happy to pay tribute to your power. Melisandre's blood-red eyes seemed to have candle flames dancing wildly. The holy fire will protect the believers and cleanse all evil. Green's eyes flashed a cold light, and his right hand slowly hung on the hilt of the long sword at his waist. Stannis Baratheon's cold voice suddenly sounded. The will, he murmured and continued, the table hall is not a mission house. Davos Seaworth moved his feet, and his body naturally blocked the line of sight between Green and Melisandre. Davos looked at Green, and his voice was very friendly. Lord Green, if you don't mind, I would like to hear your advice. I have always admired your military talent. Davos' voice fell, and Stannis' eyes moved to Green again. Under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were like two wounds. Green nodded slightly, staring at the map of the 7 kingdoms on the table and pacing a few steps, saying, Duke Stannis, as a friendly guest, please forgive my presumption. Duke Stannis nodded slightly. Green pointed to the veil and said, there, the criminal who poisoned Prime Minister Jon is awaiting trial by a just man. Therefore, before the trial comes, it is very likely to fall into civil war. It can be said that it is a place that can't take care of itself. Green pointed his finger at the Riverlands. This place will soon become a battlefield between lions, wolves, and fish. He pointed to the Stormlands. You know the situation here better than anyone. Finally, his hand pointed to the Riverlands. According to the current situation, it can be said that the support of the Golden Rose family can determine the final outcome of the war. Green supported the edge of the table with both hands and looked up at Duke Stannis, who was staring at the Riverlands. Lord Stannis, I know about the Siege of Storm's End more than a decade ago, but I have to advise you that with my limited wisdom, I feel that the support of the Golden Rose is crucial. After a moment's silence, Davos sighed and said, Lord Green, this is difficult. Lord Stannis snorted coldly and said, the timid ones want to hide behind the city walls and wait for the wind to change their course. The brave ones want to join Renly's army. What right does Renly have? In ordinary royal meetings, he only jokes with Littlefinger. When it comes to the tournament, he puts on that beautiful armor and is shot down by a lancemaster. This is the sum of my brother Renly's deeds. What sin have I committed to have to associate with such a brother in this life? The sharp voice of Selise Florent suddenly came. Stannis, the so-called suggestions they put forward are stupid. As the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, can you only beg for mercy? Lord Stannis frowned and looked at the person who called himself his wife. Woman, when did I beg for mercy? Lady Selise came over with a clattering sound. I am pleased to hear you say that. According to the will of the Lord of Light, you are the true ruler of the 7 kingdoms, the king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. The Starks, the Golden Roses, your brother Renly, and others should be loyal to you. In this case, if I ask them for help or even bargain for it, wouldn't it be a loss of dignity? Lord Stannis's chin moved silently. He has never been good at getting along with the women, even with his wife. When he went to the Red Castle to help Jon Arryn govern the kingdom, he would leave Selise and his daughter on Dragonstone. He didn't send many letters home, and even fewer visits. He only fulfilled his marriage obligations once or twice a year, which made him feel no joy. After a pause, Duke Stannis said coldly, another decree. Madam, I remind you again, what I want is an army, not any blessing. My brothers and uncles have an army, and the Florent family will fight for you. 2,000 soldiers of the Florent family? I'm afraid I don't have as much confidence in them as you do. Selise, the Florent family's territory is too close to Highgarden. I don't think your brothers and uncles dare to go against the Golden Rose family. Lady Selise leaned over and held Stannis's hand. It is destined that you will set sail away from this isolated island and sweep away thousands of enemies, just like the conqueror Aegon. Your time is about to come. Lord of Light Arhuller is the heart of the Holy Flame and your most powerful ally. Duke Stannis frowned and asked, how many troops will the Lord of Light give me? Lady Selise spread out one arm and said, Melisandre has seen the prophecy in the Holy Fire. You can have as many troops as you want. Start with the troops of Storm's End and Highgarden. Green suddenly coughed lightly, interrupting Madame Selise's words and attracting the attention of everyone present. Lord Green was ready to leave. Lady Selise shouted angrily in a sharp voice, Mr. Half-Wild, this is an offense, an unforgivable offense. Stannis narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Green said calmly, my Lord Duke, if you are destined to be king, I think marriage may be more reliable than the so-called will. Davos first glanced at Lady Selise, who was stopped by Lady Melisandre, then looked at the silent Duke Stannis, and said, Earl Green, what do you mean? Green shrugged and said, if he is destined to be king, Lord Stannis needs a queen who can bring him 100,000 troops. Lady Selise said sternly, the only true king already has the only true queen. Ta 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 ta. Duke Stannis walked up to Green and stood in front of him, saying, Earl Green, I don't like hypocritical people. Duke Stannis's eyes were sharp. When you gave me advice, you already knew that I would not accept your advice. Green met Duke Stannis's gaze and nodded frankly. Respected Duke Stannis, you have a sharp gaze. I have to be honest. This is one of the reasons why I respect you. He stroked his chest and said, under the continuous blockade and suppression of the Vale nobles for more than 10 years, the Crab Claw Peninsula has been in chaos for many years. The Crab Claw family has finally ushered in a rare peace at the cost of fighting to stop the war and becoming extremely weak. Crab Claw cannot afford to be defeated again. As fair as you are, please allow us, who are weak, to hide behind the city walls and change our course with the wind. After a pause, Green said again, I assure you that, whether out of respect for you or out of legal order of succession, the Crab Claw Peninsula will never serve Duke Renly. After a moment's silence, Duke Stannis said coldly, what about the Lannister? Green's expression did not hesitate. Cersei Lannister respects Claiborne, but she is not a Lannister in my eyes. Duke Stannis' eyes were scrutinizing. Then let me put it another way. Will you be loyal to Cersei to the end? Green's eyes were firm. Lord Stannis, I am a knight who has not lost my honor. Lord Stannis turned around and moved his eyes to the table. Green did not speak again. After standing still for a while, Lord Stannis turned his back to Green and said coldly, you can leave. Remember your promise, Green Crab. Chapter 192 Blood and Fire. At the Dragonstone Pier, the surging waves kept hitting the embankment, stirring up splashes of water. Green Crab joked, cheer up, sir. Your frown makes people nervous. Davos Seaworth forced a smile and said, sorry, I haven't learned to keep a straight face yet. Green smiled and shook his head. Davos hesitated for a moment and said, Lord Green, the Duke Stannis I know always makes wise decisions. I hope you will make a choice as soon as possible, Sir Davos. We are friends. Green's brown eyes moved slightly, and he continued, I'm honest with you. I feel that Duke Stannis is more interested in the Holy Fire prophecy. He pointed to the flaming red heart flag fluttering on the pier. The wind blowing from the sea drew endless ripples. When I saw this on the ship, I actually understood the determination of Duke Stannis. Davos stared at the red flag for a while, and he remembered the scene when he was knighted. Back then, Stannis led only a few garrison soldiers and held the city for nearly a year under the siege of the Tyrell and Redwyne coalition forces. At that time, even the sea route was blocked by the Redwyne family of the Arbor. The horses in Storm's End had long been eaten, and the cats and dogs were cooked and eaten. The defenders had only tree roots and rat meat to eat. It was a dark and windy night with dark clouds. He took advantage of the cover of darkness to venture through the Redwyne fleet and the dangerous reefs of Shipbreaker Bay. His small boat had black sails, black oars and a black hull. The cabin was full of onions and salted fish. Although not much, it was enough for the defenders to continue to support until Eddard Stark led his troops to support and lift the siege of Storm's End. After the war, Duke Stannis gave him the fertile land of Cape Wrath, a small castle, and the status of a knight, and also saved him the time to trim the nails on his left hand. Davos sighed, and said, I am incompetent. I can't convince the lords of the Stormlands to support Duke Stannis. They prefer the nice-talking Duke Renly. Green turned his head and looked at Davos. They will eventually choose the final winner, sir. Davos showed a little helplessness on his face. Obviously, not many people are willing to believe that Duke Stannis can sit on the Iron Throne. Green looked at the flaming red heart flag again and murmured, Sir Davos, are you trying to tell me that Duke Stannis had to make some helpless choices? Green turned to Davos and continued, you should know Storm's End very well, right? Davos nodded slightly. Green began to speak. According to the song, the first Storm King Durin won the love of the beautiful, Ynni, who was the fruit of the love between the sea god and the goddess of wind. On their wedding night, Ynni gave her virginity to a mortal, and from then on she had to endure birth, aging, illness and death like a mortal. Her parents were extremely sad and angry about their daughter's decision. They summoned strong winds and huge waves to vent their anger on Durin's castle. That night, all his friends, brothers and wedding guests were swept away, either crushed to death on the city walls or drowned in the ocean. Only Durin, who was protected by Ynni, was not harmed. Davos' eyes trembled. He understood what Green meant. No matter what the original intention was, everything has a price. Davos withdrew his thoughts. He admired Stannis. He believed that the predicament was only temporary, and the great Stannis would eventually sit on the Iron Throne. His loyalty to Stannis never wavered. Davos' voice was friendly, but his eyes were firm. Lord Green, it still stands tall. Green reached out and patted the Onion Knight's arm. Sir Davos, I look forward to your good news. Green left an ambiguous word, then threw his cloak and stepped onto the wooden board connected to the Mermaid. The Mermaid slowly left the port. Green stood on the stern deck of the Mermaid, looking at the Dragonstone castle carved into the shape of a dragon. He was thinking. Dragon crystal deposits. White Walkers. Melisandre. Dragon. Near dusk, the Mermaid docked at Mermaid Harbor. King Green, accompanied by butler Herschel, began to inspect directly. Mermaid Harbor is the face of the crab territory. Although Green's investment in its golden dragons is far less than the expenditure on armaments, it has never stopped. Mermaid Harbor is dominated by white tones, with clean and wide streets, lush trees planted on both sides, and buildings on the roadside in an orderly manner, with shops and houses lined up in rows. Under the strict laws of Lord Crab, Mermaid Harbor has good public security and is very clean, which is a rare situation in Westerland. However, because of the blockade of Blackwater Bay by Stannis' royal fleet, there are almost no merchants from King's Landing, making Mermaid Harbor much more depressed than before. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the seawater sparkles, reflecting the golden light, and contrasting with the white harbor, like a beautiful painting. Herschel said angrily, "My lord, if a big leather merchant from Lys hadn't come by chance, the goods we originally prepared for the merchants in King's Landing would have become food for rats," he said excitedly. "The furs that Steward Rossell bought at White Harbor have also been reserved by Lys merchants. When the Black Pearl returns from the north. No, I want to find a way to contact Rossell directly and let the Black Pearl go directly to Lys. Under Stannis' order, no ship could pass through Blackwater Bay to the Blackwater River dock in King's Landing, and the merchant ships in King's Landing could not leave their posts, including the merchants on Dragonstone. He treated everyone equally and was very fair." Green pulled the reins and turned the horse's direction. "Thank you, Herschel." Essos, Viserys City-State. In the governor's study, the petite Daenerys Targaryen sat upright, and Jorah Mormont and others stood in front of her. Daenerys' silver hair fell on her shoulders like waves, and worry appeared on her little face. "We don't have enough gold dragons, right?" Sir Jorah glanced at the silver-haired princess and said, "Princess Daenerys, His Majesty Viserys has also asked for a high bonus. His demands will only become more, and we can't satisfy him." After a pause, Daenerys said, "Wouldn't the merchants in the city-state welcome my brother to hold the tournament on his name day? Do you think they will support us, unless you order the soldiers to put knives on their necks?" After saying that, Sir Jorah snorted coldly, and continued, "The tournament like the one in Westerland is considered a new show here, and can attract many people. The merchants just want to take the opportunity to make a fortune, not out of the love that His Majesty Viserys thinks." He hesitated, and said, "I think the real target of those people is you. Your Highness." Although she had warned herself not to give in to her brother easily, Daenerys was happy and touched when her brother approached her some time ago and said he would stop drinking. He also showed concern for his sister's condition. So she agreed to Viserys' request to hold a celebration on her name day. As a result, what she got was not the warming of the relationship between the brother and sister that Daenerys imagined, but her brother's endless requests, such as holding a tournament similar to the one in Westeros on that day. Disappointed? Or do you think you are too naive? Thinking of this, Daenerys barely controlled the calm expression on her face. Daenerys' violet eyes looked out the window, and she whispered, "Do you treat me as a valuable commodity again?" Although there was no angry application on her face, the hand hidden under the table clenched into a fist. Sir Jorah glanced at the silver-haired princess with concern, and said, "It is said that Tick dissuaded His Majesty Viserys from falling in love." Daenerys seemed to be in a trance. She murmured, "Yes, I am worth 10,000 soldiers. At least no one in the city can afford this price." After a moment of silence, Sir Jorah took a step forward, his eyes staring at Daenerys, who was hiding a sad look. "Princess Daenerys, in addition to his determination to take back the Iron Throne from the usurper, Viserys is a king who is easily shaken by slander," he added. "I want to tell you frankly that there must be someone in this world who cherishes you, but that person will definitely not be your brother." After a pause, Sir Jorah looked at Daenerys, who was still expressionless, and continued, "His Majesty Viserys is very dangerous. He is very dangerous to you. You trust your brother too much?" Daenerys quietly wiped away the tear that had not fallen from the corner of her eye while stroking her hair. Sir Jorah looked at Daenerys, who was trying to remain calm, and felt a prick in his heart. His voice was like the cold wind of winter. "Princess Daenerys, His Majesty Viserys needs to wake up. I am willing to do it for him, sir. I appreciate your loyalty, but I hope you can remember that Viserys is my family. I will not take the initiative to hurt my brother, never." Daenerys looked out the window and spoke in a calm voice. After a while, Daenerys' eyes moved to Sir Jorah, and her face became gentle. "I promise." She swept her eyes over the people present and continued, "I will not let you down again. This is the last time." Everyone bowed their heads to Daenerys. Near a small port in Essos, the rising sun cast a soft glow on the sky. In the clear lake, Rhaenys swam like a fish, her red hair floating in the water like a ball of fire. By the lake, Jon Snow couldn't help but secretly glance at the beautiful scenery in the water again. Rhaenys comes here every morning. This is really a good habit. Jon walked a few steps and picked up the clothes that Rhaenys threw on the grass. The ice boy from the north couldn't hide his joy at this time. By the campfire, Rhaenys took the long dress. She didn't rush to put it on. Her bright eyes looked straight at Jon, whose eyes were wandering. Does it look good? Hearing this, Jon turned his head away. The red-haired girl laughed crisply. Do you like it? Jon's voice sounded a little helpless. I'm sure. The red-haired girl was a little angry. The clothes were thrown on the grass by her, and Jon passively felt the warmth. When Jon's breathing became heavy, the red-haired girl suddenly laughed, pushed him away, and picked up the clothes again. While putting on her skirt, Rhaenys said, My father is waiting for me to make breakfast. If we go back late, he will come looking for us with a harpoon. Jon rubbed his face with both hands and said, Okay. After a while, Rhaenys sat down next to Jon, leaned her head gently on his strong arm, and said, Have you decided? After a pause, Jon shook his head slightly. There are people there who I don't know whether I should meet or not. I haven't made a decision yet. Rhaenys looked up at Jon. Go ahead, maybe you will find the answer when you get there. I can take you with me. My father won't agree. Jon put his arm around Rhaenys. I'll be back soon. Rhaenys reached out and touched Jon's cheek. Shy boy, I'll wait for you to come back, but don't let me wait too long. My father has always wanted to find a fisherman husband for me. Jon smiled gently and said, I've calculated the time. I'll be back in 3 months at most. Pike in the Iron Islands is an ancient fortress. It was originally built on a cliff protruding from the sea. However, as the rocks supporting the cliff were eroded by the sea, the towers of Pike were gradually isolated on fragile and shaky reefs, which are surrounded by salty and humid seawater all year round. At the gate of Pike's main castle, Theon Greyjoy has brown-black hair, a thin figure, and a dark complexion. He first looked at his hands, then stared blankly at the woman with the same name as his sister, his lips trembling constantly. Asha Greyjoy is thin, has long legs, and has short black hair. She gave Theon a smile that looked very evil. Do you want to touch me, my dear brother? Theon finally came back to his senses. He was a little angry and embarrassed. You? Why didn't you tell me your identity earlier? Sister has to see what you have become in Winterfell first. She bowed to Theon in a mocking manner, and then said, Well, your highness, I beg you to forgive me for leaving you first. I have to change into some decent clothes so that I can attend your welcome banquet in a grand manner. Theon looked at his sisters leaving back, standing stupidly and motionless. He was actually in front of Asha. She still. Oh, gods. Theon felt that he was simply a complete fool, and he was willing to be a fool. Theon's dumb servants giggled at the side, and this laughter finally brought Theon back to his senses and gave him an outlet to vent his anger. Theon slapped his servant Wix hard. What the hell are you laughing at? He slapped him again and said angrily, Who told you not to tell me earlier? Who told you not to have a tongue? In your next life, remember to grow a tongue for me. Warm reminder. Chapter 191 is repeated. Please do not subscribe again. Chapter 193 Blood and Fire 2. Pike, the Keep. In the smoke-filled long hall, Balon Greyjoy sat on a chair carved from a dark sea stone. His chieftains and captains were everywhere, slaves ran back and forth pouring wine, and the hall echoed with the music of violins and drums. 3 burly men performed the traditional finger dance of the Iron Islands. A series of short-handled axes were thrown back and forth between the 3 men. The rules of the game were that the participants caught or avoided the axes but could not move a step. The game was called the finger dance because it usually ended when someone lost a finger. If they were unlucky, they might even lose 2 or all of their fingers. King Balon was a thin man wearing a moldy sealskin robe, and his long, unkempt gray hair fell to his shoulders. He raised his flint eyes and looked at his son, whose face had turned livid because no one paid attention to him when he came. You're late, Theon. Theon apologized with a slightly dissatisfied tone. Please forgive me, father. He glanced around his father. On his father's left sat his 2 uncles, and Asha Greyjoy was arranged on his right. This position undoubtedly showed his father's favor for her. Theon sat in the empty seat next to Asha. He leaned forward and lowered his voice in his sister's ear, saying, Didn't you say this was my welcome party? And you took my seat. That should be my seat. Asha changed into a light green wool sweater. Although the fabric and workmanship were not delicate enough, it showed her slender curves. Hearing her brother's voice, Asha looked at her brother with wide eyes. The look of his sister looking at him like a fool made Theon furious. She looked innocent. Brother, you must be mistaken. Your banquet and seats are all in Winterfell. Theon gritted his teeth and said, Are you kidding me again? Asha looked at Theon's flushed face. She was very happy. Do you want wine or ale, Theon? As she spoke, Asha also approached Theon and whispered gently, or something else. Theon straightened up, let Asha's approach go, snorted coldly, and said, Every word you said is a lie. After a pause, he couldn't help asking again, You said you were married and pregnant, are you also a lie? This is true. Asha jumped up, she stretched out a palm towards a big man who was performing finger dance, and shouted, Ref, give it to me. Hearing Asha's shout, the burly man turned around and an axe flew out of his hand. The sharp axe cut through torch after torch, and the rolling blade flashed with cold light, and Theon almost suffocated. Asha caught the short-handled axe in midair, and with a bang, stabbed it into the long table, splitting Theon's plate in half, splattering grease. The corners of her mouth rose. Good brother, let me introduce him, he is my husband. Reaching into her coat and pulling out a dagger, she continued, This is my baby. Everyone burst into laughter, only Theon sat there in a daze. It sounded as if everyone was laughing at him, and the best response he could think of was to squeeze out a few nervous smiles. My brother, you have been a little wolf cub in East Lynne for 10 years. Do you think you will be the prince of the Iron Islands as soon as you come back? You know nothing, you don't understand anyone, why should others fight for you and die for you? Asha looked at her brother with a look that was 7 points of ridicule, but also 1 point of joy of reunion, 1 point of disappointment, and 1 point of anger and hatred towards Stark. Please try to imitate this look. Theon only saw his sister's mockery of him. He said stiffly, Because according to the law, I was born a prince of the Iron Islands. Did Asha think that I became a Stark after living in Winterfell for 10 years? Although Lord Eddard let him grow up with his children, he was never one of them. Everyone in Winterfell regarded him as a hostage to ensure his father's safety. Even the illegitimate son Jon Snow was treated better than him. Lord Eddard always tried to play the role of a father, but he always reminded himself that the other party was the one who brought bloodshed to Pike City and forced him to leave his home. When he was a child, he had always lived in the shadow of Stark's stern face and the ice giant's sword, and his wife was even more alienated and suspicious of him. Theon's blood boiled, and he spoke again angrily, Winterfell is my prison, but I still have the blood of sea salt and steel flowing in my body. Asha leaned back in her chair, raised her horn cup and took a sip of wine, and said slowly, Have you only learned the laws of the Greenland in your cell in the Greenland? Have you forgotten our own rules? Theon frowned and stared at the broken plate. Thousands of years ago, King El in the bloody hand of the Iron Islands said, The drowned god created man, and man made the crown. Every captain is the king of his own ship, so the Iron Islands are also called the Land of Kings. Once they have seen their king shitting by the railing or turning blue in the storm, they will no longer kneel to the so-called king, so they must be tough. Looking at Theon who was sitting there motionless, Asha chuckled and said, I heard that you were running errands for the heir of East Lynne City this time, messenger brother. Hearing this, Theon was furious, I am not a runner, I am the leader this time, and the conditions they set were proposed by me. After listening to his explanation, Asha continued to laugh, and Theon felt that her smile was too irritating. Asha said in a somewhat exaggerated way, It sounds like that little wolf is very well behaved in front of you. Theon ignored Asha's tone, he raised his head and said, Yes, he listens to me, I have won his trust, he regards me as his brother. Asha sneered at first, and then laughed. You? Asha's laughter made Theon sound very sarcastic, and his face turned blue and red, like a chameleon. Asha's laughter did not stop. She covered her stomach with one hand and grabbed Theon's shoulder with the other hand. He shook his shoulder angrily, but his sister's hand was strong and powerful, so he failed to shake it. King Balon smiled and looked at his daughter who seemed to be almost dying of laughter, then stood up from the seastone seat. I have a plan to announce. Meet in my study after drinking. After saying that, he turned and left, followed by 2 personal guards, and his 2 younger brothers immediately stood up and followed. Theon wanted to get up and follow, but he was firmly grasped by his sister's hand at this time. He said angrily, Let me go. Asha let Theon go, and she also patted her brother on the shoulder. Alice, father has waited for so many years, what's the harm in waiting a little longer? Not to mention that you have helped him solve the problem. Although Theon didn't want to pay attention to Asha, he was still a little confused, so he couldn't help asking, what problem was solved? Asha's smile became very evil. Of course, let the little wolf who listens to you obediently hand over Eastland City to father for safekeeping, my good brother. Crab Claw Peninsula, Whispering City. Today is the day when the leader of the Thorn Legion, Emperor, was knighted. According to the ceremony, she had been guarding in front of the statue of the warrior of the 7 gods last night. Leaving the temple, Emperor wore a short white dress and walked barefoot to the place of conferment to show her humility. The Temple of Whispering City is not far from the main castle. After walking for a while, she saw the wooden door of the main castle carved with swamp marigolds. Emperor suddenly remembered the scene when she first came here to meet the Lord, and she couldn't help but flex and stretch her toes. Emperor exhaled, raised her chin slightly, and took a step. In the hall, Green Crab's eyes swept across the beauty Brienne Tarth, Chapter 88, among the crowd of spectators. He could feel that she was just an invited guest this time, and he secretly felt sorry. The beauty valued promises, so she came, but her heart was with Ringly, and Lord Green was not difficult to do. There was movement in the distance. Green looked over, and Emperor was walking slowly. Lord Green remembered the previous scene, looking at this upright female warrior, his mouth corners slightly curved. After the master of ceremonies finished his chant, the hall became quiet. Emperor knelt on one knee in front of Green and lowered his head. With a thud, Green drew out his longsword and placed it on Emperor's right shoulder. He slowly said, "In the name of a warrior, I ask you to be brave." The longsword moved from the right shoulder to the left shoulder. "In the name of the Father, I ask you to be fair." The longsword returned to the right shoulder. "In the name of the Virgin Mary, I ask you to protect the weak and the innocent." The longsword fell to the left shoulder again. "In the name of the girl, I ask you to protect all women." The longsword moved from left to right. "In the name of the blacksmith, I ask you to be resolute." The longsword moved from right to left. "In the name of the old woman, I ask you to be rational." The longsword moved from left to right. "In the name of the stranger, I ask you not to fear sacrifice." Green retracted the longsword and said, "Stand up, Knight Emperor." Emperor stood up, and Brother Zari came over with a kind face and anointed her with holy oil. "Congratulations, kid. May the gods bless you." Witness Knight Mason Baker said, "Sir Impero, you need a surname of your own." Impero nodded his thanks, then looked at the always steady Sir Mason with expectation. Mason smiled and nodded, then with a slightly stiff movement, he approached the Bishop of Crab Claw Peninsula who was about to leave and said, "Brother Zari, it's a good opportunity for us to discuss the location of the new cathedral." Brother Zari was forced to walk in a hurry because of Sir Mason. Impero looked at their departing backs and opened his mouth. Green walked over, his eyes smiling. "Impero, Mason's affairs are quite busy. I can help." Green thought for a moment and said, "Thorns, Impero thorns." The next day, Green took the newly appointed female knight and began to patrol the western part of Crab Claw Peninsula. At the same time, under Green's military order, the elite soldiers and various armaments of the Crab Claw Peninsula began to secretly gather towards the newly built military port in the north of the Crab Claw Peninsula. The armaments and soldiers will be assembled within 3 months. Red Castle, Prime Minister's Tower. In the study, Tyrion Lannister lay on the table, looking very tired. Tyrion had to admit that he really underestimated his cousin Lancel. With his assistance, Jacqueline Bywater soon took the position of the Commander-in-Chief of the Gold Cloaks. As a reward for Tyrion, Lancel Lannister was promoted to the Adjutant of the Gold Cloaks, equivalent to the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Gold Cloaks. This was a very cost-effective deal. Tyrion couldn't help but smile. His sister Cersei became easier to deal with when she found the right person. He was now very interested in the process of Lancel persuading his sister. Poor brother Jaime. He thought again, could it be that his sister really naively thought that Green and Lancel had the same sword in their hands? The next step, in addition to food, is to prepare for war and diplomacy. Tyrion occasionally missed Green when he was gone, but he became relaxed physically and mentally. Well, the Vale is a good place to retire. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and after receiving a response, Varys, dressed in a lavender robe, slid in lightly. "Good day, Prime Minister Tyrion." Tyrion lazily left the table and leaned back in his chair. He smelled the scent of lavender. He grinned. "Please take a seat, Lord Varys." After Varys sat down, He pulled out a piece of parchment from the sleeve of his robe and said, "The first secret report, the captain of the royal warship White Hart intends to set sail in 3 days and take the ship to serve Lord Stannis." Tyrion laughed and said, "Is it also a poor child forgotten by Stannis in King's Landing?" After a pause, he sighed, "We only have a few ships. In order to ensure the loyalty of other captains, I have to be cruel. I think they need to see Joffrey's fairness." His eyes moved slightly, and he said, "I have to let my good nephew have something to do, otherwise the old man of the 7 gods will not be able to bear it." Varys smiled and nodded slightly, and made a mark on the paper. He continued, "The second secret report is that Horace and Seer Hobber of House Redwyne have bribed a certain gate guard and plan to sneak out of the city the day after tomorrow. The twin brothers will disguise themselves as rowers and leave on the Pentas ship Moonchaser." Tyrion hesitated for a moment and said, "Do your guests want to slip away? If my sister loses these 2 rare guests who are specially left behind, I'm afraid she will go crazy." He looked at Varys and said, "I will arrange this matter myself. You need to keep it secret from the Queen Mother." Varys bowed slightly and said, "Yes, my Prime Minister." He made another mark on the paper and said, "The 3rd secret report, the 4th secret report, the 5th secret report, the last secret report." After listening to Varys' secret report, Tyrion climbed down from the chair and walked over to get the wine jug and empty wine glass. Tyrion poured a glass of wine for Varys, who had been reading the secret report for half a day. "Lord Varys, I always feel that you have good intentions towards me. I am very curious, why are you so kind to me?" Tyrion handed over the wine, while looking at him with scrutiny. Varys smiled, "Lord Tyrion, you are the Prime Minister. Isn't the object of the Prime Minister's service to the kingdom, the king and you?" Tyrion grinned, "You also served Jon Arryn and Eddard Stark in this thoughtful way." Chapter 194 Blood and Fire 3. Varys took a sip of wine and said, "Oh, it's as sweet as summer, and the grapes are singing on my tongue." Tyrion Lannister watched Varys perform quietly. Varys restrained a smile on his face and said, "Prime Minister Tyrion, I promise that I have served Prime Minister Arryn and Prime Minister Stark to the best of my ability." But he shook his head slightly, a little aggrieved on his face, and continued, "They have their own principles and are determined. As the chief of intelligence who is hated by everyone, I really can't do anything." Tyrion swirled the wine in the glass and said, "What about me?" Varys smiled lightly and habitually linked his hands together. "You are the wisest Prime Minister I have ever met." Tyrion grinned, but Varys was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "You understand what power is, or what real strength is." But, at this point, Varys moved his lips, smiled and shook his head. "The wisdom of Casterly Rock loves you." He first complimented him, and then said, "Prime Minister Tyrion, your sword is scary. Fear can make people want to resist, and the consequences will become unpredictable." Tyrion's 2-color eyes trembled slightly, and he shook the wine glass while saying, "The 2 brothers of the Baratheon family will attack King's Landing sooner or later. I have to prepare for the war. I don't have time to play with others." Varys nodded, he sighed, and said, "Understanding each other's difficulties is too difficult." Tyrion shrugged, "I have to do this." Varys nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "This is the firm will of the Prime Minister. You see. I still can't stop it." Tyrion laughed, "Lord Varys, if I am not careful, I will follow in the footsteps of the former Prime Ministers. Well, I think poisoning may be better than eating it alive. I am very curious about my fate." Varys smiled and said, "You are willing to say that, which means you are not worried about the future." Tyrion picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and said, "Cheers, my kind father." Varys nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Lord Tywin will never allow others to hurt Lannister." Tyrion murmured in a voice that he could hear, "Lannister." Seeing that Tyrion was a little distracted, Varys said again, "Prime Minister, I have to admit that you did a great job this time. You sitting in this position gives me more confidence in the future of the kingdom." Tyrion rubbed his temple with his hand and said, "Are you referring to the gold cloak?" Varys' voice seemed to be sighing. "Queen Cersei controls King's Landing with 2 swords. Only a few people don't know about this." Tyrion grinned. "My good sister is one of those few people." Hearing Tyrion's joke, Varys suddenly became nervous. "Prime Minister, the Queen Mother is your biological sister. I dare not joke with her." Tyrion waved his hand. "Lord Varys, it's just a private joke. It's because I am gradually trusting you. Go on." Varys first bowed slightly before continuing, "One sword left King's Landing voluntarily, while the other sword was forced to leave. Of course, there is also a new sword, A decorative sword. Tyrion's eyes turned slightly. He felt that Varys seemed to be testing something. What did he want to know? What is the real reason why Green left King's Landing? Why did the eunuch want to know the answer? He was silent for a while, and said, "The person I really want to thank is my good sister. The sword of loyalty will not disobey orders. Even if they are unreasonable." Varys' eyes flickered, and he paused. He seemed to be regretful. "At least we have left the vortex of King's Landing." Tyrion laughed, and he said bluntly, "Maybe Lord Green is homesick." Varys sighed. "What never changes in the Red Castle is that the big fish eat the small fish." Tyrion seemed not to understand Varys' hint. "Lord Varys, be happy. My sister still has the king's scabbard with the beautiful cloaks." Varys sighed. When Ser Barristan Selmy was expelled, he threw his sword to the Iron Throne, but he also took away the only remaining owner of the king's scabbard. Tyrion laughed. "Do eunuchs also understand honor?" Varys' eyes moved slightly, and he paused. He showed a sly smile. "Of course eunuchs don't understand what honor is. But I think we may have a lot in common in our views on honor." "Ha, I like your frankness." Tyrion raised his glass and gestured. "Strangely enough, I find that I like you more and more. Is it because I am half human?" He put down the glass and said, "I am small, my legs are underdeveloped, and women are not interested in me, but the gods in heaven are kind to me. I am still a man after all, and one day I may marry and have children. If the gods favor me, my son will have Jaime's appearance and Tywin's brain. And you can't even have such a dream." After a pause, Tyrion said seriously, "Dwarfs are a prank of the gods in heaven, and eunuchs are the sins of mortals on earth. Varys, what is your true identity?" Varys' expression did not change. "My Lord Prime Minister, as you said, there are not many choices for eunuchs. I just want to be a servant of the kingdom. If possible, I hope that with my tiny ability, I can serve the power that can stabilize the kingdom. Therefore, every time I will do my best for my own tiny wish." Tyrion stared at Varys for a while. He tilted his head and said, "Power." Varys smiled and said, "Power is a wonderful thing. Prime Minister Tyrion, have you ever thought about the riddle I gave you in the tavern that day? Think about it once or twice." Tyrion nodded slightly and said, "The king, the monk, the rich man, who will die? Who can live?" "Lord Varys, this is a riddle without an answer, or rather, there are too many answers. It depends on how the person holding the sword chooses." Varys smiled faintly. "But he is nothing. He has no crown, no gold, silver, and jewelry, and no favor from the gods. He only has the sword in his hand." Tyrion's eyes trembled slightly. "The sword has the power to decide life and death." Varys nodded, and the smile on his face gradually faded. "Since the person holding the sword is the one who really decides our life and death, why do we pretend to admit that the person sitting on the Iron Throne holds the power? For example, why should this strong man with a sword obey a little boy like Joffrey, or a drunkard like his father?" Tyrion moved and leaned back in his chair, saying, "Because the little boy and the drunkard can command other strong men, and they also have swords." Varys stared at Tyrion. "In this case, are they the ones who really hold power? If so, where do their swords come from? Who will they choose to listen to?" He paused, smiled slightly, and continued, "Some say that knowledge is power, some say that power comes from the gods, and some say that power comes from the law. However, that day in the square of the Great September of Baelor, our devout archbishop, the legitimate regent queen mother, and many nobles present were powerless to stop the rioting people. Since I came to the Red Keep as the chief of intelligence, I have seen powerful people die one by one for various reasons, and I wonder who killed them. Maybe, could it be that the person who controls the power that he cannot bear?" Tyrion said with interest. "Lord Varys, it seems you have found the answer." Varys smiled and shook his head. "I dare not say it is the answer. The intelligence chief is an observer. A pair of ordinary eyes can see many things and objects. What I see is that power exists in the human heart. What people believe is power, no more and no less." Tyrion reached out and picked up the wineglass, saying, "It sounds like power is a trick." Varys also picked up the wineglass and said, "Power is like a shadow on the wall. Even a short person can cast a huge shadow." Tyrion laughed. "I like you, Lord Varys." Crab Claw Peninsula, Lyanna Manor. Green Crab looked at the housekeeper Suranna, and she shrugged helplessly. Green nodded his chin and started walking, saying, "Sulanna, let's go together." As he walked, Sulanna said, "My lord, Miss Lyanna is not avoiding you on purpose. She just doesn't know how to face you." Green raised his eyebrows and said, "My cousin didn't mistakenly think that I would force her to drink the moon tea, did she?" After walking a few steps silently, Sulana slowly said, "My lord, please forgive me for being presumptuous, but your laws in the Kleber territory are easy to be feared." Green thought about it, and he confirmed again that he had not yet formulated such territorial laws. "Sulana, you mean I was misunderstood, right?" Sulana smiled rarely and said respectfully, "I have experience. When you are pregnant, it is easy to think too much, and you like to imagine bad things." Green glanced at Sulana who was walking beside him. "I can understand." In the small hall, Lyanna Kleber slowly sat down on the chair with the help of Yulia. Green glanced at her belly and said gently, "Cousin Lyanna, it's been a long time since we last met." Lyanna said a little uneasily. Green, after waiting for a while, seeing that Lyanna was embarrassed about how to start, Green said, "Why do you want to keep this child?" After a pause, he said, "We are relatives, you can tell me the reason directly." A layer of mist appeared in Lyanna's eyes, and she whispered, "I don't want to get married, but I want to have a child of my own." Yulia and Sulana both glanced at Green who was silent. After a moment of silence, Green said, "I know," he said, "this manor does need an heir." At night, the candlelight flickered in the study. Green's slender fingers tapped on the desk, and next to it was a letter received this evening. It was reported that Renly Baratheon declared himself the king of the Seven Kingdoms in Bitterbridge in the River Reach, claiming to be Renly I, and his queen was Margaery Tyrell. Green thought that Duke Stannis must have also heard the news. If Green was not a time traveler, he would never have thought that Stannis would lead only a few thousand soldiers to Storm's End and plan to fight a decisive battle with Renly's 100,000 soldiers. The law is both stubborn and tough. Green's fingers paused. He reached out to pick up the map of Westeros, stood up and spread it out on the table. Green first glanced at the location of Storm's End, then stretched out his finger to point at the small island in the east of Crab Claw Peninsula, Crab Island. Green pinched his chin, and his eyes were fixed on Seagull Town in the valley. Green's eyes trembled slightly. He regretted Jon's departure, otherwise he would be a general who could lead troops to fight alone. Green looked at Crab Island on the map again, and without much hesitation, he made a decision. The time has not come yet, wait for the fruit to mature further before picking it. Green picked up Varys' letter. The Lannisters' sworn knight led 2,000 free riders to leave Casterly Rock. Green lowered his eyes and looked at the map. His sight swept across Harrenhal and the Twins in the Riverlands. Green returned to his chair. The chaos in Westeros is about to begin. The Vale. The Arryn family must not be left alive. He needs a murderer. Iron Islands, Pike. King Balon's study was as damp and ventilated as usual. Asha Greyjoy's smile was hateful. "Good brother, your sister is a shy girl." Theon Greyjoy glanced at his father sitting in front of the brazier, his face flushed, and whispered, "Then you will never marry. When I become king, the first thing I will do is to send you to be a silent nun." "What are you two talking about?" King Balon's voice came, and Asha suddenly became serious. This was the sister in Theon's sight. "I intend to send you as the vanguard, Theon. You will lead 8 long ships to sail north. Your mission is to attack the rocky coast, plunder coastal fishing villages, and sink every ship you see. Perhaps you can lure a few northern lords out of their stone forts. Arryn will follow you, as well as Dagmar the Cleftjaw." Theon didn't even listen carefully to the rest of the content. He said in disbelief, "Father, are you sure you only give me 8 ships? What can 8 ships do?" King Balon said coldly, "I have planned everything. You just need to listen carefully, Theon." Theon felt like he was slapped in the face. His father didn't trust his ability. He gave him a little plundering job, burning fishermen's huts, and raped their ugly daughters. Moreover, he couldn't do this independently. Isn't this just trying to undermine him and use him for show? Theon clenched his fists. Essos, Viserys City, Westport. With a creaking sound, Jon Snow, Little Griffin, and Rolly stepped on the long wooden plank and walked off the boat. Little Griffin glanced at the surrounding environment with great interest, and suddenly reached out and patted Jon beside him. He smiled and said, "Hey, Jon, are you thinking about that red-haired girl again?" Jon smiled and replied, "Little Griffin, her name is Rhaenell." Little Griffin shrugged helplessly, I know, I actually envy you." Chapter 195 Blood and Fire 4. Jon Snow smiled and said jokingly, "Little Griffin, you seem very shy." After thinking for a while, he felt that he was not much better, so he added, "At least worse than me." Little Griffin laughed, paused, and said, John, when I realized the difference between boys and girls, my father taught me that I could only love my wife and my life, including my body. John paused. He agreed with this point. He once secretly vowed that he would never have an illegitimate child. John was not good at praising others. Little Griffin, your father is a good father. Little Griffin smiled and glanced at John, who looked serious, and said, aren't you curious about how old I was at that time? How old? Little Griffin's tone seemed uncertain. 7 years old, or 8 years old. Little Griffin was very friendly. Through this period of contact, John had already regarded him as his friend, so he was very relaxed when talking. He smiled with his lips pursed. It's a little late. Little Griffin pretended to sigh sadly, and then they both laughed at the same time. After walking out of the dock, the tall and strong Raleigh looked around and said, you guys find a place to eat nearby. I'll go get the horses. John stretched out his hand to stop Raleigh, who was about to leave, and said, leave it to me. Little Griffin shrugged slightly, pointed to the tavern not far away, and said, Raleigh and I will wait for you there. John glanced at where Little Griffin pointed, nodded, and walked towards the direction of the horse merchant. When John disappeared, Raleigh said, Your Highness, do you like John very much? Little Griffin frowned slightly and said, remember, my name is Little Griffin. Raleigh scratched the back of his head and said, I will remember it. Little Griffin reached out and patted Raleigh's strong arm, and said as he walked, he is very pure. I really hope he can become the next Orys, but who can guarantee what the result will be? It is rumored that Orys is the illegitimate brother of Aegon I. He is one of the most powerful generals under Aegon I, the founder of the Baratheon family, and one of the few personal friends of Aegon himself. He instructed, Raleigh, I am here to see my relatives from afar this time. I only brought a pair of eyes this time. The sun was high, and the three of them rode towards the direction of the city-state of Cantus. The horses under them snorted from time to time, and the horses' hooves stepped on the dry and hard ground, making a crisp sound and raising a cloud of dust. As night fell, they set up a tent in an open space by the road and lit a bonfire. John wiped the sweat from his forehead and cheeks. He missed the cold wind in the north. John took the wine bag thrown to him and took a big gulp. He exhaled comfortably and looked at Little Griffin. After traveling for most of the day, Little Griffin did not look embarrassed or tired. His behavior was still elegant and noble. Bastards must learn to read people's expressions. He had actually realized that his friend was a man of extraordinary birth. Noble. John retracted his gaze. If Little Griffin did not want to speak up, he would not deliberately inquire or guess. Raleigh's rough voice sounded, damn, I really hope it's as cool as night. Raleigh's complaint made him feel kind, and John couldn't help but smile. Every time there was a banquet in Winterfell, Lord Ned would always allow each child to drink a glass of wine, but not more. On the contrary, when he was with his entourage and servants, no one would care how much he drank. They sat at the end of the hall, drinking cup after cup of wine happily, listening to them bragging about war, hunting and adultery. At that time, he felt that it was a blessing exclusive to bastards. John shook his head secretly. How could a despicable bastard know what nobility is? As the night deepened, the three of them sat around the campfire. Little Griffin glanced at the simple map in his hand and said, we will be able to enter the city in about 3 days. Raleigh nodded in agreement. Descendants of the true dragon. He looked at John, who was smiling but not saying anything, and said, John, are you planning to participate in the tournament? John shook his head slightly. I'll just be a spectator, he asked in return. Raleigh, do you want to participate? Raleigh shook his head. My duty is to protect Little Griffin's safety, and by the way, see if the silver-haired princess of the true dragon family is as beautiful as the rumors. A cold light flashed in Little Griffin's eyes, and he smiled and said, I hope we will gain something. John hesitated and said, there will be gains. It is said that Targaryens are all very good-looking. Little Griffin's eyes trembled slightly. Then I'm relieved. It's not a wasted trip. Raleigh laughed. It's not a wasted trip to see the rumored Beggar King, he said mysteriously. I heard that the Beggar King sold his mother's crown to maintain his dignity, and even planned to sell the silver-haired princess to the Dothraki in exchange for soldiers. John was stunned for a moment, and said in disbelief, Raleigh, I heard that the Dothraki are barbarians. He actually wants to exchange his own sister for soldiers with the barbarians. Raleigh stretched out his big hand and scratched his head, saying, could it be that the relationship between the brother and sister is not good? Little Griffin chuckled. To be precise, he only has one sister left to sell. John thought of Arya and Sansa. He had a good relationship with the youngest Arya since childhood. Although Sansa never gave him a good face, he never thought of hurting her. Jon remembered what he saw and heard in the Red Castle, and he said, maybe power is more important to him than his family. Jon silently added in his heart, what a coward. Little Griffin's eyes moved slightly. Jon, you seem to think this kind of thing is more normal. Jon was silent for a while, and said frankly, I took care of horses in the Red Keep, and heard a lot of similar things there. Rolly leaned forward. The Red Keep you are talking about is the Palace of Westerfall, right? Jon nodded slightly. Rolly asked, Jon, I'm really curious, tell us about it. Little Griffin's eyes also moved to Jon, and it seemed that he was also interested in listening. Jon smiled and shook his head, and said helplessly, what I heard may not be true. Little Griffin threw a wine bag to Jon and said, Jon, don't worry, drink and talk. Crab Claw Peninsula, Mermaid Harbor, Government Hall. Green Crab stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, and in his hand was Daenerys's handwritten reply. 15 days later, at the Bitter Bridge in Huon, the turbid Mander River shone in the sun. On the green lawns along the Rose Avenue, countless catapults, ballistas, and battering rams were lined up. The tents of the lords of the Haybay and Stormlands were like silk mushrooms, scattered all over the field, and thousands of campfires filled the air with a pale mist. Under the bright sun, countless spear tips flashed red, as if they were weeping blood. Renly Baratheon's huge banner flew high in the camp, with a black-crowned stag embroidered on a golden background, tall, soaring, and proud. Under the crowned stag banner, the venue for the tournament was cleared, and the place was filled with the screams of horses, the clang of weapons, and the cheers of spectators. On the high platform, Renly and Margaery sat side by side, talking and laughing. Renly wore a stag crown with a round of roses inlaid on his head. He wore a green velvet coat, and the Baratheon coat was embroidered on his chest with golden threads of golden roses. Renly has slender limbs, broad shoulders, smooth and straight charcoal black hair, blue eyes, and a familiar smile. He is simply the rebirth of young Robert. Margaery Tyrell wore a green high-girt and armless dress, long brown curly hair lazily draped over her shoulders, and a pair of gentle eyes looked at Renly from time to time. Her smile was shy and sweet. Off the field, with a bang, two heavily armored war horses suddenly collided with each other, and the steel and flesh were indistinguishable, causing everyone to exclaim. Margaery on the high platform was so scared that she almost screamed. When she saw the two knights in full plate armor climbed up one after another, she exhaled the breath she had been holding. Feeling that Renly's eyes were attracted, Margaery's slightly pale face tilted slightly, and the charming face showed a lingering smile. A soothing smile appeared on Renly's handsome face, very gentle, and the ladies who were watching their interaction couldn't help but cover their chests and sigh. Olenna Redwine, who was sitting not far away, looked away and whispered angrily, what a king. Mace Tyrell, who was standing next to her, stopped stroking his beard and asked in confusion, Mother, what did you say? Lady Olenna became angry when she saw her son's smiling face. My Duke of Mace, when will my granddaughter conceive the future king? The Duke of Mace's smile froze for a moment, and he said flatteringly, Mother, King Renly has made a promise. You don't trust others, but don't you trust your granddaughter? He stroked his beard and said, Margaery has sat on the throne of Queen, and the Golden Rose will live forever. Lady Olenna snorted coldly. The old woman hasn't seen anything practical except kneeling and saluting every day. The Duke of Mace explained to his mother, Duke Tywin's troops are marching towards the Riverlands. When they finish fighting, if we're lucky, we don't even have to start a war. Lady Olenna interrupted the Duke of Mace impatiently. The old woman does not know how to fight. I am tired of listening to your preaching about the art of war every day. You can do it yourselves, she added. I plan to return to Highgarden. Hearing this, the Duke of Mace was surprised and said, Mother, you? Lady Olenna patted her knees angrily. Duke of Highgarden, please have mercy on me, an old woman. If I continue to kneel, I may never get up again. The arena was messy, muddy, and full of broken armor and spears. The Bitterbridge Group Tournament, which was participated by 116 knights, fought for a whole day. In the end, Brienne of the House of Tarth won. King Renly shouted, Please come forward, my champion. As Renly finished speaking, Brienne limped towards the platform. Walking in front of Renly, Brienne held her head high and said, Your Majesty Renly. The blue armor she was wearing was covered with wounds, with dents from hammers and nail heads, grooves carved by long swords, pieces of enamel on the breastplate falling off, and the cloak torn into shreds. Renly looked at Brienne gently and praised, "Your noble father was not exaggerating. You are indeed an excellent swordsman," he added. "As a champion, you can ask me for anything you want. As long as I can, I will give it to you," Brienne answered without hesitation. "Your Majesty Renly, I ask you for the honorary position of Rainbow Guard. I ask to be one of your 7 guards, to give my life for you, to follow you to the ends of the earth, to stay by your side at all times, and to protect you from all dangers." "I agree." As Renly finished speaking, Brienne's ugly face was filled with the innocent smile of a girl. Renly smiled. He tore off Brienne's tattered cloak and tied a new rainbow cloak on her with his own hands. The beauty's voice could hardly suppress her excitement. "Lord Renly, my life is yours. I swear to the old and new gods that from this day on, I will be your shield." As night fell, the banquet of the tournament began. Amid the performances of singers and jugglers, everyone first enjoyed pears cooked in strong wine, followed by delicious small fish fried crispy with salt and roosters stuffed with onions and mushrooms, followed by large pieces of baked brown bread, piles of turnips, sweet corn and peas, top-quality hams and roast geese, and plates of wild venison filled with ale and barley. At the main seat, King Renly would occasionally pick up food with the tip of his dagger and give it to Margaery. The two of them would either joke or whisper. King Renly laughed heartily from time to time, and he could talk to lords of any background in a friendly manner. As the banquet drew to a close, the guests who had drunk too much could no longer restrain themselves. For example, Earl William's sons Josela and Ellis argued over who would be the first to climb over the walls of King's Landing. Earl Varner held a maid on his knees and nuzzled her neck while inserting his hand into her vagina. Greenguard Seer Morgan, who called himself a singer, played a song about a lion's tail being tangled on his harp. Sir Melander teased a black and white monkey and fed it with food from his plate. Sir Tenton, whose foot happened to be stuck in a seasoning bottle, vowed to kill the hound Sandor Clegane in a one-on-one duel. Amid the laughter of the whole audience, Margaery's maid quietly came over and whispered a few words in her ear, and Margaery nodded her chin slightly. Soldiers wearing forest green full-body armor and 2 huge golden antlers on their helmets guarded both sides of the entrance to the king's tent. Hearing the noise, the captain of the guard looked over vigilantly. When he saw who was coming, his eyes widened unconsciously. He seemed to have seen a ghost. "Lo, Sir Loras." Chapter 196 Initiative. Peterbridge Camp, the king's tent. Renly Baratheon likes luxury like his brother Robert or he is habitually imitating his brother. His tent is larger than the hall of an ordinary hotel, and it is filled with all kinds of luxury goods. Renly, who was standing in front of the table, turned his head and was stunned when he saw the person coming. Then his pupils suddenly shrank. He murmured, "Loras." The Knight of Flowers remained silent. He slowly walked towards King Renly, who seemed to be fixed there. The candlelight flickered, and the Knight of Flowers and Duke Renly stood face to face in silence for a long time. King Renly shook his hand and gently stroked the Knight of Flowers' cheek, his expression gradually becoming sad. His voice was gentle. "I miss Loras." "Thank you, my queen," she whispered. "I am willing to do anything for you, my king." King Renly stared at Margaery Tyrell dressed as Loras. They looked similar to each other. The joy that rose in his heart the moment he saw her was beyond words, but she was not him after all. King Renly patted Margaery's shoulder gently. His eyes were full of deep emotion. He was looking at another person through Margaery. After a deep look, Renly turned around, with his back to Margaery, and said calmly, "Queen Margaery, I will keep my promise. You will always be my queen." Margaery's eyes trembled slightly, and her fingers slightly bent. Renly continued to talk to himself. When Ser Selmy left King's Landing, he vowed to continue serving the true king. "I thought he would come to me, but he seems to have disappeared, and no one knows where he is." Brienne's cloak was originally meant for Ser Selmy. "Margaery, do you think he went to Dragonstone?" Margaery put her arms around Renly and put her little face against his broad back. Renly's body became very stiff, and Margaery quickly let go of him. "My Majesty, you need an heir." As she spoke, Margaery walked lightly in front of Renly and continued, "I can be your queen during the day, and I can become your brother at night." Margaery stared at Renly with her moist eyes, who maintained a calm expression, and murmured, "I will become more and more like him." After Margaery finished speaking, Renly seemed a little moved. She continued, "For you, I am willing." Renly suddenly hugged Margaery. His action was a little rough, and her lower back hit the edge of the table, but Little Rose stared at him closely. without showing any pain. Renly lowered his head, and Margaery gently closed her eyelids. Time passed, and Margaery did not wait for the expected warmth. Renly suddenly let go of Margaery and took a step back. Renly said with difficulty, "I can't do it." Margaery's eyes were still looking at him gently, without showing any other bad emotions, which made Renly secretly relieved. Little Rose showed a little apology on her face. "Your Majesty, your vassals are waiting for a child with the blood of Baratheon and Tyrell. As your queen, I don't have much choice." After a pause, Little Rose raised her foot closer, looked up at Renly, and said, "I just want to help you, my king." Margaery's hand slowly placed on Renly's chest, and Renly's body became stiff again. "I have another idea," Little Rose said as she naturally withdrew her hand. Renly's relaxed face tightened again. "Please give me some time, Margaery." Margaery did not insist anymore. She showed a charming smile and tapped her chin. She turned around with her back to Renly, and seemed to be very interested in the map on the table. Seeing Margaery's back, Renly's Adam's apple rolled for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Margaery looked at the map interestedly for a while, but she sighed in her heart. She was powerless. Margaery stroked her light brown curly hair, turned around, and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I will go back first. You should also go to bed early." Margaery was about to leave, and Renly suddenly said, "Queen Margaery, when I sit on the Iron Throne, you will have a child, I promise." Margaery paused, she smiled like a flower, and bowed to Renly gently. "I am looking forward to that day. Thank you, my king." Outside the tent, the moonlight was like water, reflecting every corner of the camp. Margaery looked up at the night sky. The stars in the sky were like bright pearls, flashing a faint and firm light. After a while, Margaery retracted her gaze, lifted her skirt with both hands and took a step, and her maids and guards gathered around her. Golden Rose Camp. After Margaery entered her tent, she saw Lady Olenna sitting on a leather folding chair. "Grandma," Little Rose called out. Lady Olenna looked at her granddaughter with her cloudy eyes and waved, "My Margaery, come here." Little Rose trotted away like she did when she was a child. Her thin grandmother made her feel at ease. "Sit, sit." Margaery grabbed her grandmother's hand and sat down. Lady Olenna patted the back of Margaery's hand and said, "My Margaery, you know what you want. You are much smarter than I was back then. When I was young, I was bewitched by my idiot husband and thought I was the happiest woman. I was willing to help Tyrell." Lady Olenna pondered for a while and then said, "Just like our Borduke is doing for the handsome king now, he regards himself as a bride." Margaery, who listened carefully, couldn't help but pursed her lips. Lady Olenna patted the back of Margaery's hand again and said, "My idiot husband fell off a cliff while hunting hawks. I asked them the reason, and they told me that he was staring at the sky and didn't pay any attention to the horse under him. He just couldn't think straight." She sighed and continued, "My Margaery, you are just like me. You also met a husband who can't think straight." Margaery spoke quickly, as if she was making a promise. "Grandmother, I will bear Renly's heir, and he just promised me." After saying that, Margaery stopped talking, and her expression was a little uneasy. Lady Olenna asked, "What did the handsome king promise? Tell me." Margaery looked at her grandmother with her beautiful eyes. "He promised that when he sits on the Iron Throne, he will make me pregnant." The grandmother asked kindly, "My Margaery, have you noticed something?" Margaery hesitated and said frankly, "I'm worried that he can't keep his promise." Lady Olenna said angrily, "After the Duke of the Wild Boar put the crown on Duke Renly, did he want to lead the Golden Rose by the nose?" The Queen of Thorns was very angry. "Only fools believe in men's tongues." After a pause, she added, "Women's tongues cannot be trusted." "My Margaery." Margaery comforted, "Grandmother, I will take care of it. Please believe me, the old woman does not need comfort." Lady Olenna continued, "The Golden Rose never gives up the initiative. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Blood and Fire 5. Margaery Tyrell's brown eyes were filled with surprise. Lord Green, Lady Olenna's eyes were deep, and her wrinkled slender fingers tapped the armrest of the chair. She said, "I always thought that the boy thought my stupid son was easy to fool, so he deliberately approached him and used his clever tongue to make him ego-inflated. But I saw that the little wildling has always been dedicated to the Duke of Wildboar. The old woman has begun to doubt her judgment. As she spoke, Lady Olenna looked at her granddaughter. My Margaery, is your father a favored one by the gods? Otherwise, I really can't find a suitable reason to explain to my stupid son why there are always helpers around him. Margaery's mind emerged with the green crab, who only cared about Queen Cersei. She was skeptical of Green's sincerity. She soon remembered the dawn when they escaped from King's Landing. At that time, Green had no intention of letting Renly go, so she had to come forward. As a result, before she could say more, he chose to let him go directly. Because of the charm of the Light of Highgarden? Maybe, but only a little bit. To be exact, it was the charm of the Duke of Highgarden. Little Rose's lips curved slightly. She remembered her father's proud look when he stroked his beard after hearing about this. He couldn't hide the relief on his face and repeated several times, Green is a good boy. So, what Earl Green said was true. Did he really admire her father very much? Thinking of this, Margaret was confused. Lady Olenna said slowly, before the old woman left King's Landing, she met the little fox in private. Before we parted, he said something that impressed me. He said that he believed that the Golden Rose under the leadership of the Duke of Metz would always have the power to choose. Margaret's pupils shrank slightly, and she said, why did Earl Green say this to you? Lady Olenna looked at her granddaughter's face lovingly. My Margaret, this is a hint that there is no right or wrong, so I said that Green is an alien from the wildling's nest. Margaret thought about her grandmother's words and said, well, he looks like a southern knight. After that, the little Rose frowned slightly and continued to think. Her grandmother seemed to see what she was thinking. Lady Olenna said, my Margaret, you need to learn to be flexible in the Game of Thrones. This is directly related to the final result. Margaret nodded her chin lightly. Lady Olenna patted the back of Margaery's white hand and said, the old woman tells you this to tell you that even without Renly, your grandmother will have a way to put the queen's crown on her granddaughter. In Margaery's surprised eyes, she continued, obviously, I don't see the possibility of Renly failing, so, when he sits on that iron chair in the Red Castle, I will come again. My Margaery, grandmother, then, Grandma will teach you the last lesson. Margaery's eyes were slightly red, and her head leaned lightly on her grandmother's thin shoulders. Her heart was full of admiration and gratitude for her grandmother. Lady Olenna stroked Margaery's hair and said, the only thing that worries me is that Renly and your father treat this war as a game, a grand tournament. They are like children addicted to songs and stories, and children always think they are powerful. She sighed, I see the danger, but I don't see the danger. Your father is obsessed with the prospect of seeing his grandson sit on the Iron Throne in the future. My advice at this time will be regarded as nagging from an old mother by my stupid son, Lady Olenna said angrily. I won't do useless things. After a pause, she sighed. Again, we can't see the possibility that Renly will fail, so I won't be that annoying old woman. Margaery whispered to comfort her. Grandma, my father won't regard your advice as nagging, he's just too happy. Lady Olenna snorted coldly and said, Margaery, even if you believe that you can see the legendary dragon tomorrow, don't believe your father's stupid head. Margaery couldn't help but chuckle. Lady Olenna patted little Rose kindly. She rarely smiled and said, smart Margaery, remember what your grandmother said. After that, she stood up tremblingly. The old woman has to travel tomorrow, you should rest early. Margaery took her grandmother's arm and walked a few steps. Suddenly, she said, Grandma, do you think Earl Green can be trusted? Lady Olenna said as she walked, as long as you can keep your vigilance, you can trust anyone. My Margaery. Margaery nodded slightly. This was what her grandmother had taught her, and she never forgot it. Lady Olenna pondered for a moment and murmured, beautiful words, beautiful actions, he is just an outlier. Crab Claw Peninsula, Mermaid Harbor, Government Affairs Hall. Earl Green leaned back in his chair and picked up Daenerys's handwritten letter again. The words in the letter were filled with the purest love, the love between men and women. Lord Green, who is always steady, tapped the armrest of the chair with his slender fingers, frowning for a while, then relaxing his brows, and so on. Lord Green focused on the front station of the Iron Throne, the Vale. Under his repeated management between the major forces, Crab Claw Peninsula finally ushered in the opportunity to challenge the Vale. But according to the comprehensive strength of Crab Claw Peninsula, it can be said that there is only one chance. If he wins, Green's strength will usher in a leap forward growth, but, if he loses or falls into a stalemate, Crab Claw Peninsula will really be injured, and will lose the strength and initiative to compete for hegemony. Green occasionally had a heartbeat for the beauty on the way, But he never seriously considered such things, because the Lord's marriage is not just a romantic love story. Green dispelled the beautiful face that kept emerging in his mind, and he made himself think rationally. What changes will Crab and Targaryen's marriage bring to the chaotic situation in Westeros? What does Daenerys describe as the future? Green assisted Viserys to sit on the Iron Throne, and after success, he spent the rest of his life happily with a silver-haired princess in the rich valley. I have to admit that the picture is beautiful and heartwarming, but this is not Green's dream. Can Viserys sit firmly on the Iron Throne? Dany's brother can't do it. Green got up from the chair, took a step, and stood in front of the window. Outside the window, there is a magnificent sea view. The blue sea is endless, like a dazzling sapphire inlaid on the earth. Green's eyes trembled slightly. There is only one Iron Throne. For Targaryen and Targaryen supporters, as long as the person sitting on the Iron Throne is not a Targaryen, that person is their enemy. Targaryen was originally the last link for Green to move to the Iron Throne, but Daenerys' love added a lot of uncertainty. Does this change bring more benefits than disadvantages, or more disadvantages than benefits? Green thinks it is half and half. Time. Green suddenly laughed. How could the human heart be accurately calculated? The girl's love came and went quickly. Perhaps when he received this letter, she had already found a new love. This was a world of ice and fire. Green retracted his thoughts. Beauty really affects the speed of drawing a sword. Dong dong dong. After getting a response, Butler Herschel, whose belly had grown bigger, walked in happily with a plate of food. After Butler Herschel had served the food, Green walked over and sat down, saying, "Thank you, Herschel." Butler Herschel bowed slightly, his fat face full of smiles. "My lord, this is my honor." Green picked up the wine glass and took a sip, saying, "Herschel, the blockade of Blackwater Bay is expected to last about half a year. I hope you're prepared." Butler Herschel couldn't help but sigh and said regretfully, "If it weren't for this blockade, Mermaid Harbor would have a lot of surplus this year. I had planned to use the money to invest in port construction next year." Green put down the wine glass and said, "Duke Renly has declared himself king in the south with the support of Duke Hygerdon. I think the transport ships from the Reach will soon be banned from entering Blackwater Bay." Butler Herschel's pupils shrank. "My lord, we still lack a lot of war reserves." Butler Herschel was referring to the food transported to Mermaid Harbor by merchant ships from the Reach. These were war reserves stockpiled by the Crab territory for the Battle of the Valley. Green leaned back in his chair and said, "Although it's not the best situation, the current reserves are enough for us." Herschel nodded slightly, patted his chest and said, "My lord, Herschel is at your service." After a pause, Green said, "Blackwater Bay can be said to have entered a state of war. The royal fleet in Stannis' hands will not defend against pirates as wholeheartedly as before, because they already have more important enemies." He added, "The more it is at this time, the more we cannot neglect the defense of the port. If we are not careful, the mermaid port we have built with great difficulty will be burned down." Loyal Herschel, Steward Herschel said solemnly, "My lord, please rest assured, I will remember it." Essos, Viserys, Cantus, City-State, Governor's Mansion. Daenerys entered the steaming hot tub with the help of her maid. She felt the comfort brought by the hot water and reached out to touch the dragon egg fossil placed next to her. Ever since receiving the 3 dragon eggs, green, white and black, Daenerys had unknowingly fallen in love with various stories about dragons. She had heard that dragons originally came from the east, from the Shadowlands on the other side of Ashay and the islands in the Jade Sea. She thought, perhaps there were still some dragons living in that wild and treacherous land. Daenerys withdrew her hand from the dragon egg and asked the new maid, "Do you think I can see dragons again?" The new maid knew a lot about dragons. While brushing Daenerys' back, she said, "Your Highness, I heard that the dragons died a long time ago." "They are extinct." Daenerys was a little disappointed. "Are they all dead?" "The dragons in the east too. It is rumored that when the end of the world came to Valyria and the land of eternal summer, magic also became extinct in the west. Enchanted swords, weather-predicting storm singers, and dragons were all irreversible." But Daenerys heard that the situation in the east was different. It was said that manticores still appeared in the Jade Sea Islands, and basilisks still occupied the jungles of Ut. She thought, if that's the case, why is it impossible for dragons to survive? The new maid moved to the side and held up the slender white arm of the silver-haired princess. "Your Highness, every part of your body is so charming." She picked up the towel with her other hand and said, "The brave slay the dragon, because dragons are terrible monsters, so they are gone." She continued, "A Karth merchant told me that dragons came out of the moon." Daenerys was curious and puzzled. "The moon?" The new maid nodded. "He told me that the moon is an egg. There were originally 2 moons in the sky, but one was too close to the sun and couldn't stand the high heat, so it exploded. Thousands of dragons poured out of the exploded moon. They absorbed the sun's flames, which is why dragons can spit fire. He said that one day the remaining moon will kiss the sun, and then it will explode, and the dragons will return to this world." Barona, who was sitting by the stove drying a towel, said, "Why do I hear people say that the moon is a goddess and the wife of the sun? I can't believe that the moon is an egg." Daenerys chuckled. "It's all possible." After saying that, her violet eyes looked at the dragon egg fossil. She thought it would be nice if it was a real dragon egg. Daenerys wore silk pajamas and played with a dragon egg with a dark green shell on the bed. The scales of the dragon egg shone with a bronze luster under the moonlight, which was very beautiful. Sometimes she even felt that she could draw energy from the petrified dragon in the egg, making her strong and brave. Daenerys Targaryen smiled and fell asleep. The next morning, Jorah Mormont asked to see the silver-haired princess. Daenerys had a rare good sleep last night. She was in a good mood and took the initiative to greet him. "Good day, sir." Sir Jorah stood in front of Daenerys with his tall body, stroked his chest and said, "Good day, Princess Daenerys." Daenerys smiled and said, "Sir Jorah, what do you want to talk to me about?" Sir Jorah glanced at the smiling silver-haired princess and said, "Princess Daenerys, because of the tournament held by His Majesty Viserys, too many outsiders have poured into the city. A lot of robberies and crimes occurred last night, and the people are very uneasy." Daenerys put down the teacup in her hand and asked solemnly, "A lot of outsiders? How many came?" Sir Jorah replied, "It is estimated to be thousands of people." He added, "Not only has the law and order become chaotic, but now sanitation has also become a problem. The city is full of stench, and the people's dissatisfaction is growing. This is very dangerous, my princess." Daenerys thought for a moment and said, "Sir Jorah, are our soldiers not enough to maintain law and order?" After a pause, Sir Jorah looked at Daenerys and sighed, "Your Highness, we need to set aside some soldiers to serve as guards to maintain order in the tournament." Chapter 198 Blood and Fire 6. Daenerys Targaryen stroked the teacup with her fingers, pondered for a moment, and said, "Sir, how many more men do we need?" Jorah Mormont said respectfully, "Princess Daenerys, at least 30 or 40 more men." Knowing the approximate number of men needed, the silver-haired princess was very decisive. "Sir Jorah, I allow you to directly hire 50 men. When selecting men, please eliminate those who may do evil. What this city needs most is stability." Sir Jorah touched his chest and nodded, "Yes, my princess." Daenerys nodded gently with a gentle face. When she wanted to ask about a tournament, Dick walked in hurriedly. Dick first saluted the silver-haired princess, then glanced at Sir Jorah, his eyes turning around habitually. Daenerys looked at Dick, who acted like a thief, and said with a slight curve in her lips, "Clever Dick, where's my brother?" Dick glanced at the tall and strong Jorah again, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. Daenerys smiled and shook her head, saying, "Dick, everyone present is someone I trust, it's okay." Sir Jorah nodded slightly, stood aside, and looked straight at Dick with a pair of dark eyes. Dick said, "Your Highness, His Majesty Viserys is meeting with several mercenary leaders." Daenerys raised her eyebrows slightly. Mercenaries? Daenerys was very surprised. How could her king brother be willing to meet with lowly mercenaries in person? This move was both sudden and strange. Dick answered cautiously, "Princess, His Majesty intends to hire some mercenaries as his own guards." Daenerys' violet eyes moved slightly. She looked at Sir Jorah and said to Dick, "Dick, the loyalty of mercenaries needs to be purchased with gold dragons. Does my brother have enough gold dragons?" The usurper far away in King's Landing has been offering a large reward for the heads of their siblings, and mercenaries have never cared about honor. Doesn't Viserys know that this is very dangerous? Dick stepped forward and whispered, "Princess, His Majesty ordered me to find out where your 3 dragon eggs are." Sir Jorah said contemptuously, "He asked me about this a few days ago." Daenerys said in disbelief, "What does my brother want to do?" "Could it be?" Sir Jorah said coldly, "I think Her Majesty wants to steal your eggs." Dick looked at the stunned silver-haired princess and nodded heavily, confirming that Sir Jorah's guess was correct. Daenerys was so shocked that she couldn't speak. After a pause, she said, "Those are just a few stones. Why did my brother set his sights on them?" Sir Jorah explained, "Princess Daenerys, rubies, diamonds, and fire opals are just stones, but fossilized dragon eggs are much rarer than them. With 3 dragon eggs, Viserys. Your Majesty will have enough to hire a lot of mercenaries. Daenerys had never really thought about the value of dragon eggs. She recalled the scene when she received the gift. Who is that person? Why did he give her such an expensive gift? Viserys is the true heir to the Iron Throne. Daenerys' little face could hardly hide her sadness. He is my brother. Viserys could have asked me directly for it. Why did he choose this way? I am his biological sister. Seeing Daenerys sad, Ser Jorah felt a pain in his heart, but for the princess's safety, he still had to say something. Princess Daenerys, please forgive me for being blunt. If you give the egg to His Majesty Viserys now, he will be furious because he will mistake your generosity for charity. Daenerys' good mood was gone. She said tiredly, even if that's the case, it's better than taking the dragon egg without telling me. Ser Jorah sneered. Perhaps he can deceive himself by doing this. Her brother's distrust always hurts Daenerys' sensitive heart. She warned herself not to shed tears easily in front of others, but at this moment, she couldn't help but feel hot in the corners of her eyes. After a long time, Daenerys regained her composure. She defeated herself again this time. She told herself that she was the descendant of the true dragon and she would never cry cowardly. Daenerys said slowly, Dick, find a suitable opportunity to tell our King Viserys. After a pause, she continued, you heard those sellswords discussing how much our heads would be worth to the usurper. Dick rarely showed a serious expression, and he nodded his head to accept the order. The corners of Ser Jorah's lips curled up slightly, and he bowed slightly, saying, please allow me to praise your wisdom, Princess Daenerys. Daenerys forced a smile and waved Dick to leave. After Dick left, Daenerys slowly stood up. Her petite and well-proportioned figure walked to the window, and looked up at the sky outside the window. Ser Jorah stood silently behind the silver-haired princess. After a moment of silence, Daenerys' eyes flickered slightly, and she whispered, he told me what the Game of Thrones is. I asked him why he told me this. He answered me that knowing this would allow me to better protect myself, or, when I encounter bad things, at least I will have a different choice. Ser Jorah stared at the charming back of the silver-haired princess and said, he is a wise man. Hearing this, Daenerys chuckled, he is a fake wildling. She murmured again, he is a powerful and kind man. As she spoke, Daenerys stretched out a hand toward the window. Her fair and smooth skin was dazzling in the sun, and she continued, he can make me sleep peacefully. He can make me laugh without worries. When I was most desperate, he gave me hope. The breeze blew gently, and the soft voice of the silver-haired princess seemed to float in the wind. Green Crab. She loved him deeply. Ser Jorah's eyes were trembling, and he clenched his fists unconsciously. The love buried deep in his heart suddenly came out, and Ser Jorah knelt on one knee. He didn't know why he did this, and he couldn't think of anything else at the moment. Ser Bear Island looked up at the silver-haired princess affectionately and said sincerely, Dany, please let me protect you. I will always be by your side. I swear, until death. After Ser Jorah's voice fell, Daenerys' purple eyes looking at the sky were still full of longing, without the slightest fluctuation. The silver-haired princess seemed to ignore Ser Bear Island's affectionate confession, and his face gradually became gray, disappointed, lost, sad, but the deepest feeling was regret for his impulsiveness. Will he be expelled? Ser Jorah began to worry and fear. No matter what, he wanted to continue to stay with Daenerys. He knew that he could not leave her. Daenerys' clear voice rang out, you are a warrior I trust. Daenerys tilted her face slightly, and her calm purple eyes made Ser Jorah feel the majesty of the princess. She continued, I have a lover, please fulfill your duties. Ser Jorah Mormont. Ser Jorah lowered his head, his lips trembled several times, and he said sadly, yes, my princess. Hearing Ser Jorah's answer, Daenerys turned around and said, get up, sir. Ser Jorah looked up at the silver-haired princess. Her expression was as gentle as usual, but he felt that there was a thick wall between them that he could not cross, and he felt even more regretful. When he stood up, Daenerys smiled and said, Ser Jorah, my trust in you will not waver, and I will not forget my promise to you. Daenerys once promised Ser Jorah that she would help him restore his lost honor and fiefdom. Ser Jorah said respectfully, thank you for your kindness, my princess. Back in the bedroom, Daenerys' eyes moved to the 3 dragon eggs lying on the dark velvet, and she walked slowly. Daenerys' fingers gently brushed the black dragon eggs, her movements paused, her pupils constricted. Beating, she felt it beating. When she touched the dragon egg carefully, she could not feel anything else. The previous beating seemed to be her hallucination. Was it because she wanted to own a dragon so much that she had this feeling? Daenerys frowned. It was not an illusion, she did feel it. The moon, the egg, exploded. Yes, exploded. Daenerys held on to the idea tightly. Daenerys ordered the maid outside to bring the brazier. After lighting it, she sent the maid away. She wanted to implement her sudden idea without anyone watching. She guessed that this might be some kind of wisdom hidden in the blood of the real dragon. Daenerys held the black dragon egg, walked to the brazier, put it down, and put it together with the burning coals. The black dragon scales seemed to be drinking the heat, glittering, and the tiny red flames licked the surface of the stone. She quickly put the other 2 eggs into the brazier, and the 3 eggs leaned against each other. Daenerys watched motionlessly. The dragon egg cracked in the burning, and the dragon returned to the world in the flames. What a beautiful sight that would be! But the charcoal fire was only ashes, and the heat was waving and shining around the dragon egg. The picture she imagined did not appear until the end. Daenerys could not help but look at the dragon eggs in the brazier sadly. They had life tens of millions of years ago, but now they are just beautiful stones. What on earth was she expecting? Daenerys shook her head secretly and dispelled the ridiculous idea. How could she think that the dragon egg fossil could turn into a dragon? A real dragon can fly in the sky and breathe flames. It is living flesh and blood, not lifeless stone. Daenerys sat gently on the side of the bed. The knight she had always trusted suddenly expressed his love to her, but she rejected him. Although she did not show any strange color, she found that she no longer dared to trust Ser Jorah as much as before. Daenerys asked herself, is it because of this uneasiness that she hoped to have a powerful dragon? She was afraid that she would return to the days when she was worried all day long. Daenerys lay on the bed sideways, stretched out her hand and slowly stroked the place next to her. Every time he appeared in her dream, he was here. The silver-haired princess showed a gentle smile. The veil. She will definitely help him get a veil, she can do it. Daenerys' eyes gradually became firm, more determined than before. Stark camp in the south of the Neck. When the news came that Renly Baratheon had declared himself king in the south, Robb Stark immediately summoned his vassals to hold a war meeting in the camp where he was stationed. Robb's blue eyes swept across the crowd sharply, and he said, everyone, Renly is not the legitimate king. Galbert Lover of Deepwood Motte said, Lord Robb, we can't swear allegiance to Joffrey. It can be said that they were the ones who killed our Lord Eddard. Robb's voice was steady. This means they are evil people, but it does not mean that Renly is the king. Joffrey is the eldest legitimate son of Robert I. According to the laws of the kingdom, the Iron Throne should belong to him. If he died, as he spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. I'm sorry, I am full of hatred for those who hurt my father. Almost everyone present nodded in unison. This is our northern lord, and our ancestors will avenge their grudges. After a pause, he continued, even if he dies, he still has a younger brother, and the right to inherit the Iron Throne will pass to Tommen. Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort said coldly. Stannis would not lie. Tommen is also a Lannister through and through. Robb agreed. That's right, he added, but even if both of them die, it will not be Renly's turn to declare himself king, as he has an older brother. Just like Bran cannot become the Duke of Winterfell before me, Renly cannot inherit the Iron Throne before Stannis. Lady Daisy Mormont of Bear Island agreed with Robb's words. Stannis is indeed more qualified to sit on the Iron Throne than Renly. Roose Bolton's voice was like the whistling cold wind. Everyone, Renly has already received the support of Highgarden and Storm's End, and I believe the Dornish will not stand idly by. If the forces of Winterfell and Reveron are combined with him, 5 of the 7 major families will be under his command. If the Arryn family is also willing to send troops, that will be 6/7 of the power. 6 against 1, my lords. In less than a year, we can put the heads of the Whore Queen, the Whore King, Lord Tywin, the Kingslayer, the Imp, and Sir Kevan on spears. We only need to join King Renly to achieve such fruitful results. Why should we give up everything to serve Lord Stannis? What good can that man give us? Robb ignored everyone's agreement with Roose Bolton and said stubbornly, according to the law, Stannis' inheritance right precedes Renly. When everyone looked at him, he continued, the Lannisters said that my father was a rebel and tried to murder him. We all know this is a shameless lie, but, if Joffrey is the legitimate king and we rebel, then we really become traitors. Harry's Hornwood of Hornwood City looked at Roose Bolton's icy face and said, Lord Robb, perhaps we can choose to wait and see, and let the 2 kings fight to the death. When they are done, we can either submit to the victor or rise up in rebellion. It's up to us to decide. Chapter 199, King in the North. Roose Bolton's light-colored eyes moved slightly, and he said, "Everyone, Renly has raised an army at Peterbridge. I think Lord Tywin should be eager to negotiate peace with us. I am willing to go to Casterly Rock and negotiate the terms of truce with Lannister. I will get satisfactory, you coward." The Greyjohn sat on Robb Stark's left hand, and his rough roar drowned out Roose Bolton's voice. John Number, known as the Greyjohn, was nearly 7 feet tall and covered with thick muscles. When Robb Stark summoned his vassals in Eastbourne, he openly challenged him with a sword, but was finally conquered by Robb's courage and charm. From then on, the Greyjohn became Robb's right-hand man and most staunch supporter, and he threatened to chop off the knees of those who did not kneel to Robb. Daisy Mormont pointed at Roose Bolton, who had an expressionless face, and shouted angrily, "Begging for peace is a sign of weakness. The people of Bear Island will never lick the boots of Lannister." Ricard Karstark, with a white beard, shouted, "Fuck Lannister." The tent was filled with various shouts and curses. Robb raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. Robb glanced at the vassals present with a sharp look and said, "Lannister hurt my family." With a bang, he drew out his longsword and placed it on the table in front of him. The sharp blade made of fine steel flashed coldly on the rough wood. He said in a deep voice, "I only use this to negotiate with Lannister." Greyjohn was the first to echo loudly, and others also expressed their agreement. The vassals present either shouted or clapped their fists on the table. Amid the shouting of the crowd, Greyjohn suddenly jumped up and shouted loudly, "My lords!" Greyjohn's voice echoed in the tent, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. "Listen to me what I think of these two kings." The Greyjohn spat, and then went on, "Renly Baratheon is shit to me, and the same goes for Stannis. Why should we let people from Highgarden or Dorne, who sit in a place full of flowers, rule us? How could they understand the wall, the Waltzwood, and the tomb of the first men? Even the gods they believe in are not true gods. As for the Lannisters, let the White Walkers capture them. I've had enough." The Greyjohn reached over his shoulder and drew out his two-handed greatsword. "Why can't we take care of ourselves like before?" He pointed his two-handed sword at Robb, who was sitting in the main seat, and continued, "My lords, I have no problem kneeling to the king, but I will only kneel to this king." With a bang, the Greyjohn knelt down towards Robb, and his voice was like thunder, "Long live the king in the north." There was silence in the tent for a moment. Ricard Karstark slowly stood up and said, "In that case, let those bastards continue to play with the red castle and iron chairs." Ricard Karstark drew out his sword and shouted loudly, "Long live the king in the north." Meager Mormont stood up immediately and shouted loudly, "Long live the king in the north." Swish, 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 swish. The vassals of the Stark family stood up one by one, drew their swords, and knelt on one knee in the direction of Robb. "Long live the king in the north, long 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 live the king in the north." Since Aegon the Conqueror unified the Seven Kingdoms, this ancient title that no one had heard of for 300 years reappeared in grandeur for the first time, resounding throughout the Neck Camp. 5 days later, the sunrise in the Vale of Arryn dyed the eastern sky rose and gold. Catelyn Tully placed her hands on the ornately carved railing outside the window, staring at the gradually dissipating light. Dawn climbed over the fields and forests, and the world under her feet changed from black to deep blue, and then to green. Ghostly waters rushed out of the ridges and began their long journey to the giant spear, and white mist surged over Alessa's tears, the name of the waterfall. It was rumored that Alessa Arryn had watched her husband, brothers, and children being killed in her lifetime, but she never shed a tear. So the gods decreed that after death she would weep until her tears watered the black fertile plains of the valley, for those she loved were buried there. Alessa had been dead for 6,000 years, and yet not a drop of river water had flowed to the bottom of the valley. "My Ned." Lady Catelyn was grief-stricken when she thought of her husband. Ned had told her, "The living went south, the dead returned north, and he belonged to Winterfell." He repeated it to her again and again, but did she listen? No, she told him, "You must go, to be Robert's hand, not only for our family, but also for our children. It's all my fault alone." Lady Catelyn thought, when she died, how big her tears would become. "Good day, Cattle," came the hoarse voice of Petyr Baelish. Lady Catelyn did not turn around. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down while saying, "Petyr, you should call me Lady Stark, or Lady Catelyn." Petyr was wearing a black and grey velvet robe, neatly arranged, He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "I'm sorry. I've been thinking about our childhoods lately, and I can't help myself. I don't like this excuse, Littlefinger." After saying that, Catelyn turned around and looked at Petyr. She had regained her superficial calm. Petyr smiled helplessly at first, then said, "I'll try to correct it, Lady Catelyn." Catelyn looked at Petyr and her eyes trembled slightly. She would occasionally think of things that she hadn't thought about for many years recently. She remembered that they were still young at that time. She herself was similar to Sansa now. Lyssa was younger than Arya, and Petyr was even younger. She and her sister took turns playing kissing games with him, sometimes serious, sometimes giggling. Now when she thinks back, it's vivid. Catelyn's pupils shrank slightly. She remembered. At that time, when Lyssa was with her, she shyly told her secretly that Petyr wanted to put his penis into her mouth. Lyssa excitedly said that she liked it very much. Did her sister like Littlefinger from that time? Catelyn's face became even colder. The shy girl she knew had grown into a woman who was sometimes arrogant, sometimes worried, or unrealistic, careless, cowardly and afraid of things. The worst thing was that she dared to imprison her own sister. Catelyn's voice was very cold. "Petyr, if you don't want to let me leave the area, I refuse to meet you." A few days ago, Catelyn was really worried about the situation outside, so she suppressed her anger and went to Petyr. As a result, not only did she learn the sad news, but she also met the crazy Lyssa in the back. Petyr spread his hands and said, "Lady Catelyn, I can't just watch you sisters killing each other." He seemed helpless, sighed lightly, and continued, "I just want to do my best to reconcile the elder sister and the younger sister." A flash of anger appeared in Lady Catelyn's eyes. "Is it my problem? If it wasn't for my sister, if it wasn't for my trust in my sister, would I come here alone?" "Don't be angry." As Petyr said that, he wanted to step forward to comfort her, but was stopped by Catelyn's warning look. Petyr shrugged slightly in embarrassment, paused, and said, "Catelyn, our Lyssa has nightmares every day. She needs our help." Catelyn's voice was full of sarcasm. "It's your Lyssa, Littlefinger." Catelyn's words seemed to hurt Petyr. "Catelyn, I think you should also know that Lyssa has had many miscarriages since she married to the Vale, and her mental state has always been very bad." Petyr sighed and took a small step forward. He said, "At least Lyssa believes that I, her childhood playmate, will not hurt her. She is willing to believe me and listen to my advice. Since my love can help her helpless, how can I hesitate?" "Catelyn, 5 miscarriages, plus 2 stillbirths." Catelyn couldn't imagine Lyssa's sorrow. She thought that if it were her, she would definitely be indescribably sad. When Catelyn came to her senses, Petyr was already standing in front of her. Catelyn's voice was full of warnings. "Petyr." This time, Petyr ignored Catelyn's warnings. "Kate, my heart has always been there and has never moved." Catelyn's anger became even stronger, and she warned again. "Petyr." Petyr smiled bitterly and took a step back. Catelyn then spoke. "Petyr, I don't want to repeat it again. Please call me Lady Stark." Petyr pretended to be angry and said, "The most I can accept is calling you Lady Catelyn. Let me call you Stark. Let me go to see the stranger." Catelyn was indifferent to Petyr's jokes. She turned sideways and stretched out one hand towards the windowsill. She sneered, "Please." Petyr was stunned at first, then coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment at the moment. He avoided Catelyn's gaze in shame, but said in a dissatisfied tone, "Lady Stark." Catelyn looked coldly at Petyr, who was embarrassed. Although she didn't show it on her face, she was actually dazed for a moment, as if the scene from her childhood had just reappeared. What a cunning guy, this Littlefinger. Catelyn turned around and faced the window, saying calmly, "Please leave here, I don't want to be disturbed by you again." Catelyn's reddish-brown hair exuded a charming glow in the morning light. She was still so beautiful, which fascinated him. "Respected Lady Stark, are you sure you want me to leave?" Petyr's mouth curled up slightly, and he continued, "I just received news from your eldest son. If you are not interested." Catelyn quickly turned to Petyr, her tone somewhat anxious. "News about Robb? Tell me, what is the news?" "It's good news, don't worry, Catelyn." Petyr first comforted her, and then said, "I may have to give up my previous title for you." He gracefully bowed slightly, raised his eyes and looked at Catelyn, and said, "Robb has declared himself the King of the North." "Queen Catelyn, King of the North?" Catelyn covered her mouth in disbelief. Why did Robb make such a reckless move? Their enemy originally had only one Lannister, but now they have to add the 2 Baratheon brothers. The North will soon become isolated and helpless. Or enemies everywhere. Ned's misfortune has made Catelyn miserable. When her 2 daughters return safely, she is eager to return home and cry for her deceased husband until the end of her life. Catelyn hoped that Robb could inherit his father's title safely, rule Winterfell, kiss a girl's lips in the Godswood, marry and have children, and live happily. Catelyn said angrily, "If I hadn't been imprisoned here by you, I would definitely prevent this from happening." Catelyn's heart was in a panic. She and her son gathered the army of the North for the safety of their family. How much she hoped to end this war as soon as possible. Will Lannister and Baratheon join forces to deal with her son? Peter's smile deepened, his eyes flickered. "Kate, it sounds like you think your son claimed the title of King of the North because of the instigation of others." "Of course it is, not necessarily. You don't know my son." Peter maintained a smile on his face. "Kate, I really don't know your son, but I know people's hearts," he said slowly. "Who can shake Stark's stubbornness except himself?" Catelyn leaned weakly on the windowsill. "Robb's personality is very similar to his father's. No one can shake their decision. Why is he in a hurry to declare himself king? Did he see the problems after becoming king?" Catelyn couldn't guess the reason. Catelyn suddenly looked at Peter and said, "Peter, I must return to my son. He needs me. Help me." Peter was embarrassed. "Kate, you know I can't bear to refuse you," he sighed and said. "Lysa won't let you leave, and even my current situation. It can be said to be similar to yours. The only place I can move is this castle. You are very cunning. There must be a way." Catelyn thought to herself, "Peter, help me. I owe you a favor." After a moment of silence, Peter nodded helplessly in Catelyn's expectant eyes, and said, "Let me think about it." After that, he paced back and forth for a few steps, then pinched his chin and thought. After a pause, Peter looked at Catelyn and said, "Kate, Robb's claim to be the King of the North is irreversible, and I don't think your son will agree to withdraw this decision. This is related to the dignity of the ruler." Catelyn had to admit that Peter made sense. Robb was not just her son, he was Ned's heir. He had already claimed to be king. He had come to this point, and his vassals were watching him. If she tried to stop him, it would be like a mother sending a child to bed and not giving him dinner. His vassals would laugh at the lord who is disciplined by his mother behind his back. Robb needed the respect of his vassals, even their fear, and ridicule was the poison of fear. Peter smiled elegantly and confidently. "Don't worry, Kate. Since I have raised the problem, I will naturally help you solve it." Chapter 200 Blood and Fire Origin 7. Peter Baelish smiled warmly, and he said softly, "Kate, it's windy here, let's sit over there and talk." He pointed to another part of the room, where there was an exquisite small round table and several comfortable-looking chairs. Catelyn did not refuse, and she said as she walked, "I really should let you experience the cold wind of Winterfell." Peter's eyes moved slightly, looking at Catelyn's back, and twisting his carefully groomed mustache. "Is Eddard Stark really dead?" According to the information he collected, it is still impossible to confirm. Because the body has not been found, Peter thinks it is more appropriate to say that he is missing. Peter guessed. That good friend with deep affection and loyalty must know the answer, or he directly saved the wolf in secret. If he guessed right. Haha, it's really an enviable favor. But for the time being, everyone thought that the wolf had died in the riot in King's Landing, which is good. Peter picked up the golden wine jug inlaid with gems and poured wine while saying, "Kate, I think your son's claim to the throne is a good thing for you." Catelyn frowned slightly when she heard Peter address her, but she did not correct it. Compared with what they were talking about, it was a trivial matter. After filling the wine, Peter gracefully made a gesture of invitation and said, "According to the current situation, your son needs the support of his family more than ever." He gently shook the golden wine glass in his hand and continued, "Lysa is the master of the valley, but she is also your son's aunt." After saying that, Peter spread his hands and continued, "Family, responsibility, honor. Family members are definitely more reliable than outsiders." Catelyn was very moved, but her voice contained stubbornness. "Peter, tell me, did Lysa really do that? Do you know what I mean?" Peter's gray-green eyes looked directly at Catelyn. The two stared at each other, paused, and he sneered. Seeing that Catelyn was about to get angry, Peter explained, "Why do I feel that I am more like a Tully, and you have become a stubborn Stark?" "What do you mean?" Peter sighed, and looked out the window with a pair of eyes. His expression showed reluctance. "Kate, let's put aside the matter of Jon's murder. We all know that Lysa had a hard time after marriage. We all remember what Lysa looked like before. Who do you think is the direct murderer of Lysa's current appearance?" Petyr turned his head and looked at Catelyn. Didn't Jon Arryn cause all this? He admitted it. It was Lyssa who poisoned her husband with her own hands. Catelyn's heart skipped a beat, and she picked up the wine glass with trembling hands. She wanted to use drinking to cover up her panic at this time. Petyr's eyes moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth hooked up imperceptibly. He slowly said, I will help you convince Lyssa to let the Vale submit to the King of the North. Can Lyssa still represent the entire Vale? No, the alliance of the just and the Vale will not recognize her right to rule. What is Petyr's purpose? His purpose is to use external forces to disintegrate the alliance of the just. Petyr smiled and spoke, and his tone was like a joke. Do you want to send your own sister to the Gillidan with your own hands? For the dead Jon, Catelyn suddenly stared at Petyr and said, Littlefinger, what do you want? Petyr answered Catelyn's question quickly, as if he had already prepared the answer. Peace in the Vale. Catelyn took a sip of the wine in the glass, her eyes revealing sarcasm. Petyr, we understand each other. I hope you will tell me the truth. Petyr showed his embarrassment of being seen through by others at once, and he scratched his head like he did when he was a child. Catelyn curled her lips coldly and asked, Tell me the answer. In Catelyn's eyes, Petyr was trying to be calm. He moved his lips, exhaled, and said, I think King Stark will need a hand of the king. After saying that, Petyr had already restored his usual elegant manners. He murmured helplessly, You really haven't changed. You are still so powerful. Catelyn snorted coldly and said, Petyr, don't forget that I am your sister who watched you grow up. Catelyn believed that she could see through Littlefinger's conspiracy, but was Littlefinger still the Littlefinger she thought he was? In fact, Petyr had already told her the real answer. What he wanted was indeed the stability of the Vale, not the hand of the king. This was just the answer he wanted Catelyn to come up with herself. He was sincere. Catelyn said again, Will you marry Lyssa, Kate? You know my heart. Petyr stopped talking when he saw that Catelyn's face turned cold. After a moment's silence, under Catelyn's gaze, Petyr smiled bitterly and said, My fiefdom is just the smallest rocky land in the Five-Finger Peninsula. With my identity, anyone knows that this is impossible, he added. We are childhood friends. I am helping you as a friend. Perhaps you can regard me as a doctor who can't forget the good childhood memories. Well, a doctor who helps Lyssa out of her pain. Catelyn couldn't help but sneered. A doctor who helps the bed. Some places in the area are prone to loud echoes. Petyr smiled and shrugged. Perhaps you can try to pity me. Catelyn had to admit, her sister now lacks some of the charm of a woman. She turned her head away and sipped the wine. Catelyn put down her wine glass, coughed lightly, and said, What are you going to do? Although Lyssa is rude to you, she needs her sister very much. I believe she will get better. Petyr said seriously, Kate, I will try my best to persuade Lyssa to let me meet our King of the North with your handwritten letter. Catelyn looked at the sincere Petyr and said directly, Petyr, I don't want to deceive you. The hand of the king needs the trust of the king, not the recommendation of a queen's mother. I will behave well. Thank you, Kate. Returning to his study, Petyr stood quietly for a while, then walked to the bookcase and took out the envelope he had hidden very secretly, a letter sealed with the golden ink. Crab Claw Peninsula, Whispering City, Lord's bedroom. Green, 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 who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes flashed with cold light. It was the same dream again. Green sat on the bed and said, Someone come. Following Green's voice, the wooden door of the bedroom was quickly pushed open, and the fully armed Mason Baker and others strode in. Green's eyes swept over, and everyone straightened their waists. If you find a suspicious person, if he resists, kill him on the spot. In order to let the simple people of Crab sleep well at night, Lord Green started a curfew soon after he inherited the position of Lord Crab, and it has never been interrupted until now. Therefore, at this time, around the Whispering City, except for the patrolling and guard soldiers, everyone else can be classified as a suspicious person. Mason Baker and others said in unison, Yes, Lord Green. After everyone left the room, Green left the bed and opened the narrow window of the bedroom, and the night wind immediately rushed into the room. Outside the window, the full moon was hanging high. Green stared at the hazy night sky, but his mind was recalling the scene in the dream. It's the third time. Green can only be sure that it is Daenerys' voice, and the other scenes are still blurry. Could it be Melisandre of magic? When Green had his second dream, he first suspected her, the red-robed female priestess he had met at Dragonstone. King Green would act you if he had any suspicions, and he didn't like magic very much, because he couldn't do it. Crab's soldiers were waiting for the campfire signal of Whispering City at the assigned locations. Whether it was shadow magic or phantom magic, Green knew that the casters of these magics had a certain distance limit in this world, except for the three eyes. Tonight, Green had instructed his retainer, Knight Mason, to make preparations in secret in advance. As long as the order was given, Crab soldiers would go out and conduct a carpet search. If it wasn't man-made magic, what would it be? While thinking, Green took a step and stood in front of the table covered with a map of Westeros. In fact, it was very unlikely that Green could guess that Melisandre was the caster, but he was cautious by nature and would not use his own judgment as the basis for everything. He would conduct detailed investigations and eliminate the suspects one by one until he found the final answer. It was still the same question: if it wasn't man-made magic, what would it be? Why did he have the same dream for 3 consecutive days? Green couldn't find the answer for a while, so he thought of other things. The ice greatsword was too big to carry around, and he also needed a Valyrian steel sword. Tom Mott, the blacksmith in King's Landing, knew how to recast Valyrian weapons. Green's finger pointed at the location of Crab Island on the map. When it was dawn, Sir Mason came to meet Green. "My lord, except for a dozen poachers and smugglers, we didn't find anything else unusual." Green pondered for a moment, nodded slightly, and said, "Thank you, my loyal Mason." Mason hesitated and said, "My lord, how do we deal with these people?" "Deal with them according to the laws of the territory." After saying that, Green waved his hand. After Mason left, Green leaned back in his chair and closed his eyelids. Could it be the call of the Targaryen dragon, or some kind of prophecy? Or, there were blazing flames everywhere. Daenerys' silver hair and body were covered with black dust, and her violet eyes were full of fear and helplessness. She stretched out her hand in the direction of Green with difficulty, her lips closed repeatedly. What was she saying? Finally, he heard, "Green, save me." Green suddenly opened his eyes. It was already bright, and the bright morning light poured into the house through the narrow window. The next day, the mermaid, which Green was riding, slowly left a mermaid port with 5 crab warships. Essos, Visery City State. In a room, Jon Snow, Little Griffin, and Rolly sat together drinking, and there were empty wine jugs everywhere around them. The drunken Rolly spoke unclearly. "On my name day at the age of 16, my father, a blacksmith. My father was famous for the weapons he made, and he made a long sword for me. But a noble lord not only snatched the sword my father gave me, but also insulted me, saying that my hands were not born to hold a sword, but only to use a hammer. I couldn't hold back my anger at the time, so I went home, took a hammer and broke both arms and half of the noble lord's ribs." Rolly picked up the wine glass and took a big sip, then continued, "In order to avoid the noble lord's pursuit, I fled my hometown overnight, crossed the narrow sea and came here to become a mercenary. Finally," he added, "a mercenary with a sword in his hand." Jon drank a lot, and Rolly swayed in front of him, making him a little dizzy. He knew it was his own problem. He drank too much. Jon leaned against the wall and smiled happily. "Rolly, you are very brave. You are a warrior." Rolly laughed for a while, and suddenly said, "Little Griffin, what's your story?" Jon opened his blurry eyes and looked at the red-faced Little Griffin. His eyes seemed to turn purple in the twilight. He thought it was an illusion. Little Griffin smiled and said, "My father also fled to Essos from the continent across the strait. I grew up here. My father doesn't like to talk to me about his youth." After a pause, he pretended to lower his voice and continued, "Once my father drank too much. I learned that he offended a family called Lannister on the continent over there. It is said that the power of that family is very strong, so he had to choose to flee." Rolly said, "I know that Lannister will pay his debts." Jon said angrily, "Lannister again? Damn it." Hearing this, Little Griffin and Rolly looked at Jon, who was rarely angry. Rolly asked curiously, "Jon, it seems that you have a great hatred for the Lannisters." After a silence, Jon nodded slowly and said, "My relatives were almost harmed by the Lannisters. I don't like them." "Your relatives?" Jon was silent again. After a while, he spoke, "I was wrong. I am a bastard." "How can a bastard have relatives?" Rolly patted Jon's shoulder with his big hand and said, "This is not the damn Sunset Land. Don't always think about that kind of thing. Who'll care about this when you become a mercenary? With your skills, you will win everyone's recognition sooner or later." Although Little Griffin had drunk a lot, his voice was still gentle. "This is not a choice we made ourselves. If we could make our own choice, I don't think anyone would be willing to come into this world as a bastard. Rolly nodded heavily. Yes, little Griffin is right. You should blame others, not yourself. Jon's eyes were a little dull, and he smiled happily. I know. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.